For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly almost walked it this weekend.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a brand new day. Welcome to your Saturday, and I know there's lots of sport going on elsewhere, but this is really where you want to be. It is round 6 of 8 of Season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, and today we're at Istanbul Park. It may unfortunately be not used in real life anymore, but that's the beauty of sim racing. We can go around these 5.3 kilometers of racing heaven, and for 6 hours we'll be witnessing what will hopefully be another absolutely fantastic event in what has been an absolutely fantastic season. My name is James Kirk. On cameras and race directing once again is Mr. Jimmy Allison, admin extraordinaire. And alongside me in the commentary booth is Mr. Josh Anderson. And of course, just to remind you all as well, if you want to get involved in the broadcast at any point whatsoever, even from the start, then make sure to head on to the Virtual Endurance Championship Team Speaker, Room 1 Team Speak that is, head into the waiting booth below the broadcast room. And once we notice you, we will probably drag you in. So, Mr. Anderson, Istanbul Park. Great circuit, not so many major overtaking zones, but one thing that drivers are going to have a particular extra bit of perception about is that we have a brand new start procedure. It is still a formation lap, it is still single file, but we will not be able to go through the grid anymore. because our green flag now flies halfway around the circuit and not at the end of the circuit.
Yeah, it does slightly revised formation lap procedure for the race here at Istanbul Park. 5.3 kilometer circuit, so they'll be going after about 2.7, and that's what we'll be doing instead of our usual procedure. Oh,
Yeah,
hang
for
on,
sure.
Jimmy's just... Sorry,
Yeah.
Jimmy Nelson was just talking a bit there, so
Yes.
couldn't
I
quite
know.
concentrate on my own words, unfortunately.
No, I
But,
understand. Apparently, we
uh,
had someone joining the server while we were joining over, and so we've had to
right,
restart now,
okay.
unfortunately.
What I was about to say though is, yeah, we are coming out the back of turn 9, which is the very tight left. As soon as drivers exit that, it'll be the green flag. So we're already going after 2.7 kilometers.
And how will this impact the races? Because of course, at Istanbul Park, after turn 9, if you're not familiar with the track, we effectively have an elongated bend, which comprises of turn 11, and that goes straight into a heavy braking zone of turn 12. So, will people have to be eyeing up overtaking moves into turn 12, and will they have to keep their defensive eyes and ears about them?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit like eyeing up 9, coming out of 9, going into 10, 11, 12. That's pretty much going to give you a flat out section. So it's a very, very elongated sort of front straight sort of thing. But 11 is going to be interesting because you don't usually get. It's going to be essentially starting the race into a fast right, which doesn't usually happen on some circuits. So
the only one which I can think of is Sochi, off the top of my
Yeah.
head. But yes, it should be a very interesting one. And of course, the 6-hour time limit is one of our shortest races in a while, especially considering that our last race, Sebring, was 12 hours long. What sort of a different mindset for people who perhaps weren't with us at the start of the season when we had a couple of 6 hours? What sort of mindset do you have to have going into this sort of event? Because clearly it's much more of a sprint event in the context of the championship.
yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. It's more of a sprint, so any mistakes you do make are going to be penalised doubly because there's not nearly as much time to get back up to scratch, up to racing speed. And, mistakes, especially with the new damage model we have, can be doubly penalised.
So I'm going to be very honest here. I've been feeling a bit under the weather recently, and so I may not be as excitable, perhaps, as I was. Maybe that'll be a good thing for these sorts of broadcasts. I don't know. But if at any point I need to head off because I'm feeling a bit ill or something, then I do apologise to everyone at home. But I'm going to try my best to follow through as we're just getting through all sorts of server stuff. Why don't we actually, since we've got a bit of time, have a look at the standings for our different tiers. For LMP1, after a crazy, crazy race, Feeder Sport Poland have extended their lead to 145 points from Doug Henson Racing's 123. Of course, DHR will be looking with their 3 cars to try and gain a bit back. I can hear you, yes. Sorry, we're just talking to Jimmy Allison at the same time. And 3i Motorsport then rounds out the top 3 on 106, though Team RGPL very close behind. They're only 2 points behind 3 wide. In LMP2, no surprises, Team Spirit Racing still leading on 140. SimHQ Motorsports are second on 122 with Scuderia GT Italia on 109. GT Pro sees Scuderia GT Italia on 115.5 with SRVN on 109 and Northern Light Racing on 100. And then in the AM class, Scuderia GT Italia are on 118.5 points, 10 points exactly ahead of Dark Racing on 108.5, and then Banzai Motorsport are into third on 102. But it's important to note, actually, in the pro class, that Scuderia Leon, this was the first time that they were in Room 1 last time in Sebring, and they ended up winning the race. So despite the fact that you see these teams at the top and they're regularly in the podium slots, it does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that they are going to go on and win every single race. Yes, I go near you.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all these teams that you might expect to be at the top, like DHR, Feeder Sport Poland, the likes of those, it just goes to show any teams that make it in Room 1 can theoretically be winners. You know, they have qualified in those positions and, have worked their way up to this. We're just setting the grid now, so we should, just setting the grid now. Henning Vollett will start in pole position all this because we don't really have time to go through the grid as such. But
Yes.
Henning Vollett will start P1 then. overall, leading the field into that turn 9 start for 3 Wide Motorsport. So very good results for the team there. Fantastic to see them up the front. They had a bit of a mixed race last race. There were flashes of goodness, obviously, but some problems as well. But then again, a very perfect race is hard to come by in endurance racing.
I think it's been like that pretty much all season, actually, for 3 Wide, hasn't it? They've had real good flashes of brilliance, and I think they've already taken pole positions before this. I seem to remember Interlagos, where they had a pole position, but for whatever reason, they've been unable to convert that into a completely solid race. And, well, they've got another chance here. Evidently, it's not like it's not like they don't have a chance. And as I was going on with my point before, we have seen that even a new team that comes into the series has every chance of winning, because that is just how endurance is. You got to look at previous form though as well, and 3 Wide have got plenty of that previous form, and unfortunately that previous form is hit and miss. So we will wait and see anyway. We will wait and see, of course. Always expect Feeder Sport Poland DHR to be in with a chance of winning this race as well in the NP1 category as well. We are having a couple of TeamSpeak issues apparently, with not all of the teams being able to hear us, but we're going to advance anyway and hopefully sort that on the fly. I mean, obviously having the race director in your ear is very important, because with things like Code 80s expected to happen, it's nice to have a word through in your ear rather than typing on the server. And actually, I think it's an important point. Typing on the server and that server chat coming up can be very distracting, Josh. I've certainly seen plenty of people lose a lot of time through little messages popping up.
Yeah, it can be quite distracting, and it's not really an optimal thing to have going on. But if it's the only solution to the problem, then I guess that's what's going to have to be the case. Unfortunately, obviously it could be a lot better, but what is unfortunately, and it's how we're going to roll with things.
So,
sorry, I almost got the second half of my sentence out there, but of course we'll keep you informed as to when the score it is either which way.
Yes, absolutely. And must actually be said as well, we're expecting a new update from ISI as well soon, so hopefully that'll iron out any further issues. I mean, it must be said, after this recent update to the most recent build, things have been a lot more stable for VEC, which is good, I think. Because obviously with such a big grid, you can never quite tell when problems are going to come your way. And okay, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but the more improvements, the merrier, as we will get started on what will effectively be our half a formation lap. With Henning Vollert on pole position. A reminder that everyone's going to be staying single file until, that is, turn 9, which is when the green flag will fly. Just to note, we've got Yuri Kazdorp in the Revolution. Or is he in the Revolution? I believe he is, isn't he? Yes, he's back in the Revolution Motorsport, Yuri Kazdorp. They dropped down to Room 2 last time. They could prove a threat. And then there's Kuba Brzezinski, P3 with Feeder Sport Poland. He is always one to watch out for, not only at the start, but throughout races as well, as they've had wonderful and quite inspiring comebacks, actually. Valentino Mazzatenta as well there. Great qualifying for him and his team Texas drivers, much higher up than usual, actually. And it's probably a bit disappointing for a DHR then, with Stephen Bailey there in P5 and Povilas Michunas in P6. Adam Hodgkinson, the other DHR, is down in P10, the last of the LMP1 cars. So DHR have got a bit of work to do on this in these first couple of hours at least.
Yeah, they've got a bit of work to do. Obviously, they can only do what they can do, but it'll be interesting to see how they get on with this work at the start. But I've got high hopes for them. They are very capable. Yes, hoping that they can make the most of it, as I think we're just coming around very soon to get this thing underway.
Absolutely. So we're just heading up to the infamous turn 8 here. It's a triple anti-clockwise curved corner, and it wrecks the tyres. It'll be fascinating to see how tyre wear affects the different teams, actually. throughout this 6 hours. I'm pretty sure that they'll be pleased that it's not something like a 12-hour race. Otherwise, that could throw up so many different variances on the strategy front. But that's not something that's going to be concerning the drivers too much, as Vollert heads on to what will effectively be the final straight before we go green flag here. Everyone's single file. You can see there, actually, look at Brzezinski there with the aggressive warming up of his tyres. You've got Mazatenta there as well behind, hoping to get a bit of warmth in as well. Most people staying single file, most people staying straight. But as we round turn 9, we are racing here, and Vollert gets a nice getaway. Looking behind as well, it seems like everyone's getting through nicely. No instantaneous overtakes, but one of the people instantly on the charge is Kuba Brzezinski, already on the back of Yuri Kazdorp as we head down to turn 12 here. No doing there, as there's another battle here with Luca Rodelli and Piotr Morariak there, and Morariak staying in P7, but Henning Vollert is round the final corner, and after our half a formation lap and half a flying lap, we can truly get underway.
Yep, things really starting to get, we are on the race proper now as well. Brzezinski still giving good chase to Kazdorp here, it must be said, and very well, I say good chase, I mean fantastic chase. He's right on the back of him as we go around, as Luca Rodelli giving Marovic a go, as he said as well, and I think he's running outside here. Going in through this, turning into the sharp left, and he's through. Well, he held that really well there, kept it going, didn't have to worry about it. Rodelli through into 7th in all this. Meanwhile, round the back, we have Anthony Jans. Well, who else but Anthony Jans leading out there. 4 Team Spirit Racing in P1 in class, and then the boy in Milan behind the Flatline Racing in the LMP2. And then it's Oscar Hardwick running up current top 3 for LMP2 as it stands. Hardwick actually challenging Milan's position at the moment.
Moraric, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? He's got actually Sean Campbell and Adam Hodgkinson behind him as well, so you must wonder whether he's going to fall a little bit further behind him. It's worth noting, however, that the top 3 have absolutely left the rest of the field for dead. They are now 1.2 seconds ahead of Mazatenta in P4. He's got Stephen Bailey all over the back of him as well. And heading down to turn 12 then, for the 3rd time of asking. It does look like Stephen Bailey's going to attempt to make a move here on Mazatenta. He does. He goes down the inside, and that is P4, and a very easy one for Bailey as well.
Yep, very easily done. Not really much bother there. Just runs final corner, and he's already leaving Mazatenta some very far distance behind. And Bailey now can concentrate on catching Kuba Brzezinski. There's
some more battling behind with Moraric and Campbell there, and the two came into contact. Moraric able to hold on for the moment, but I'm fascinated by this top 3 battle, currently covered by a second, and I don't know whether it's just me, but it does look like Brzezinski's holding some speed back, just looking for the right place to overtake Kazdorp, rather than looking at every possible position.
Yeah, he's not going for it just yet. Trying probably, you'd think, to wait for the right move instead of going just for anything and possibly it backfiring. But he's definitely got the smarts in him. He definitely has. If he's waiting, and probably going to wait for one of the major overtaking zones being 1, 12, and possibly 9 if you're very brave. But Brzezinski definitely then waiting for his chance, and I'm sure his chance will come. But just a case of waiting for it to actually happen. As down they go into turn 9 where we started the race. And he gets quite close there indeed. And, well, gave it a go. Didn't quite work. Fair play to him. But this will probably be his better shot going at 12. Round the infamous turn 11. And then into 12. Doing 175 mile an hour. Down that back sort of straight. And he's not going for it.
Staying put is Bailey, and perhaps that is the most sensible course of action for now. You've got to get into the groove in endurance racing, and he knows that Kazdorp and Vollert are just there. It's not like they're getting away. It's not like they've got oodles of pace over Brzezinski. As I say, it looks very much like Brzezinski is the fastest of all 3 of them. Looking further back, good battle here between Boyan Milan and Oscar Hardwick heading down into turn 9. It's turn 12. Sorry, it's Flatline versus Magenta. Greg Hall there as well. Is that the DR Motorsports car? It is indeed into room 1. And Greg Hall in there in close pursuit as well. as Brzezinski's getting even closer to Kasdorp here. I would want to look at other cars at the moment, but Brzezinski is looking very dangerous. And you've got to watch out for Stephen Bailey as well. He's catching up to the back of these guys as well, so perhaps time is of the essence now for Brzezinski. Otherwise, he's going to find himself defending rather than attacking.
Yep, he is going to find himself defending from Stephen Bailey if he doesn't do something soon, because all this time he's stuck behind Kasdorp is going to hold him up. And Bailey in that Audi is going to be thinking, this looks rather tasty. And he'll be thinking of having to go for P3 himself.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's a decent exit through turn 10, but I do want to see actually the direct effect of the slipstream here on Brzezinski, because it looks like he's able to go through turn 9 okay, but then he doesn't have anything on Vollert, and I do wonder whether it's Vollert being so close to Kasdorp. Kasdorp's actually getting a a bit of a draft there, as we've just had a slew of drive-through penalties awarded there, of course, to be served from last race. Brzezinski is one of those drivers, as is Milan Hodgkinson, Jans as well. And Mazza Tent is in there as well. So we're going to see our order, Morawiec in there as well, Greg Hall as well. So we're going to see our order change very rapidly as Morawiec is into the pits then. But we're going to see Brzezinski, perhaps this is why he wasn't planning on overtaking anyone, having to serve that drive-through penalty nice and early.
Yep, a couple of people have stop goals. Greg Hall has a stop goal. There you go, there's another one. Only a few do have stop goals, and Adam Hodgkinson is one of them. And he's actually just overtaken Sean Campbell in the champion racing car there, so that was fairly pointless in the grand scheme of things, but he'll have to, Jans has a stop go as well. A couple of people have drive-throughs, some have stop goals, so it's kind of difficult to realise who's got what, but we will see the order get shaken up a bit here. But Hodgkinson's gone through and will have to serve a stop goal, and there's a couple of people else as well.
Yeah.
So
it's Jans, Hodgkinson, Milan, Hadlack, Bryson, and Hall have stop goes. Everyone else is a drive-through.
Yeah, everyone else has a drive-through, so that's a lot less of a problem than a stop goal. And in the long run of things, that's going to be very, very helpful because, well, it's not so much time, so you're not losing as much, but it could easily be regained.
Have a look at Henning Vollert here. They are having to slice through the Anfield already, and Kasdorp's going for the lead. Oh, that's a great bit of opportunistic driving from Kasdorp, and the traffic has already tripped one of the front runners up. Yuri Kasdorp takes the lead of this race, although Henning Vollert, he won't want to let it go just yet. He can't take it back into turn 1 though, and that was some dicey stuff as Brzezinski comes in for his drive-through.
Yeah, what a move from Kasdorp to get through there. Now all this traffic's going to not help Vollert. It's not helping Kasdorp, and it's not helping Kasdorp either. It's going to be very interesting to see who can levy the power from the other in the middle of all this traffic as they're passing a lot of Vipers there. Yeah, very nice to see the Vipers, of course, because
yes,
very, very nice automobiles indeed. But Vollert has sliced through some traffic, and Kasdorp's just getting through the rest of it. And nope, Vollert's not going to get through yet. So this is even more time for Kasdorp.
I tell you what, Kasdorp has had an even more patchy campaign than 3 wide as a team, but that was some really nice and aware driving from the Dutchman, able to slice through the field nice and easily, and Vollert now is on a mission to try and catch him back down. But again, you've got to be wary because Stephen Bailey's gotten through that traffic as well rather nicely. All this said, though, I'm sure that they'll be happy that Kuba Brzezinski's now back in 6th. He's got Michunas and Radelli in front of him, as well as all of that traffic, which he's trying to slice through now. In terms of our LMP2 field then, at the end of all of it, it's going to be Oscar Hardwick who's going to be leading that field. And just to give our pros and AM classes a bit of, as we've got some more penalties here coming in, a stop go for Hodgkinson, a stop go for Jans as well. So there's going to be further punishment for those guys. But to go through your pro and AM class then, it's Niki Jakovic who's in the pros, with Hani Al-Sabti in 2nd and Arnie Schoenvlier in 3rd. So that's Vyers, Leon and Revolution. And in the AM field, that is currently led by Atlantic Motorsports Felix Antoine Fortin. Dark Racing, always been there at the front. Adam Taylor, an ever-present in 2nd. And Revolution Racing's Ed Trevelyan Johnson, or ETJ as he's known to us, currently rounding out the top 3. So that is how your field looks throughout all of the different categories. But heading back up to the front then, Yuri Kazdorp here, looking to lap Adam Hodgkinson already. That is how much a stop-go penalty can affect you. He's already set to be lapped by the LMP1 leader.
Yeah, and he's got a second stop go to serve as well, so that's really not going to help him. And it's not going to help DHR either. I mean, Stephen Bailey tried to go for Henning Vollett there. Wasn't going to work, unfortunately. And, well, there is a lot of traffic to contend with here, so you can understand he'd want to go for it as soon as possible opportunity. But nothing doing for the DHR drive at the moment. As it stands, it is a DHR 3-4 with Bailey third and McCoynes fourth. But Bailey's he's gaining ground on Vollett, but is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for it at 12? He's having a look.
He's going to the outside.
He goes to the outside and he's not getting enough ground. So not necessarily going to look now, but certainly keeping the pressure on the jet.
Definitely a fascinating start to the 6 hours here, 12 minutes in, of course, and there's 360 in total. So if you don't have some snacks, then make sure to go. I'd recommend probably the hour mark. We tend to have advertisement breaks every hour. So you can have a little chance to maybe get up and grab yourself some nibbles. It's a nice short burst of endurance racing here, and you don't want to miss a single second of it. That is for sure, as we're heading around turn 3 then with Bailey, who he's going to be... Oh, contact between himself and Vollett. That was a real bunch up there as they were trying to lap traffic as well, but Bailey will be wanting to get that DHR team back on its feet, because it must be said their Sebring round was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately. All sorts of problems and none of the luck, unfortunately. Misfueling and then disconnections and then everything happened, and then it wasn't really good to them. And if they're going to catch Feeder Sport Poland in the team standings, then that is what they're going to want to do. Have a good round here, this little sprint, and that'll make things a little bit better.
It's not like they have much time to do something as well, because they've got here at Turkey, the next round of the Nürburgring, and then the 24 hours of Le Mans, of course, our final event of the season, to do something. So time is running out for DHR, that much is for sure. And Stephen Bailey, he's a little bit behind Vollett now and Kazdorp, and it looks, again, the leader is not pulling away from second. You're going to want to get a move on there, Bailey, and try and dominate this race, because we've seen that they've had the ability to dominate races so much this season, but like you say, luck just hasn't gone their way for one reason or another. And so as Kazdorp and Vollett head onto their respective lap 9s, let's look further throughout the field. Down in P5, Luca Rodelli has now got the recovering Kuba Brzezinski on his tail, and the Polish driver for Feeder Sport Poland is going to want to get past Rodelli as quickly as he possibly can, because right now he is losing time hand over fist over the 3 in those podium positions, who really he's on the same pace as.
Yeah, Brzezinski definitely on the same pace as some of the top guys, as we've seen from previous races, and it's just going to be a case really for him of get past Rodelli and get through to them, but it's not proving easy. And of course, the more these two fight, the more Buffert's going to get McCoynes in fourth in the other DHR car, so that'll be a relief for that team, because at least they've got a 3-4 going on in the early stages.
Absolutely, yes. I'll have a little look back throughout the rest of the field, actually, to try and give us some nice throughout the sea. So we've got Venari and Philippakos and Capella quite close to the LMP2 field, I noticed. Is there anyone in direct battling, I wonder? That's what I would love to find at the moment. We know that the GTs can provide us with some excellent battles, so surely... Yes, there is one. Perfect. And it's for the podium? No, it's... Oh, I mean, it's pretty close. We've got the battle for the lead of the pros currently on between Djakovic and Haniel Sabti. They're pretty close, but perhaps not close enough, especially with faster cars trying to work their way through. Let's have a look here. We've got a couple of recovering guys as well.
I can see Makarel Sardina for 4th in Pro, as they're just being up by some LMP2s. I'd say there's about 0.7 of a second between them, so if anything, that's a developing fight. So Sardina Makarel for P4 and Pro want to possibly look at?
Yes. I was going to say actually as well, sorry, Brzezinski now past Luca Rodelli as well. Brzezinski through into P5. It does seem there's a change for the lead, sorry. Niki Djakovic into the pits And was that for a penalty? Yes, it was. A drive-through penalty for Niki Jakovic. So the lead changes hands, and Hani Sabti, the Scuderia Leon, who of course were in Room 1 for only the first time, last time out in Sebring. They took the win straight away, and they're into the lead once again as Luca Radeli is back past Kuba Brzezinski. What happened there, I wonder? Oh, he went off track because there's some traffic, and Radeli retook the position nice and easily.
Yep, that's what that happened there. And I'll tell you what, we do now actually have a battle for the third place of GT Pro, because Mikhail Jakovic is now about 0.5 behind each other. So we've gone from having a battle for fourth to having a battle for third, both including Conor Mikhail.
Greg Hall, by the way, moving his way further up the order. The man who was in P4 in the LMP2 class, he's now back up into 18th overall after passing Schoenvlier, who is now in second. And Conor Mikhail then, like you say, currently in P20 overall, but the more important stat to us is that he is currently P3 in that pro class. For how long he can hold on, though, is a different question entirely, as Niki Jakovic he wasn't looking comfortable in the lead of the race, with Hani Al Sabti bearing down on him, but he's clearly one of the fastest. And Team Vias, they've had some pretty poor luck this season as well. I'm sure they're going to want to make their own luck this time around and actually something.
Yeah, they'll want to do something in this race. Obviously, getting past Mikhail for P3 will be the one thing they've got to focus on right now. But further possible success in the race could happen, if they can make it happen, that is. And obviously, all these penalties have, I'd say they've thrown things around a bit, but the LMP2 is the way you'd expect them to be, just behind the P1s. So it hasn't really done an awful lot. But speaking of LMP2, we have a battle on for P3 and P2 between Philadelphus and Capella now, because they've gotten really close to each other, and Capella possibly looking for a move into 12. No, he doesn't think better of it.
He tried to scare Philip Arcos there a bit, but that was not going to work. Going back to Jakovic, he's really hounding Mikhail now as we head up to turn 3. This is for the podium of the pro class. Jakovic was thinking about sticking his nose up there. It's a very dangerous place to do it, but the Porsche driver clearly has the advantage over the Aston Martin driver, and you'd imagine with the characteristics of the Porsche being a car that really does enjoy itself around twisty circuits, such as this one, it could have an advantage over the Aston. And the only places where I really think the Aston could have an advantage over the Porsche is down the back curved straight of turn 11, and indeed the home straight as well. For the rest of the circuit, it seems like it's very much advantage Jakovic.
Yeah, I mean, the Aston Martin struggling the straights, of course, and the Porsche struggling the corners. Jakovic, of course, in all this, will want to use the corners to his advantage if it is at all possible. I'm hoping it is possible, because Jakovic knows his stuff, obviously, and will want something to occur through these corners. I mean, that, just as an aside, that Porsche is an absolutely beautiful sounding car.
It is.
It just sounds absolutely wonderful. It's that flat six engine working wonders. And the wonders will have to be worked if he wants to do something into 12 here. Because yes, he's got the draft, but he's not going to have the speed advantage. But he's going for it anyways, Jakovic. Into 12, surely he's got to try now.
That's a really nice, considered move from Jakovic. He's gone a bit deep, but he'll be able to bring it back around for turn 13. And that is Jakovic back onto the podium. A beautifully executed move.
Yep, great job from Jakovic there to go there. Mikhail's going to try and get back when he can now, possibly on the straights. That's going to be his best shot into 12 again, because he has the straight line speed advantage and the draft if he can keep it close enough.
Going back to P2, sorry, Henning Vollert is under all sorts of pressure from Stephen Bailey, who's braking around the outside of turn 12. He was ahead by a nose into the braking zone, but unable to get anything done. Yuri Kasdorp's actually been able to pull a gap of 2.3 seconds since we last left them. So Vollert falling off the pace and causing really all sorts of frustration by keeping him behind, and they're trying to slice their way through traffic as well. Difficult times for the men rounding out the podium. As look at this, they're having to go past LMP2s, having to go past GTs as well. Madness down there.
Yep, absolutely crazy. They're trying to get past all of the traffic. I'd be very scared if it were me, but then again, I'm not used to this endurance talk, and these guys are, so they know how to deal with it, how to deal with things. Bailey getting stuck behind the dark racing car there of Adam Taylor, I believe.
Vollert he chose his place well. And sorry, behind Kuba Brzezinski, there's gone around the complete outside of Radelli into turn 4. So Brzezinski's now back up to 4th, past Radelli and Povilas Maciunas, who's actually fallen behind Radelli as it happens. So Brzezinski now back up into 4th, but he's got 12 seconds to make up to the podium sitters. Vollett now slightly ahead of Bailey, so we will leave that battle for the moment as we look further down the field. We've just had a little message through. I'll go and hopefully check what that's about.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on Vollett Bailey, because that's starting to, well, Bailey's still back there, of course, in all this, Stephen Bailey. He's only about half a second behind, so he's not within too much striking distance of Vollett, but we know how quick Bailey is, and now they're out in the traffic. He's really starting to show you something. He gets so close to the German there. He's scaring him, he is. He must be giving him some serious food for thought. And, well, I thought, well, that might have been it, but doesn't get close enough, unfortunately.
No, indeed. Nice close battling throughout the rest of the field. And I'll tell you what, these penalties have really shaken things up. They're giving us some great battles and great recoveries through the entire field, as it so happens. And that's really is great to see. Everyone getting involved, getting stuck in. And so let's try and find another battle, shall we then? There's people close, but are they in direct battle? Perhaps not as... who is that then? Is that... Oh, it is. We do have a battle here between Adam Taylor and Felix Antoine 14. And we've got their Maciunas coming through. But yes, Adam Taylor then, who is currently still P2 in class, I'd imagine. No, he's now P1 in class, I should say. He's overtaken Felix Antoine 14 for the AM lead, but 14 is not going to let this one go. And look at Eric Strana here as well. You could throw a blanket over the top 3 in AM, and you'd be able to cover all 3 of them.
Yep, really close race we got going on here. It is vital.
Look at them all.
Look at them, that's incredibly close. I mean, you don't usually get racing this close, only the GTs can provide it. Really, you always get good racing in the GTs. Ferrari versus Corvette versus Viper. 3 different makes, 3 different cars, 3 different advantages. Strano on the back of 14, on the back of Taylor. You don't really get this as an LP1 trying to take a lot of them.
Yeah, he's gotten past nice and easy. That was Mazzacenta there trying to recover from an early penalty, if you remember. Incredibly close stuff here. Taylor, 14 and Strana all within 1 second here as we head towards turn 12. And they're going to have more lapping traffic to deal with soon, as well as the current leading team in LMP2. That's in the championship standings, certainly not on track. Anthony Jans here is going to want to try and get past as quickly as possible. Remember, Jans suffering from a penalty of his own, and surely he's going to get past this gaggling load of geese on the home straight, which he does. He's past Strana, he's past 14, and he's past Taylor. So that is all nice and done and dusted from the Frenchman, and we can focus back on this wonderful battle for the podium as 14 there clobbers the turn 1 curbing, and this could give Eric Strana a look in for Magenta.
Yep, Strana piloting that very low growly V10 powered Viper. Of course, a lot of torque in that car, so a more oversteery automobile of the 3 that are battling each other here. Very hard to control that oversteer, but when you can, the rewards are obviously better acceleration, because, well, torque probably equals acceleration. And yep, Strana trying, but he's not making the ground. He's probably going to want to wait until the straight, because that's where the ground's going to be made.
It's not about how much torque you have. It's
how
about how
you
you use it.
Yeah, and
that is a trick with the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, with an 8-litre engine, because it is the only car to have an 8-litre engine, you know, it's hard to apply it when it's that big, but the advantages can be wrought if you have the ability to do so, and Strana certainly does. But he's losing quite a bit of time to 14 here, but then again, 14 himself is quite a bit behind Taylor, who's now going to get lapped by a prototype.
Yeah, I think actually looking at it, it has spread out a little bit, hasn't it, with a couple of bits of lapped traffic here and there. I'm going to go back up to the lead, though, here, because do you remember that 2.5 second gap that Yuri Kasdorp had? Yeah, it's now a 10th, and Stephen Bailey's there as well.
Well, that turned dramatic suddenly. This is going to be something, this, because Kasdorp had a big lead. Now he doesn't. Vollett's caught up, Bailey's caught up, both of them chasing him down, and he'll be thinking, hold on. something's not right here. I was 2 seconds in ago. Where have these guys come from? I got to do something.
It's perhaps something to be said that they stop battling and start working together, and they've closed down their gap mightily fast. And looking at Vollert here, he's on a real charge, aggressively taking turn 8 there. A lot of them having to side their way through the flat line. Aston Martin there as Bailey gets very close to tagging Vollert around, who's able to stop just in time. And now we're going to be lapping the current LMP2 leader, Oscar Hardwick, here, round turn 11. And, well, this is getting pretty dicey at the moment. Blue flags flying away, telling people, get out of the way, these people need to battle. And Bailey again closing incredibly tightly to Henning Vollert, but not able to get a nose in. You can really tell that Bailey's eager to get past here, but very much like Brzezinski, he's picking and choosing his points on which to overtake, and that is where the best endurance drivers find their pace and find their ability to overtake, is find the right place to do it so that they lose a little amount of time.
Yeah, as you can see, well, we've seen Bailey go for it. He definitely has the braking advantage over Vollert, so he put the pressure on there. But at some point in the lap, Hennings is getting the advantage that he needs, coming out of the corners. Yeah, coming out of the corners, he's gaining the time. So it could be that Vollert's running more wing than Bailey, or that Porsche's just better in the corners in general. But Bailey, as you'll see under braking, just gains so much time.
I do like the look of that Audi, by the way.
It is a very nice
aggressive
car, and very nice sounding as well, although I can't hear the sounds because of my own problems, but... No,
I'm the same.
Yeah.
I tried to uninstall the old VEC sounds mod, and I couldn't, because it's like locked into the mod for whatever reason.
I think it's probably because you probably have to, I'm the same, you probably have to uninstall all versions of the mod first.
Yeah. Oh well. I can deal with it I will deal with it until the end of the season. We're almost there. It's 3 rounds without sound for 1 vehicle or 2 vehicles. I can deal with it. As Valentino Mazzatenta there has gotten into P7, and that's because Sean Campbell in P8 there for Champion Racing has been off the track, and he's been able to rejoin ahead of Piotr Morawiecz there. Difficult name, Piotr, I'm sorry. But yeah, Campbell down to P8 and Mazzatenta given a free position for Texas drivers.
Yep, Mazzatenta gets essentially a free P7. Hopefully he'll be able to hold on to it, but Campbell, I don't think we've seen Champion Racing much this season in Room 1, or at least I haven't noticed them. But be interested to see if Campbell can catch up, because, well, it is a very, very nice looking Porsche, that much I will grant it, but we haven't at least commentated on them a lot, so it's difficult to know how well they will catch up.
Yeah, for sure. I think what they're hoping to do, since they haven't featured in Room 1 that often, is just to finish the race and give a good account of themselves, as I think should be the aim for anyone who's just coming into Room 1 for the first time. I think a lot of people, there's so many people here who are tuning into Room 1, and welcome to everyone, whether you're new, whether you are a continuous viewer, whether you are a super long time viewer. Welcome to all of you either way. But I think a lot of people, and particularly the newcomers, don't appreciate just how close the 2 rooms are. I mean, it's literally been the case where people have been within a 10th. One of them's gotten into Room 1, and one of them's gotten into Room 2. So it's a great achievement to get into Room 1 either way. And I'll tell you what would be an even greater achievement for Stephen Bailey if he can get past Henning Vollert. This is the closest that he has ever been. He was almost pushing Vollert around turn 11. He brakes much later into turn 12. He's going to try and go around the outside again, though. The track just keeps on going, and it extends, and Bailey cannot find the ability to pass Vollert, who's just had a helping hand there from his GTM teammate in the Aston Martin. Vollert stays ahead with just about there. Warning shots have been well and truly fired by Bailey, but look at that. Once again, Yuri Kasdorp has built up a lead of over 2.5 seconds. This is the risk that you run when you start battling with each other.
Yeah, he's quite good at this whole lead and lock, isn't he, Kasdorp? He's gaining the advantage, and when people battle with each other, it just lets the people who aren't battling get ahead.
Oh, dearie me, that was a close call with Bailey and a back marker there who's going a bit too close to the curbing for Bailey's liking. But yeah, I'm sure that we will see this battle continue on. They've got to be wary of Kuba Brzezinski, who is actually closing in on the podium places once again. So Brzezinski, always a factor to watch out for as well. As we'll have a little look down the field there. And I think P2 and P3 and LMP2 is still very close. Lazaros, Filipakos and Vincenzo Capella. Both very close. And actually, Jari Venari is not too far behind that battle as well. So all still to play for in those podium slots for MP2. Then looking at the GT Pros, Hani Al-Sabti still miles ahead of Arnie Schoenvillier, who's now got Niki Jakovic actually bearing down on him. So Jakovic has gone past Conor McCarroll. He's been getting his head down, and Schoenvillier will be the next car on his list to try and overtake before the big charge up to Hani Al-Sabti. And back in the AM class, Adam Taylor still leads. Phoenix Antoine 14 still pretty close. Eric Strana still pretty close to them as well. And Ed Trevelyan Johnson's not too far away from that entire battle for the top three as well. So everyone close, but not close enough, as Henning Vollert there at the front has extended a 1.4 gap on Stephen Bailey. So the German doing his part to ensure that that second place remains his for an even longer amount of time.
Yep, that's going to be...
Actually, to be fair, I think we should look at here. 11 and P12 overall. P2 and P3 in the LMP2 class. Vincenzo Capella, as he's putting a compelling case forward to Filipakos that he needs that P2 and he needs it now.
Yep, he wants that P2. He needs that P2. He's pretty much saying, look, mate, I want this, so you're going to have to put your dukes up, otherwise I'm going to take it from you. And that's what's so good about VEC. You always get good fights, no matter where it is on the field.
Absolutely, and actually, is that Yanni Venari? It is Yari Venari, sorry. Yari Venari is right in with a chance of this podium battle as well. And where's Rosenly? Rosenly's a bit further back, but P2, P3, and P4 all up for grabs at the moment. And I'm pretty sure the traffic is playing a major part.
Yeah, Venari's going to be able to taste that now on his taste buds. He wants this as much as Capella wants it, and Philipakos wants to keep it. And of course, the traffic not going to help affairs, so we could be full well seeing a change for P2 in P2 very soon.
The traffic has not helped Capella there at all. In fact, it's more helped Venari behind him in P4. Filipakos, the Greek, starts to pull away from Capella, the Italian, and Venari, the Finnish driver. A real show of different nationalities here at the VEC. We love to have all of the different nationalities because it means that I get to mess them up every week.
And I get to mess drivers' pronunciations up next week, so each to their own.
Hey, you know what? Pronunciations are difficult, and you never truly know until you ask the driver. I know that for sure. But anyway, looks like Capella's found his pace once again and really started to put a good gap on Venari, focusing now on trying to overtake Filipakos. It seemed that Capella just pulled that out of a hat. He lost the pace, and then, oh, wait, I've got another gear to go up again. And so he's right on the back of Filipakos, and it's pretty much the same position that we were in a full lap ago.
Yeah, pretty much what's happened there has been resumed, and Filipakos, Capella is obviously, it's a close fight still, but yeah, don't quite think I got my train of thought there. My train of thought kind of did happened. What I need is beer, or at least alcohol-free beer. That's what I need.
You need something, that's for sure. You need something.
Okay, I've got one.
Right. Again the traffic. Vincenzo Capella must be absolutely furious with his luck so far. He's had GTs upon GTs just putting themselves in the way of his cars. Yari Venari there is, who is that trying to get through then? Is that, Morawiec there is trying to get through. He's the LMP1, so he's going to be overtaking there Capella. He'll be hoping that he can hold up Filipakos in some form or another, but I think we will delve off of that battle for now. Excuse me. I don't know what I'm on about either. I'm doing chuckle vision at the moment. As Boy Milan there in 17's been off the road. He's got Adam Hodgkinson, the NP1 ahead of him, and Greg Hoy is a mile behind him, so it's not like it's going to affect Mr. Milan too much. Jakovic still trying to catch up to Schoenvillier, and actually looking at Schoenvillier, that points me to Vollert and Bailey. They've gotten very, very close again in the battle for P2, which has been raging for pretty much the full half hour at the moment. As unfortunately Mr. Anderson has spilt his beer. That's a good omen, huh? As Vollert then, he's held on to this P2 very nicely indeed for what has seemed like the entire race. I know these had different bits of competition, but Bailey's been there or thereabouts for the entire time. And now, let's see, going around turn 11, Vollert once again slicing through the traffic very effectively. Bailey closes, and closes, but is not able to even get alongside Vollert this time. He's got to stay in behind, as I believe Mr. Anderson has returned.
Yes, I had the alcohol for beer and I spilt the alcohol for beer,
Yes,
but I am now back.
You are now back.
And
but we are back with battle for P2 between Vollert and Bailey here.
Oh, lovely.
As Vollert holding on there into turn 1. Doing nicely enough, and, well, Bailey might be hoping for that pit stop to come sooner rather than later, because right now he's getting absolutely nowhere with the German.
Yeah, apparently...
Sorry, back to P11 and P12, sorry. Vincenzo Capella, this is looking a lot more promising. Capella was nearly on the inside of Philip Arcos there for P2 in LP2, and look at all the traffic that they've got to try and side through as well. Capella, oh, actually, to be fair, that's just completely separated out the battle, but look how much traffic these guys have got to slice through in the GT classes. Capella's not even been able to get past the lead of these GTs. In fact, he's battling away with the GTs and getting held up even more. And look how far Philip Arcos has gained in those 2 corners alone. Absolutely crazy as we head back to Vollert versus Bailey.
Yeah, well, it isn't the biggest tracks in the world, in all honesty. Obviously, on smaller tracks, you have a lot more traffic to deal with, or at least it seems like more traffic. And Capella will be wanting to get past this Revolution Racing Viper as soon as he can. And, well, makes a bit of a mistake, but Capella doesn't. And, well, should be going through soon, and indeed does. But, yeah, look at all the time he's lost to Philadelphus.
Back to P3 P2 Bailey once again, all over that rear wing of Vollert. He could have probably stuck his hand out of his LMP1 window and spray painted a beautiful Banksy-type graffiti piece of art onto the back of Vollert's car. That is how much time he has spent behind him this race, and that's how close he's been to him for that amount of time this race. He must be so frustrated in that cockpit that he will be wanting to get all visions of neon green, blue and white out of his head for the next week.
Yeah, he will. That's going to be, yeah. I suppose in that sense, I think Vollert will be wanting to get all visions of black, red and possibly silver out of his head as well, because he's had him behind him for so long.
It's at this point where they become good friends.
Yes. It's at this point where you become good friends, move into a house together and, you know, happily ever after.
Happily ever after. It's happily ever after for Yuri Kasdorp at the moment. Now 3.1 seconds ahead of Vollert, so he's just lapping it all up. He's just taking it in his stride and putting a consistent laps in as Bailey still behind Vollert. He can focus on taking a good line here into turn 9 and turn 10, which he has done. And I tell you what, that little bit of traffic might actually have helped Bailey a big amount, because now he's been able to take those 2 corners as he wanted to. No slowing down for Vollert ahead, and he is right into the slipstream. He pulls out to the outside once again. Vollert goes for the defensive line. Bailey breaks later. He's ahead later. Contact between the 2. Vollert goes in deep, and he holds on once again. I tell you what, it takes a brave, bold, and maybe at some point a risky man to go around, man or woman I should say, to go around the outside of turn 12 there. And, well, Vollert proving just how difficult it is. All you need to go is accidentally, in inverted commas, go a bit wide, and you've just defended the corner all on your own.
Yeah, it takes something to go around the outside at 12. You'd think the inside would be the easy one, but the outside's a lot more difficult. Bailey now is just going to use the braking to his advantage. As we've seen, he has the braking advantage, but he's got to use it. He's being given the chances on the braking, but chances necessarily not being taken. Whether he can take the chance safely goes really different matter. As we'll see again, as he comes down to this turn here, he has so much more of a braking advantage, and he closes up so much, but he's not got the corners that benefit that, except for 12.
Yeah, absolutely. It's heading into turn 8 then. The triple banked anti-clockwise corner. Very difficult, and looks like Bailey's taking a tighter line through there And what that allows him to do is it allows him to get a bit of an extra. Look at all this traffic coming up then for the LMP1s. This could be Bailey's chance, or it could be his undoing. Look at them all trying to get out of the way. Bailey right on the back of Vollert now. He's been able to follow the German through his path, through the traffic, and there he is closing. He's going to have to find a good position. He's on the inside now. He's on the inside. He's got a bit of traction down there. But Vollert, he brakes later, brakes across the zone of Bailey, and unfortunately Bailey now gets caught up in all of the traffic as well. And although he will get the blue flag rules applied to him as well, as he's able to slice through there, that is yet another wonderful bit of defending from Vollert.
Yeah, he defended so hard there and getting the slide on. And sliding across the turn there, and well, didn't really benefit him, but in the end it did benefit him because the extra traffic that came Bailey's way. And well, interesting way of taking that corner, that's for certain. But Bailey again is going to get the advantage in the braking zones. May as well end up calling him Stephen Braking Zone Bailey at this point. He's got the advantage.
Stephen Braking Zone Bailey. He's got to overtake in the braking zone though. That will solidify his nickname from here until the end of time.
Yeah, that's what's probably gonna. It would be interesting to see if he can break it into turn 12, will solidify it and making the overtake happen for once.
There's an overtake happening in P22. Nicky Jakovic has just passed Arne Schumvliet for P2 in the GT class.
He has,
and,
yes.
That's been coming for a while, and Jakovic has finally made his stick. Schumvliet going to try and really overtake Jakovic around the outside of turn 1. Bold move, but not enough pace, unfortunately, from Arne. I'm sure he'll be back, but it might have to be a little later in this race through pit stop strategy. Next up for Jakovic is going to be the GT Pro lead. That'll be Hani Al-Sabti, but he's about half a sector away.
Yeah, Al-Sabti a very, very long while away, and Schumvliet giving chase at the moment, but obviously not really going to get the chance until possibly 12 again. 9 if he's extremely brave. But Vollert Bailey looks to be closing up again as Bailey just passes Mike Volta Scotland in the Seawolf net race car. A very beautiful looking Seawolf car. It is a very lovely looking LMP2. But Bailey will be loving the look of a potential second as well. It's within about 1.5 seconds between the two again. A second even. So
as we're having our first round of pit stops, Capella in, Venari in from that LMP2 battle, and Anthony Jansen as well. So we're starting to have people pull into the pits for their first stops. It won't be for a driver change, and I imagine that we won't see many driver changes at all this race, in fact, but they are happening, and we'll see whether the undercuts are going to benefit any of those drivers. I think for Venari and Capella Impula, will be interesting to see where they come out in relation to Lazaros Philippakos, who's been able to continue in the LMP2 class.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they come out, and obviously not many driver changes, as he said, expected. There is one mandatory pit stop, I think one mandatory driver change per race, a much simplified rule from the 4-hour maximum per stage that we had.
We won't see as many as usual, that's what I'm getting at there.
Won't see as many as usual, or see as many possibly because of the new rules, but you know, Hardwick in from P2 lead, so yeah, first round of pit stops are occurring, and Adam Hodgkinson might just overhaul him here, and Philadelphus in as well, so if Volvo Scott stays out, he could take P2 lead. Wouldn't be overall P2 lead, it would be gross P2 lead instead of net P2 lead, because he's yet to pit as well.
Oh, where did Capella go? He's down to P19. Oh, he's had to pit again. I imagine he had a drive for speeding in the pit lane. So that's Capella instantly gone. We'll see where Venari comes out in relation to Philippakos. So that's a real shame there. A drive-through penalty for Capella for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, the top 4 in LMP2 are all in, and Boy Milan is not. Volta Scotland, look at this. Volta Scotland's jumped Philadelphus in all this, so he's actually going to take P2 leads.
He is.
He has. He's taken P2 lead, and Boy Milan slicing through in a second. Of course, he hasn't pitted yet.
And Bailey. Oh, Bailey just hanging it out to dry on in turn 7 there. He just overtaken Vollert, but it was a very brief overtaking. That is odd from Volta Scotta. Very odd. I don't understand how he's been able to do it. And actually, look at this. Boyer Milan hasn't pitted. Walter Scotta has, though.
I'll tell you exactly how it's happened, because Valericus is still in the pits.
Yeah, but how has Walter Scotta overtaken Oscar Hardwick as well? Might have been a
Hardwick is coming
drive-through.
as well, so he might just have a longer pit stop. The top
It
four,
must have-
including Hardwick, all came into pits. So Walter Scotta was in that, and somehow he's jumped everyone.
Might it have been a drive-through and we just didn't see, or was he definitely standing still?
He was
As
fourth
look at- look at this. Vincenzo Capella, despite spinning, has still come out ahead of Philippakos.
He has, yes, Henning Vollen in the pits and all this, but Philippakos, Capella is in front. He had a very long pit stop, did Lazarus.
He's dropped so many positions.
He
How
has
on
dropped.
earth did...
It was an extremely long pit stop, so it beats me how it's taken that long, but it has taken that long.
Okay, Walter Scotta in. Yeah, I think he had a drive-through.
So this
I think
will be
he
his
had a
actual pit
drive-through.
stop.
This will be his actual pit stop, yeah.
Right, okay, fair enough. And it did as well, so that'll explain it. He's just coasting at the pits now. Boyer Milan in as well, so that'll explain how he got so far. He might have had a drive-through as well. Because this might be his actual pit stop. Milan in all this, driving through the pit lane. Yari Vinari is going to take LMP2 lead.
Yes, but he is yet to pit as well.
But he's yet to pit, and Hardwick, there you go. So it must have been that, because nothing's really changed in the long run.
Or has he pitted? Getting confused with myself now. You know what we can do?
Well,
We
a
can
lot of people are
see...
pitting, so I wouldn't blame you. Campbell.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Vinari has had a 2-minute 26 and a 1-minute 52. That is a definitive pit stop. So Yari Vinari has absolutely taken the lead of the LMP2 field, legitimately.
It has, yes. Henning Vollen just leaves the pits now, currently in P7 then. So he's dropped a bit of time, but other people have to pit.
Kasdorp's in as
from
well.
the lead. So
As it-
Stephen Bailey, Shutworth, Bailey in as well. Brzezinski not. Brzezinski will take said lead.
And what about Mazatenda? He's a bit far behind. Sean Campbell and Radaley have also been in and now out of the pits. But yeah, so Kasdorp and Bailey choosing now the time to pit. We'll see whether this works though, because from what we've seen so far in the LMP2 field, the undercut works and works big time.
Yeah, and if that is the case, then Bailey and Kasdorp, by undercutting everyone, may gain said advantage as Sean Campbell just leaves the pits now.
Oh! Mazatento! Oh no, sorry, Mazatenta! Mazatenta's blown his engine!
Oh, no.
He's blown his engine, he's gotten into the pit, so I'm not sure whether that could be saved. But that's big problems for Mazatenta.
He's slowing down. He's not going very quickly. I'd hate to see him run out of momentum before he gets into the pits, but I don't think he can fix a blown engine.
Oh no, and that's more woe for Texas
No, I don't
drivers.
think he's going to make it. Oh, he's trying to, but he's slowing down. He is trying to, and he clearly clips the barrier, and that's not going to be enough momentum. Unless that's actually his pit box.
That is Mazatenta out of this race, and Texas drivers suffer more woe, unfortunately. Stephen Bailey and Kasdorp still in the pits. Yuri Kasdorp leaves now. As Mazatenta there becomes our first official retirement with an engine blowout, unfortunately. So Kasdorp out into P4. Vollert. Oh, Vollert, he's just stayed ahead of Bailey here. So the undercut for Vollert has worked as Brzezinski now comes into the pits as well. And we'll see whether Povilas Machunas comes in as well, along with Piotr Morowiec as well. But yes, that's big news for... Oh, and look at this! Oh, a 3-wide Aston Martin has helped with the efforts to keep Vollert ahead. I know that it shouldn't be that way, but right place, right time. And Vollert remains in P2 there. But look at the gap that Kasdorp now has over Vollert. It is 6 seconds. It is all going Revolution's way.
It is, yes, and well, Kasdorp in all this is behind the two cars that are yet to pit. Brzezinski will have temporarily basically taken over Fulham by Machunas, but there goes the DHR number 9 car into the temporary race lead if he's got to pit, and Marovic in. Kazdorp will overhaul him, and well, I don't think he'll overhaul Brzezinski, but it's going to be close between the two.
We'll see where Brzezinski comes out. I'm fascinated to see where he was in P4 before the pit stops, but by far and away he's one of the later. So here comes Kazdorp.
No, he is going to be the man.
Here comes Vollert, and here comes Bailey. So he's definitely going to be P4. That much is certain. Out he comes now, actually.
Yeah, so Brzezinski is coming out, and
he's much closer. He's absolutely much closer to that battle for the podium.
Yeah, he is. Brzezinski in all this, very, very close to said podium battle, so not out of it yet by any stretch of the imagination. Even if Matunas currently leads the race, having not probably pitted yet, he will hold that at least, and he's just coming around the lap, none other than Mike Walter-Scott, who did lead LMP2, now doesn't lead LMP2. And, well, let's see, I think he should be pitting soon. Should Machinas. He should be pitting, which will let Kazdorp back into race lead. But it'll be interesting to see if he does this lap, and yes, he does.
So then, I'm guessing that's the majority of everyone in. It should be. And I guess now would be a good time to go down then your official orders in all of the categories. So Yuri Kazdorp, once he is past Machunas in the bits, will retake the lead of this race. 5 seconds ahead of Henning Vollert in second, and Stephen Bailey in third. Although let's just quickly go to Bailey versus Vollert, because this is actually pretty close, and Vollert is going to have to defend from Bailey around the outside once again, which he does do once again. In the LMP2 class, Jari Venari's taken a shock lead with Oscar Hardwick in P2 and Per Rosenly in P3, although I'm not sure that Rosenly has pitted just yet. I shall have a little check of that for you now. Yes, he has pitted, so Per Rosenly in a shock P3, actually having jumped both Capella and Philip Arcos, and on that note, Capella is now past Philip Arcos as well. Heading into the GT Pro class, it is Hani Al-Sabdi who currently leads, with Niki Jakovic P2 and Ali Choublier in P3, and in the GTM class, Adam Taylor for Dark Racing leads, with Felix Antoine Fortin in P2 for Atlantic Racing, and Eric Scharner in P3 for Magenta Warriors. So that is your lot. Yuri Kazdorp leads by 6.8 seconds. But I guess, as we have done for many times this race already, it's back to the battle for P2 with Bailey on Henning Vollert.
Yeah, Bailey on Vollert once again is going to be the fight to watch out for, because, well, Stephen has got the braking zones to his advantage, but can't. That's the thing, he seems to be making his time up in the braking zones and then not quite making it happen on the straights. So if he can make it happen on the straights after all these braking zones, you know, get close enough at least, or get some very good move into 12. If he can make that happen, then he can finally take advantage of his advantage. And set move done, as we're going to see 12 once again. He gets close, but doesn't do anything.
He needs to force a move down the inside, but he's not fast enough out of turn 9 to be able to push the initiative with Vollert. He's always been forced out to the outside to try and make his move, and he simply can't make it stick. As, look at this up ahead though, Jari Venari has got Oscar Hardwick all over the back of him, so the battle for the LMP2 lead is now just about heating up.
Yep, Hardwick and Venari going to go at it very soon, it seems, for LMP2 lead. Prototypes nonetheless, even if they are a lower grade of prototypes, they're still very difficult and tricky and quick, so not to say these can't fight, because Oscar and Jari both very talented in what they do, and it could become a very nice, fiery, interesting fight very soon, as Bailey is going to lap a lot of them, as is Vollert.
Heading down through turn 7 we go. It's Finnish versus English talent, and as Josh rightly states, we've got lapping traffic to come as well, in the form of Vollert and Bailey, and that battle's very close as well. Look how close Bailey is. Oh wow, we've got two very close battles, both in very high positions. And Vollert is going to... Oh, look at this from Bailey! Bailey on the outside of turn 9. Contact between the two. And Vollert still... Oh, he's not holding on. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Bailey using the inside of Oscar Hardwick, just clipping the inside curb. And Vollert around the outside He's not been able to hold on. He has not been able to hold on. And Vollert, finally, through traffic, has had to give up that P2. Karma has swung Bailey's way. And now Brzezinski's going to be held up by this battle for the LMP2 lead.
We can finally call him Stephen Braken's own Bailey now, can't we? He
Yes.
used it perfectly, then used the traffic.
Hardly. He got the position in the acceleration zone.
Yeah, bit of irony there, but he used both and
He did
used the
use both,
traffic. So he'll be so pleased to get through that.
Absolutely. Wow.
He'll be so pleased to get through because now we can stretch that braking zone advantage out even more. And Vollert is going to have to use said braking zones. He's going to have to use Bailey's biggest strength against him, which is no easy feat.
I would say that we're going to go to an ad break soon, but I think we've got some very good action here on track to legitimise not just yet. As Oscar Hardwick, now on the back of Yari Venari, heading through turn 7 once again. And look at the Englishman really pushing. He's determined to take the lead of his category back from the Finnish driver. But for Venari, who is with SimHQ Motorsports, this is a big position. And considering all things, they are what? Second in the championship? No, where? That's pro. They are second in the championship. And with Team Spirit Racing so far down the order, this will be big points, but Oscar Hardwick is a fast driver, and he's going to go on the inside of Venari's. Not defended that well at all. He's allowed Oscar Hardwick to have the inner line, and surely this will be Oscar Hardwick going through to the lead. Contact between the two, but Hardwick has made it sick, and Magenta retake the lead of LMP2.
They do, yes. Hardwick goes through, giving him a bit of a nudge there, as we saw, but in the end it did work. Hardwick goes through, Venari stuck in the second and will have to make such a move work. He's going to have to try and get back through now, is Yari. But it's not going to be easy with Oscar in first place, as we are so used to seeing him at this race.
Absolutely. So, battle for the LMP2 lead is over. Battle for P3 gone as well. Wow, Brzezinski's from Vollert, and we didn't even see that. And it looks like he's starting to catch up on Bailey as well. Big action to come here at round 6 of 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship Season 8. Don't go away. There is still plenty more to come.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsports Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello there, and welcome back to Season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, the creator of the R Factor 2 platform, sim steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. We have just witnessed the first hour of the 6 hours of Istanbul Park, and it has seen so many battles within the podium slots of every single category that we can't even count them on all of our fingers. Of course, if you are a mutated creation with more fingers on your hands than 10, then you could probably count them. But for us at home, for us here in the commentary booth, that is not the case. And I tell you what, it has been fantastic action so far, and we're going to hopefully see much more of it as the racing goes on. If you've just joined us, then I'm James Kirk, by the way. We've got Joshua Anderson on co-comms with me and Jimmy Allison on the cameras, but he's going to eat. So we're going to be focusing here on Kuba Brzezinski, who is in P3. He's suffered a drive-through penalty this race already due to a previous infringement from Sebring, but he is still there in P3. He is 2 seconds away from second, and he is currently a second away from fourth. He recently overtook that fourth position car, Henning Voller, for the podium, and it seems like the German isn't very happy with that, and he's going to try and retake that third position. In fact, he's going to be right on him right now. I was going to bring Joshua Anderson in, but here comes Vollert down the back curved straight of turn 11, and the German looking to retake that podium position only a few laps after he lost it. Vollert going to the outside. This is where Stephen Bailey, who was battling Vollert for so long, had to go to for so many laps. And Vollert finds exactly what Bailey found, no ability to overtake around the outside. But looking at that, Brzezinski's now closing big time on Stephen Bailey. And it's been like this all race so far, hasn't it, Mr. Anderson? We've just had battle after battle after battle, and they're all major ones as well.
Yeah, we do. It's just been all sorts of battles going on all of the time. You know, it's like never ending. Like, you think you've got one battle, nope, there's another one, nope, there's another one. All sorts of things going on. Even Brzezinski giving Bailey some food for thought. Vollert giving Brzezinski food for thought as well. Everyone's got all of the food for thought in their mouths, tasting it, and stuff like that. And it's just, all of it.
All of it. And look at this, they are getting so close once again, and all this has done in the long term is help our race leader Yuri Kazdorp, who now has a 6.6 second gap over Stephen Bailey in second. The Dutchman has been super consistent and has been super opportunistic when he's had the ability to, and he is really having the perfect race so far. And for the likes of Brzezinski, Bailey, Vollert here battling through the podium and indeed outside of the podium now, it's just frustration layer upon frustration layer. None of them can break away.
Yeah, and because none of them can break away, that means they're all going to be constantly engaged in such a fight, and that's not really something that is good. Because if you constantly engage in a fight, you can't gain distance, and gaining distance in an endurance race is important.
It is important, you're right.
To put it bluntly.
I tell you what, I'm so pleased that we had Mr. Allison put the cameras on Brzezinski, because it couldn't have gone to him at a better time with the two cars around him as well. And it must be said that Brzezinski's looked like one of the faster drivers here today, but he's just been unable to make it matter, or to make it count when it matters. Perhaps if he was to get past Bailey, he'd be able to stretch his legs a bit, but as is the situation currently, they're just losing more and more time to Kazdorp ahead.
Yeah, Kazdorp is just having a field day with this. I mean, he's like 7 seconds ahead of Bailey as it stands. And we're already about it now, like the proceedings. So, you know, that's happened. And I think we've got a lead change in GTM to report, even though we're going to be sticking with the Brzezinski camera-wise. We do have a lead change in GTM, and it is because Felix Antoine Fortin has taken the lead.
He has. That is legitimate as well. No pit stop difference. Ed Trevelyan Johnson is actually in the pit, so he did take the lead briefly. But yes, Fortin is back into the lead for Atlantic Racing. So that's a good job there from Fortin, especially against the likes of Adam Taylor. And here's Conor McCarroll. He's pro, though. He was battling around the podium, actually, McCarroll. So he's a bit further down than when we last saw him. Adam Taylor, P3. The question is, where is where is Eric Strana?
He's all the way down in 33rd.
So that means that Ed Trevelyan Johnson is into P3 in the AM class for Revolution Racing.
Yes. How did he get there?
Something happened to Eric Strana at some point. We don't know what, because we haven't been looking. But what we should really be looking back up at P2 and P3 and P4 here, though, because they are still mightily close. And look at that, traffic now getting involved with Brzezinski. That's the pro leader, Hani Al-Sabti, holding up Brzezinski. Now he's holding up Vollers a little bit as well. And we've seen this all race long. The traffic's had such an impact on the racing, and I think Josh highlighted it earlier. It's not that Istanbul's a small track, but it is one of the smaller tracks on our calendar, and so therefore it can have all that much more effect. And when we talk about small, we don't necessarily mean length, we mean the size of road.
Yeah, there's not really much track-wise to go through. I mean, it's not the longest to take, it's quite wide, so there's places to overtake.
Oh yeah.
There's not many places to overtake.
There's lots of pinch corners, aren't there?
Yeah, like 12, and all the tight corners where, as we've seen the likes of Stephen Bailey take advantage of perfectly. But there's lots of pinch corners.
Look how much time Vollert's just lost in that last amount of traffic. He's lost 3 seconds alone in that one sector.
Yeah, that's a ton of time. I mean, he's way behind. He's got the lap to Adam Hodgkinson for thought now. And speaking of thought, Bailey's got Brzezinski for thought. Very much thought.
Traffic for thought as well.
All of the food on his plate, all of a sudden.
Yeah, Stephen Bailey's not happy. He shouldn't be happy with the traffic so far this race. He's been one of the ones to be caught out the most. And he almost got caught out there again there through turns 13 and 14. Was able to stay ahead of Brzezinski for now, but Cuba is arguably one of the best drivers on the grid. If you are to be making mistakes in a race, you do not want it to be ahead of Cuba Brzezinski. That much is for certain.
Yep, you don't want to be there when Brzezinski's behind you, because he can have you all of a sudden. Just snap your fingers, woof, oh, I've got a Polish guy ahead of us.
I could make a terrible Britain joke there, but I'm going to refrain.
I think you'd better.
What can I say, actually? I have a couple of Polish friends at university, and they are lovely, lovely people. Actually, that's a very interesting point. We've got a referendum coming up, and I know we're going into politics and such, but we've got a referendum coming up, which could affect a lot of things in terms of different nationalities coming in and out of Europe. Out of interest, Mr. Anderson, to get your politics on, in or out of Europe?
Oh, wow. Politics on a broadcast, never thought I'd get the chance.
Well, I mean, considering, as I've tackled it earlier in the broadcast, we've got so many different nationalities here, and many of them are dispersed within the European Union. So, I mean, obviously it doesn't affect the internet so much, but there's plenty of sim racing communities that want to get together often and meet each other, and now be made a lot harder with an EU exit.
It would, yes, and you know, as you said, we've got a couple of Polish friends. I have to admit, most of my friends are English, but I do have one friend who is technically, well, not technically, is absolutely Dutch. So, you know, I mean, obviously the world of sim racing as well has brought me into contact with all these different people from different athletes, and I love it. So, honestly, in my personal opinion, I can't see what we'd gain by, England at least, would gain, and the Great Britain as a whole would gain by leaving the EU.
You know what? I'm exactly the same. I think there's a lot of risks involved, and there could be gains if the UK was to leave. But I think often with these scenarios, don't try and fix what isn't broken. Of course, it depends on what your definition of broke is. But for me, I think there's a lot more to lose than there is to gain. And I certainly hope... I'd be fascinated to see what a UK exit to the EU would do in terms of affecting sim racing. But I don't think it would have a good effect.
I mean, in a general sense, it would allow the UK government, you know, if we're not in the EU, then we don't have all the EU things to comply with, so it would allow more freedom in the theoretical sense. But
then you have all the trading agreements stand by it.
But we have all these other benefits as well, you know, which we already have. Like, we have, you know, free We already have, all the trade agreements. We have free movement through the EU for EU residents. We have, if you're buying things from within Europe, you don't have to pay extra taxes and charges. And there's a plethora of benefits by staying in. So I can't really see any, why fix what ain't broke? As you said, I mean, again, subjective definition of broken. But for me, things aren't broken. Things are all right.
I mean, you just got to think about EU imports, UK exports. There's a lot of things which will be shifted around. And for me personally, I'm one of those people, oddly enough, for a commentator who loves commentating on battles and switches of position, I don't like change that much.
Yeah.
Like in the bigger context of things. But anyway, that was a big detour. At the end of the day, we were just finding time while Kuba Brzezinski was still trying to find a way past Stephen Bailey. He's not been able to, but I want to draw your attention to the gap between Bailey and Kasdorp.
Oh, when you say
halved.
that, sorry, you say that, but he's going for it.
No, but he's caught in between the traffic there, look.
Yeah, but he's getting closer.
This is true.
It's very true, and it's so true, in fact, that he's tagged right on the back of Bailey now, going through 11 and into 12. I reckon this is a movie, no?
I think we've timed this perfectly. Yeah, Stephen Bailey there goes on the inside. Brzezinski's going to go to the outside. I imagine that Brzezinski will attempt to break much later, of which he does. He goes ahead into second for a short amount of time, but once again, it's the nature of that corner. You try and break later, you will go deep. There is no two ways about it, and Brzezinski stays behind for now. But, that gap to Kasdorp, it had halved before they started going into battle again. So perhaps maybe they should work together a bit more, try and close down Kasdorp.
Sounds like a strange thing, but it's actually quite sensible. I mean, he went for the outside, but one does not simply overtake Stephen Braken's own Bailey, and, well, it didn't work. But, yeah, strange as it seems, working together might actually be the best thing to do, yeah? But it's a funny one, because when you think of...
that's a really sliding moment from Bailey. I don't think Brzezinski got any thoughts of working together just yet at the moment.
No, it's an interesting one, because when you think about it, while working together would benefit both of them want to go for it. It's like the prisoner's dilemma. Neither of them wants to work with each other. When working with each other would actually benefit both of them more.
Although, that said, think about it this way. This is a direct battle between first and second in the championship as well.
Yeah, that's even more of a factor.
So,
why work together when you can go for the other one?
As much as Bailey would want to gain the more points by getting first, I think his prerogative right now is just keep Brzezinski behind. That's all he needs to do right now in order to secure a gain in the championship.
That's all he has to do, and as long as he can do that, he won't even think of working with him because, yeah, granted, let's say working together would benefit them more. This is a fight for the championship, and they may think there's more to be gained by fighting each other. So it's a very complex situation, but it throws up some good racing, and that's the most important thing because it's what we get.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking, I don't think Mr. Allison's back, so we're probably going to be staying on board with Brzezinski for now, but we will give you a little rundown of the rest of the field as they are. So Oscar Hardwick still leading the LMP2 class with, who was that off the track? Oh, I think Ed Trevelyan Johnson's been off. In fact, he has. Ed Trevelyan Johnson, who was third in the GTM class, has been off the track at turn 7, which means that Tommaso Tortella, one of the yummy names in all of sim racing, has taken P3 there in the GTM class. Just to get his correct team, he is with ROTW Racing Team. So that's a good job for the very orange car as well. It almost looks like a bowl of tomato soup on a car.
It almost does. And speaking of orange cars, one team we haven't talked about, which is SRVN and Yuri Gilson. I can't think I butchered his pronunciation there, but has got no front no hood, got no rear wing, and has obviously taken some serious damage, and that's going to put SRVN out of it because of the damage model, you'd think.
Yeah, big penalties, of course, in the pit stops. Lost my train of thought anyway because of ETJ's crash. So Hardwick first, Vinari second, and Capella third in that LMP2 field, which means that Rosenlee's fallen behind by quite a way, actually, which is a shame for him. In the pro class, it's Hani Al-Sabdi that leads from Niki Jakovic, and Miroslav Davidovic is in third. That's the correct pronunciation, so I've been told. And of course, going back to that GT class, then Felix Antoine Fortin, sorry, is now leading with Am Taylor still within sight of the Frenchman, but not close enough in P2. And then, of course, Tortella in P3 now after ETJ's crash. And actually, Roberto Schumann has gotten past ETJ in that time as well. So, lost a couple of positions, unfortunately, the Revolution driver. And in terms of retirement, we've only had one, Valentino Mazzatenta for Texas drivers with an engine problem. We did have a disconnection earlier, actually, and that was SRVN. I think you were talking about them earlier, but they are back in the room, thankfully. So that is good news for them.
Yep, very good news to see that they are indeed back. And, well, yeah, they're in the pits now, obviously, with damage, but that will hopefully get fixed and they can get back on the road. Even if they don't do very well position-wise, it'll definitely be a case of keeping on going and all this.
Battle. We've got a battle for 8th, sorry. Sean Camway.
Oh,
no.
yes.
Oh, no, sorry.
That's Hodgkinson unlapping himself.
It is 8th and 9th. That is the battle for 8th and 9th, but Hodgkinson's just unlapped himself.
So there's a
he's
lap in them.
There's a lap between them, and yet they are 8th and 9th on track.
Well, it just goes to show how much things are going, really. I mean, Adam Hodgkinson, fair play to him, he's perfectly entitled to unlap himself if he thinks he's quick enough.
And
But
he's got 4.5 hours to make up that lap as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, now he's going to be getting the blue flags again, surely, because Campbell's within striking distance.
Ah, but is Hodgkinson faster? That's the question.
But if he's faster, then he shouldn't have to worry about it.
I think that's the case currently. I think that is the case because Campbell's able to stay behind him, but it doesn't look like he's able to overtake him. Then again, dirty air. Then again, it's Hodgkinson's responsibility to get away. Who knows in this environment? That is for the big judges up top to decide after the races.
Oh! You see, he gets very close there. He can get in the braking zones again, just like Stephen Bailey could. Gives him a little bit of a nudge. Does he give Hodgkinson? Hodgkinson goes off. Now we'll have to give the place back, surely.
I'm not sure he will because he's still ahead, isn't he? Yeah.
He's still ahead, yeah, but
This is a tough
it's a complex situation.
This is a real tough one. And I don't know whether Hodgkinson's risking a penalty by doing this, actually. Because, I mean, he must have had the blue flag shown for for the entirety of this lap, surely.
Yeah, he must be getting blue flags like crazy now because Campbell's right back up beside him again. And it's difficult to know because we can't see it from our screen.
I'm going to go on board here with Hodgkinson. If blue flags are definitely showing for him.
Yeah, so this could be a potential penalty if he doesn't get out of the way quick enough. But
and we're not talking about like a post penalty either. This could be an in-game penalty.
Yeah, I mean, he's entitled if he can be quick enough. But it's the problem with unlapping you. If you're not quick enough afterwards, you let him through. Then you unlap yourself, and you let him through, and you unlap yourself, and you let him through. It's a bit of a jiggle juggle, to be honest. Well, I meant him up there. But
A jiggle juggle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sort of. Yeah.
It's a bit of a tippy tappy.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mishmash. We're big rope language, Joe.
And look, he's gone wide again. He's just holding Campbell up at this point with dirty air.
Yeah, it's not helping him. And Campbell will be starting to get extremely frustrated. Like, just let us through, man. I'm enough ahead of you. But when he could be fighting against the guys of, he could be at least making ground on Machinas and the likes of that. If not overtaking immediately, and it's not happening because Hodgkinson's there. It is a debatable one, definitely.
I'm not sure about...
and there you go.
There we are.
For blue flags. So
Big...
he's going to have to let him through now.
He has to let him through. That is...
That's superior bonus.
He's not slowing down, though.
No, I think he thinks he's entitled to it, but he's been given that official warning, so when he gets within striking range, that'll be, gotta let him through.
That's server as well, so that makes me think Mr. Allison has rejoined. But yes, that's good.
Through he goes.
Okay, it does look that he's finally starting to... As soon as he looks to gain momentum, he doesn't.
Yeah,
I mean, look, Sean Campbell is there.
It's the braking zone, just like Stephen Bailey. He's got him on the brake.
Right, okay, now he's let him through. Yeah.
Listen that time.
That was very elongated, and that would have upset Sean Campbell, no doubt whatsoever. And look at this, though. I mean, but here's the problem. Hodgkins is now right on the back of him.
Yeah, he is. The thing is, it's weird. It's weird because he's there on the back, but it's the braking zones where Campbell was making the distance up.
Well,
mean, if he's entitled to stay ahead if he can keep there. But the fact that Campbell was making so much distance up in the braking zones is weird, and it's just throws a bit of complexity up. I'm not totally sure what the rule is. James even got confused. Yeah, apparently Hodgkinson is the faster car by far here, and I think he's gone through again. Or he's about to, at least.
He wasn't pulling away though. That's my big problem.
No,
You know,
he almost goes through, but doesn't.
It's not that he was the faster car. The fact of the matter is that he wasn't pulling away. You could be the faster car by a tenth. While we were looking at that kerfuffle, Vollert is contact between Vollert and Brzezinski. Vollert had gone back through into P3, but that's just reversed itself, and Brzezinski's now back through onto the podium. It's really heating up between these two for the final podium position. All, of course, helping Stephen Bailey, who's now 2 seconds ahead of these two.
Yeah, Bailey's now going to be given the advantage, going to be trying to chase down Kasdorp in all this, and then Vollert trying to chase down Brzezinski. It's all happening now, and Hodgkinson on the back of Campbell again, as he said. So he's there, and then this is a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Hopefully it'll resolve itself, and well, oh, look at this. He's almost butt-jaffing Campbell.
You know what he can do? He can just sit behind and accept that he is not going to extend this position until he makes a pit stop. That's what he can do. Rather than trying to overtake Campbell at every opportunity and trying to risk his car, well, he's not trying to risk his car, but he is risking his car, that's the point. He should just... I know it's difficult for a racing driver, I know, but he should just be patient. Wait until the pit stops, when you can perhaps get a bit of clean track. Maybe make an early pit stop, you know. Get yourself into some clean air. As Vincenzo Capella and Lazarus Filipakos have just overtaken Jari Venari because the Finnish driver is into the pits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at Hodgkinson laps. He's done a 136, a 138, a 139, 137, 137, 137, 35, 39. So there's a bit of difference in them. But if I then look at Campbell's laps, a 37, 37, 39, 38, 37, 38, 41, 38, 42, it looks like Hodgkinson has a bit of overall momentum on Campbell, but nothing doing presently because he's now fallen quite a bit back.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, and I'm sure that both camps would have different stories as well. I mean, if you were to ask Champion Racing, they would say, we're the car in 8th position. We have the right to this track. You know, the car behind is a lap down. It's blue flag rules. DHR is going to be saying, but we have the faster car. Although, to me, it does look as if he's finally falling behind.
Yeah, I think we should probably leave this now and go back to Henning Vollert and Kuba Brzezinski.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
not
it's
a Holland
much
again
closer.
for P3 overall, and it is a much better fight to watch, and it's more important, unfortunately. I mean, all battles should be equal, but sometimes you do get battles that are more important.
Well, I mean, it's about for the podium position.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
massive, and look at all the traffic that these guys have got to try and get through as well. 3 wide having to go around their own car. Oh, Vollert's round! And that is exactly what we have seen from 3 wide all year. Zero consistency when it matters.
I'll tell you what happened there as well. Vollert was turning right and clipped his own car.
It was his own fault, Vollert.
Yeah,
Absolutely
and he's lost his front bumper now in all this, and he's pulled over the left-hand side of the track, so he's going to have to repair that, and that's going to mess their race up because it's damaged.
Yeah, unfortunately. Is that Hodgkinson without a... It is Hodgkinson without a front bumper
What's
as well.
Happened? I'm going to have to replay this.
So what? No, it's happened to Hodgkinson as well.
Oh, collision, and Hodgkinson... it was Vollert on the rejoin. Clips Hodgkinson, and that causes damage for him as well.
Oh, dearie me. And I'll tell you what,
gone well.
It's a nightmare lap for Vollert as well, because he's actually ended up spinning his own teammate Daniel Faber as well. So not only did he cut across Faber, he caused Faber to spin.
Wow.
It's all
gone wrong 3 wide and DHR at the same time.
That's effectively 2 penalties in one for 3 wide. 3 penalties even. 4 penalties because they've compromised their own race. They've compromised the race of their teammate whilst also spinning their teammate, which is an incident in itself. And they've rejoined dangerously into a fellow LMP1 competitor. That is, as I say, it's exactly what we've seen from 3 wide all year long. They have the potential every race to do something amazing, and then somewhere down the line something goes wrong. And actually, to be fair to 3 wide, this is probably the worst incident I've seen from them. It's not usually this bad.
Yeah, it's not usually that is a bit of a. It was a bit of. Wasn't a very good incident, to put it bluntly. But such things happen in racing. Sometimes people do make mistakes, and unfortunately, that was a big mistake, and it's cost time to DHR. It's cost time to 3 wide. It's cost Faber as well, and really could have been a lot better. Unfortunately, to be brutally honest. I mean, I don't like to get opinionated on broadcast, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah, it was just a very poor rejoin. But let's look at the positives for other drivers here. Luca Radaley gains a free position out of that. He's 25 seconds behind Brzezinski, but he is clearly in that P4 because he's a full minute ahead of Povilas Maciunas in P5. Piotr Morovic is in P6 then, and Sean Campbell, after that whole charade, will be up to P7. Loving that.
He will be Campbell into P7 through all this. He'll be absolutely loving it, as you say. And he's going to get the chance to try and potentially make time up on Piotr Morovic in P6. And, well, it's going to be Porsche versus Porsche if that happens, because 2 919s duking it out. I think the 919 is the current reigning World Endurance Championship winning car, so obviously got credentials.
What, who?
The 919, Porsche won the 2015 World Endurance Championship, at least in that, so...
Oh, right.
This is real life World Endurance Championship. I'm not talking about VEC, God no.
Huh?
You're about
I had
to say,
no idea what you were on
won it
about.
last year. It was the TXLs and the,
Yeah, and they
which
pulled
ran
out.
But they pulled out, so we will have a new winning teams champion out of this, but it's all become, ever since this new car update, this is the funny thing actually, it's all become how these Porsche.
Kazdorp's been off! Sorry, Kazdorp's been off!
Oh, yes! And he's got no
Kazdorp-
rear wing.
He lost it into turn 9 and turn 10.
Oh,
And
yes, he's got
he
no
is-
rear wing now, and he spins round.
Oh, wow. Well, the perfect race ruined. And again, it's been a feature of Revolution Racing as well. Good positions ruined by bad driving.
Yep.
All he had to do was keep it on track. And now, through all of that, Stephen Bailey has inherited the lead of this race. This is exactly the sort of response that they needed after Sebring.
Yeah, Kazdorp's now going to have his race ruined by lots of damage. Look at he's in the pits, so no need for a code 80.
Radaley's onto the podium.
Look at Radaley for Skid Radio GTLE indeed on the podium. It's mad. It's absolutely mad. I mean, Radaley's there, he'll be pleased. Bailey will be pleased to have the lead. DHR will be moderately pleased to have it, even though one of the cars has been damaged there.
Maciunas is going to be up to P4, isn't he?
Maciunas is going to go up to P4. It's going to be a 1-4 for DHR.
I'm not sure about Morovic and Campbell. I mean, Campbell will be loving it if he's up to P6.
He will be, yeah. I mean, champion race to be there in room 1 will be lovely. I mean, we don't see much of them, so when we do see them, it's good to see them do well.
We've had lots of pit stops though across the board as well. I think this might be the best time to crash because it just so happens that everyone is now pitting. And Boya Milan now leads our LMP2 class, but I do not believe he is pitted just yet. Indeed, he hasn't. So Oscar Hardwick has pitted, and he would be out into P10. And then we've got Per Okvist, who's in for Jari Vinari. So we've had a driver change here as well. Dennis Hadler, Capella, Philip Hartson.
Oh, hang on a minute. Apparently the number 9 lagged into Kazdorp, and Parkin says PC issue was swapping him out. So we could be seeing got his name wrong. Pomelas, we could be seeing him come in soon.
Who?
Pomelas, I'm going to say Maciunas, I'm sorry, because that's not the correct pronunciation. But Parkin says PC issue was swapping him out.
Povilas Maciunas.
Yeah. In the comments of the YouTube, he said PC issue was swapping him out. So
Oh dear.
this could be bad, and it's going to put Bailey in first with a gap. I may just have interpreted that completely incorrectly. Apologies if I did. But that's what I'm getting at least. And then Christian Michel, who I think races for Revolution, said he lagged into them. The number 9 lagged into them, which is why Kasdorp got damaged. But then again, it would make sense because Kasdorp was leading, but...
I tell you what, I did see a bit of lag, but generally with that, I presume that it's server replay lag, which you get a lot in R Factor 2, and that he just lost it through turn 9. But if there is reason to believe that there was a car that crashed into the number, or into the Revolution car, that's desperately unlucky.
Yeah, that's not that was unlucky. And if there was a lag issue,
I should apologise for saying that it was his fault in crashing, because, you know, if there was another car that lagged into him, then evidently it wasn't.
Yeah, it's a bit of a complex one again, but Popolas should be coming in soon if what I'm reading in the comments is true. So we may see a driver change there. I'm going to look in yeah, there's a couple of drivers waiting in the lobby at the moment. I probably think it's going to be out of the drivers that are waiting to come in, I think we're going to see several driver changes here actually. Kasdorp in, Henning Vollert in, so we may see
well, Furman's absolutely coming in for Vollert, we know that much.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Thierry van der Heijden there coming in for the number 9 DHR. Could be Christian Meyer, but I'm not sure. Andrew Dickman probably going to come in for Champion Racing if Campbell pits, but I don't know whether he's part of the Champion Racing. I've got no idea. I just see all these drivers and can't correlate into the teams.
I believe Nathaniel Luxon is
part of... Sorry, that'll be the DHR driver. Yes, there's
he'd be from the Tunis, wouldn't he?
Just coming around the halfway mark of this lap, so he'll be coming in soon, you'd think, if he is coming in.
But supposedly they've got problems with Matunis and getting him out of the car, so...
Well, we'll have to see what happens, but... you know, in all this, Furman will be coming in for Vollert. Kasdorp, Redelian is all this as well. Look, Redelian. So we'll have to see what happens. I can't accommodate drivers to teams very easily, so I'm clueless.
I think we're all a bit clueless here. Someone who won't be clueless is Sean Campbell. He's up to P6, thanks to all of the problems. So Karma is swiftly swinging his way, and I'm sure the American will be very happy with all that's going on. But Stephen Bailey then, our new race leader after all of the furore, is only 1.8 seconds ahead as we've got another Tomato supercar there going into the pits. Stephen Bailey leading by 1.8 seconds from Kuba Brzezinski. Radaley was in and out very quickly indeed. He is 36 seconds behind Bailey now. And in fact, those three are the only ones who have who have not been lapped. I realise that Bailey coming into the pits will probably fix that. But important to notice, Sean Campbell comes in and Henning Vollert, still no change. But remember, he's probably got front suspension damage, hasn't he? So that'd be why the change is taking so long.
Yeah, that is probably why it's going to take so long, because he has the damage to deal with. This is going to knock him right back. You see, 16th overall, 16th. Behind Adam Hodgkinson even. Mike Volner's got it down in P2, has gone through 4th position.
In comparison to Kasdorp, who came out in P7 after losing a rear wing.
Yeah, in fact, it was Hodgkinson involved in that crash, wasn't it? So
it was, yeah.
He's
so
out
Hodgkinson's
already
come out
in
well
P15
as well.
already. He's in P15 overall, 5 laps down on Bailey. So Vollert's still in the pits and all this. There must be loads of damage for him.
Well, I guess actually, to be fair, Vollert went straight into the wall and then he went straight into Hodgkinson.
Oh.
Hodgkinson, who was more a side on impact, wasn't it? That just took
off
his front bumper.
I've noticed as well, Yuri Kasdorp is out already, about 180 seconds, so very likely.
We already covered this, I think.
Well, I'm a plotter then, because I didn't realise.
I said I was surprised that a rear wing replacement took like only a few seconds. I know it's not a few seconds, but in comparison to the other damaged cars. So we've got a change there at Champion Racing, and Andrew Dickman is into the car, and we've got Stephen Bailey into the pits. So Kuba Brzezinski will come round to complete lap 57 of his race and will retake the lead, but only provisionally.
I'll tell you who Thierry van der Heijden was for, SRVN. So I got that completely wrong indeed, and Nathaniel Upson will probably info McCoyness when Machunas comes in. Gonna say get both pronunciations in there.
I do wonder if the problem with Machunas' driver swap out might lead Lupson into the Bailey car. But then again, I mean, it's not like a Bailey swap. I'd imagine we'd have Brugman in for Bailey.
Yeah, you'd think that that would be the case, but you'd think it was going to be one of them. But no one.
There's a big
even
pool
yet.
at DHR, isn't there?
There is a big pool of drivers. Lars Brugman only one of them. Several drivers. Jimmy Broadbent as well in the LMP2 car, and sometimes LMP1 as well. Oh, is Broadbent? I don't know what Broadbent does, but it's all one big pool of drivers at the end. I think Jimmy was in the car for LMP1 last time, though, wasn't he?
I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that is indeed the case. So getting my cars in, Lupson in the line will be coming in. Yeah, Brugman's not racing apparently.
We've got you. Never mind. Bailey's going to lose the position to Radaley as well. Actually, the two GT Italians are on track together as well, which is nice to see from the LMP1 and the LMP2 perspectives. And Bailey is.
That happened at Spa as well, didn't it?
It did happen at Spa. They have a habit of finding each other. But Stephen Bailey, then no driver change for the DHR car there, the number 7. They are back out and they're into P3.
Well, a pretty quick turnaround for the DHR team then, fairly good. And good to see them out in P3. A very salvageable position indeed.
Look at
is
P4.
still not pitted, so
Yeah,
I don't
look
think
at
he's going to.
He's under a bit of pressure as well, actually, because Piotr Morowiec is actually right on his tail as well for that P4 position. So if the two of them are to pit, then it might be a strategic pit to try and undercut one another.
Yeah, I must have been completely mistaken in thinking Machinist was going to pit there. So apologies for that. I do make mistakes sometimes, of course, because I am only human. And, well, that's funny. We don't have Lars Brugman, but at least we have Niels Brugman in the comments. So there is a Brugman to this broadcast.
Yeah. I wonder who Niels is driving for, actually.
I don't think Niels is
before.
driving, but he's in the broadcast channel booth. So I meant on the YouTube. So.
Oh, right. So he's probably just watching then.
He is just watching. We do have a bit of a Brugman somehow.
Yes, absolutely. You can never beat a bit of Brugman, that's for sure.
God, no.
Also, I would just actually like to take this opportunity to speak to anyone watching or anyone listening. If you want to get involved with the broadcast, let us know how your race is getting on, how your team is doing, whether you're a pundit, a team manager, or a driver. We welcome everyone into the Virtual Endurance Championship broadcast. If you want to get involved, make sure to head along to the Room 1 TeamSpeak, as we've had something through. We got Lewis, good. We can actually use Lewis as an example. Sorry that we're using you, Lewis.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But yeah, make sure that you head into the waiting booth underneath the broadcast room in Room 1. And once we notice you, like we've noticed Lewis, then we'll drag you up and then do stuff as Morowiec comes into the pits. Hello, Mr. Lewis, and Brzezinski in as well. DHR, bit of a mixed bag. Again.
Yeah, Coin, which is the 9 car. Coin feels awful for what happened. It was a lag. We are taking him out of the car and replacing him with Nate. Who'll take over until Ryan Reed Edwards takes over towards the end of the race.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I honestly, like, personally as a member of the team, we feel so bad for Revolution. They did not deserve that at all.
So it was a lag into the car then?
Yeah, it was a massive screen freeze on the side of Coin, and yeah, just hit him. And yeah, totally did not deserve that.
Yeah, it's a real shame, and arguably, well, not even arguably, Adam Hodgkinson, we saw him having a bit of trouble with Sean Campbell in terms of a lot of blue flag incidents and who should be let through. But then what happened between him and a 3-wide car with the 3-wide rejoining into him? I mean, he didn't deserve that either.
No, that not surprised.
Yeah, I've just noticed actually Stephen Bailey has come out or rather Brzezinski's come out just behind Stephen Bailey, so the Polish driver's gained a lot of time.
Sorry, James, but Curtis Kenyon's car is very bad off at the moment. Got no front bumper, no rear bumper, and looks to be, that's not very good. Kenyon has got a bit of problems going on, and he's turning the wheel. He's crabbing like crazy.
So that's the DR car well out of podium contention now.
Kenyon.
Artur Size Cooler as well, another one of the best names on the grid, I'd say. Coming in for Morowiec, one of the most difficult names on the grid. He's out into P5. Dickman's into P5, but look at Brugman. What's happened to Bailey? Oh, Bailey's had an off. The one moment we look away from him, and Bailey has had an off here. It's round turn 8, and where did he lose it? Oh, he got onto the Astro on the outside of turn 8.
Code 80.
He did very well to hold
code
it.
80, James.
I know we've got code 80. I'm just saying we've got Stephen Bailey did very well to save that. But Brzezinski's been given the position either way, and we are now in code 80. So that was a lot happening in a small amount of time.
God, you can't do that to me, guys. Jeez, saying that Bailey's been off and then calling the code 80.
I'll tell you what, that'll be for Kenyon, though, who went off.
yeah,
He was
absolutely.
crabbing a lot.
Yeah.
So that'll be for him.
And
more than
Dickman's
anything.
out of the race.
Oh, no, all of the problems.
That is champion racing after all the good work and good luck that's gone their way. There's now been a disconnection for Andrew Dickman, unfortunately. And what this might potentially, and will most definitely mean, not even might potentially, it will definitely mean, Oscar Hardwick, the LMP2 leader, will be P7 overall.
Wow, that would be absolutely amazing if that. Oscar will be very happy. Look at Radaeli leading them all, because Brzezinski pit. So, say if
now
they did, a GT Italia is leading.
Yeah, the
Did he
GT
not?
Italia will probably come in, bearing in mind the fact that he's on hard tyres. He'll be double stinting those, which
So
means
that's
he'll
why
have
he
shorter
hasn't come
pit
in.
stops. Yeah, something like that. It'll move them off strategy. I don't expect any of our boys to come in. Well, maybe Coin will come in now to do the driver swap with Nate. I suspect Hodge will just keep circulating.
Just while we've got you, Lewis, just as a personal point, just sort of question for me. Obviously, when you say Coin, you're referring to Pobolas in P4.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce his last name? Because I keep thinking it's
Not a
Pobolas.
clue, mate. Not a clue.
See, you call him Coin, and I was like,
Yeah.
it's Machunas, because
It's
he's
Machunas,
Lithuanian.
Yeah.
That's great.
Coin is his nickname. We
But
call him
like,
Coin.
I know you call him Coins. That's why I've referred to
I was
him
like,
Yeah.
as
what, the
Coinus,
Coinus? But that's not right.
Don't worry, that was greatly appreciated within the DHR chat. Don't worry.
Oh,
Oh, what? That we actually found his proper pronunciation.
Well, all of it.
Have
like
you not
nicknames and-
asked him?
No, we just call him Coin. I'm
Why-
sure.
why not
I'm
do
sure
that?
Jimmy and all that know how to pronounce his name. I've not got a clue. I like him though. He's a good guy.
That reminds me of Little
Very good
Green
driver.
from the Team 4-Star Dragon Ball Abridged series.
Wow.
That's a reference.
I cannot. Either way, just
But
as a
my name is
reference to-
Dende.
Just as a reference to something that you said earlier about there being Brugmans, I can have an update on that with what's happening with the 8 car. We're going to be trying to leave Bailey in for as long as possible, so I don't run out of fuel. And
Lewis.
Lars is visiting universities, so he's not in
Yeah.
this race. He
He's
will
got
be
it in
back
himself.
towards the end of the race, but I don't expect he'll be driving.
I remember visiting universities for the first time and looking forward to now, where I'm in my 3rd year, I'm dead on the inside. So,
Oh, good.
you know, there we are.
That's a very positive outlook on your life, Mr. Kurt.
I should have taken the gap year. I really should.
Oh dear.
Hey, when you've got 2 projects and a dissertation doing for the next month, you tell me that you're not dead on the inside.
I've got all this to look forward to.
You do.
Oh, yeah, I can't even
I
argue with
laugh. I laugh. Andrew Dickman, he's not laughing. He has rejoined the race, though, thankfully, after his disconnection. And is out of the pits. And actually, you know what? Oscar Hardwick will not be taking P7 because Dickman's going to rejoin before that even occurs. So the Code 80's really, really helped Andrew Dickman. And in fact, he's got now just ahead of Nathaniel Lupson. He's unlapped himself effectively, but Lupson, once the restart happens, who's in for Machunas, I remind you, will probably get through on the Champion Racing. Again, DHRs and Champion Racing and blue flags. It's a recurring theme throughout this race so far. But the yellow car, I imagine, is a lot faster than that Champion Racing car. So hopefully that one should be resolved as soon as the Code 80's all done. And the Code 80 should be done in 10
we are done.
seconds.
There you
What
go.
lovely timing. So, we will be going racing again very soon. Curtis Kenyon safely in the pits, ready to receive some new stuff. And we are go, go, go then. And Luca Radaley actually is perfectly set to go on to lap 63 here of his race. 14 seconds ahead of Kuba Brzezinski, who himself is 60. No, wait, that's wrong because gaps are updating. So Cuba's actually only 5 seconds behind Radaley. And where's Bailey in all of this? Bailey is, wow, he's got so much time. He's 11 seconds behind Brzezinski in total. So a lot of time to catch up for the Englishman there. But I imagine that we'll be seeing a Radaley-Brzezinski battle very, very soon, actually, given the pace differential between the two.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen because Brzezinski's quite quick on that sense, but Radaley will have to defend from him.
Yeah, what my point was going to be with Radaley, just very quickly, is that if he's on the hard tyres, I'm not sure if he's on the second stint of those hard tyres or he's on the first one. If he's on the second one, that gap's going to be nothing.
But it's already gone down to 3.3.
Exactly.
So there's your answer. There's your answer. And you can see Brzezinski just catching up in, like, literally through the camera view. I mean, I'm looking actually rear wing cam of Radaley here. And it is rather scary to see Brzezinski coming into view closer and closer and closer. He's being chased down at a rate of knots here. 3 seconds, so another 3/10 in that sector, and Brzezinski had traffic. So we should be seeing yet another change for the lead, pretty sharpishly, I would imagine. As for Stephen Bailey, he has gained time back on Brzezinski, to be fair. Now only 9 seconds behind the Polish driver, so Bailey is catching. But he needs the traffic to go his way as well in order to make any sort of notable inroads on the Polish driver, who is now only 9/10 behind Radaley. 2.1 seconds in that last sectoral, and here he is. Here he is. Lead change coming up, boys and girls.
You would think, indeed, unless something miraculous happens, that it is going to be the case.
Lost a load of time behind an Aston through the final
Now
sector.
traffic.
More traffic as well. Yeah, there we are. Right, with
It's
him,
like,
it's
that is going to be the easiest. Look, he's going for it around the outside, but no, I find it. This is going to be the easiest overtake Brzezinski's ever done at this race.
He's just overtaking there Joe Letterelli. Oh, Letteriello. There we are. Letteriello. Joe Letteriello. So many good names in this series. I love you all.
This is what happens when you have like 300 drivers.
Yeah. We've got tomato soup cars. We've got tortellas. We've got letters. It's brilliant. As
Is Radielli still in front?
Radielli is still in front. He is holding
He's
on
doing a good job
like a boss, actually. This will change very sharpishly, though, unless Radielli has got the best straight line speed of the field. But look at this, he's going defensive. Bless him, he is going to try and defend this position no matter what. Into turn 12 we go. Brzezinski breaks later. Will we finally see a move around the outside into turn 12? Yes, we will. That is just purely superior grip from Brzezinski, and he retakes the lead of this race as Yuri Kastor is also moving his way back through the field. He's just overtaken Arta Size Cooler for P5.
Yeah, they'll be back on the lead lap within no time, I reckon. Very quick car with Yuri behind the wheel. I think it's McDonald that's taken over after this. I think, though, with Radielli and the GT Italia, it's they're legitimately in a potential podium place, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
They're doing a really top job. It's been since they've changed since from the Revolution to the Audi. They've really stepped up their game, getting into Room 1 multiple occasions. They struggled at the start of the year, but doing a really solid job now and fighting for a podium. So, top job from them, guys.
Yeah, that's something I was going to mention, actually. Ever since they switched these new cars, I don't know whether I mentioned this. I was going to.
No, go for it, yeah.
There are no Revolutions on the grid anymore. It's all Audis and Porsches in P1.
I think there might be one or two that are in Room 2, but the Revolution in comparison to the Audi and the Porsche just realistically isn't much of a competition. The Audi and Porsche are superior to the others. I think you can get all right lap times out of it, but
So it was more of a strategy thing to switch because it is the better automobile. There you go.
Yeah, the biggest surprise with the switches was that Feeder switched to an Audi.
Yeah, from Porsche to Audi.
Well, I mean, it's helped. I think they're certainly looking a lot more on the pace as Nathaniel Lupson's into the pits again.
I don't know if it's helped because they were fast and annoying before and remain fast and annoying. So, yeah, I don't know if it's helped them. The one team we were surprised with was 3 Wide. We were absolutely 115,000% sure, which is quite sure, by the way.
That's pretty
that they were going to move to an Audi, and they didn't.
Povilis Maciunas is back into the car.
He is, yes.
Is he really? That's
So
He is.
I was thinking Natalia Lupson coming into the pits. Why is he in?
That's- that's
Turns out for a
definite-
driver change.
definite issues for Nate. He was talking about having some issues with the car. Oh, sorry for that 9 car. They do not have good luck.
No, all of the bad luck.
Yeah,
Well, they've remained ahead of Kasdorp. That's the positive.
yeah. I bet Coin. See, the thing is Coin is happy in the car. He's not comfortable with his computer though. That's the problem. Is that as a driver he is totally fine. It's just there's always that niggling feeling that we're gonna have a screen freeze in a minute, and that's terrifying.
It is, yeah. Very
Um,
horrible for you to have anticipating it.
And Stephen
Oh,
Bailey
good.
there's as all good.
That is a hilarious issue for Nate, and why Coin is back in the car.
What happened?
Nate did not have any camera controls set, and so was driving from Swingman.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
I would pull over as well.
oh,
Oh,
wow, that is
Shout out for
nasty.
him! Shout out for him for returning that to the pit lane in one piece. That is not an easy feat. When you
Swingman.
because
What did he
Swingman
think
is
then?
fine, or well, I say fine, is almost acceptable in things like Forza or Need for Speed, whereas the Swingman in R Factor and Automobilista for that matter as well, all the same stuff,
Rip, by
is
the way.
rubbish. Oh, Automobilista will be back. Chill.
Will it? Well, we don't know.
We can hope though. We can pray.
Supposedly, that it's not actually. It's not. Actually, no speculation.
speculation.
There's no spec. We've got to remain somewhat politically correct and unargumentative here on the Virtual Endurance Championship. And also, given that this is sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, really shouldn't speak about rival platforms
Yeah,
that
probably
much
not the best
either.
idea,
Oh.
James.
But
True
you
that.
know, let's actually focus now on Stephen Bailey, who has, well, he had gained time on Kuba Brzezinski further, but he's losing a lot through the traffic currently. But he's still catching on Luca Rodali, and nevertheless, he does seem like he's holding pace over Kuba Brzezinski currently, though that could be because Brzezinski's decided to let up for a bit. He's just focusing on going around the track in one piece at the moment.
Wow, Bailey's doing me proud through traffic. He's being pretty beastly. It's not quite the same as what he was like in traffic back in Sebring over the first part of the race. This is why I don't start the car, you see, because not only do I run out of fuel within the first 40 minutes, I can't do this through traffic, you see.
Stop beating yourself up.
Mate, I feel
Stop
horrible.
beating it. I complained about I don't even know what I was doing
I
there.
agree.
About fuel falling out of my nose
Nose
cone
cone.
once. So you have
That-
nothing to complain about. You
that was
legitimately
good,
ran
though.
out of fuel. That was a great moment.
That was 2.5 years ago,
That was a long time ago.
mate.
I was in a
dear.
pink and purple car then.
Yeah, I had to go
Times
with
have
you.
changed. You did, yeah. I now don't drive anymore for
Oh,
good
dear.
reasons.
Oh dear.
Oh, wow. But anyway, Rodali has now got Stephen Bailey for company. It's like a fancy Italian alcoholic concoction, that a Rodali Bailey.
A
It does sound
Bailey.
like one,
A
doesn't it?
Rodali.
Oh,
Bailey.
there goes.
And there goes Rodali off the
Slides.
track. It looks like he's been drinking a bit of alcohol, unfortunately, and
Ah,
he's down to P3, but he's still very, very comfortably ahead of Maciunas. In fact, he's got a full lap over the Lithuanian currently, so still looking good for Scuderia GT Italia, as Adam Hodgkinson there is just passing Lazarus Filipakos, there for P10. So the number 7 DHR driver is back up into the top 10. So
Isn't-
positive signs.
he
Isn't-
is.
The 11 car, which is Filipakos, isn't he on a controller?
Oh,
I
good
believe
point.
he is, yes.
Yeah,
I believe
I've
he is.
I've heard
Oh,
this
yeah,
around.
he's got those inputs.
How on earth does someone drive a competitive? I mean, he's third in LMP2, which is no slouchy class.
He is my senpai.
I don't get it.
I wish I
He's
could.
my hero.
I wish I could understand, because
Yeah.
I have tried R Factor 2 with a DS4 controller. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't numb it enough.
I remember doing a round about 3 years ago. It was the end of, no, it was about 2.5 years ago, end of 2013. In those beautiful Megans at a rainy croft.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll know the series I'm talking about.
I do know the series you're talking about.
And I had to do that on a controller, and I vowed after that I would never, ever drive R-Factor 2 on a controller again. Not once, not even a thought of it. No way.
I've driven the.
Oh, look at those inputs! Oh, wow.
I don't understand how he dumbs it. Like, driving with a controller is not a problem in R Factor 2. I've done it with the BTCC cars as Bailey. That's a real wild moment there through turn 7. You can tell he's pushing to try and get back to Brzezinski, currently leading this race. But it's not the drive with the controllers a problem with me. I've done it before with the BTCC cars, and I've gotten decent results with it in the various leagues which I've taken part in. But that said, with a DS4 controller, it's a lot more sensitive, which should be a good thing. You want more control over your car, and that's what a DS4 provides, but it's too twitchy. You can't dead zone it enough.
I don't know. Like if you watch him, he's like flicking it, like he's doing how I drive Forza, right? It's like
Yeah.
doof, doof, doof on the steering. I just don't get the pace. How? What, like, let's have a look. What's his fastest time? His fastest time's a 42.2, which is within half a second of Oscar. I can't even get within half a second of Oscar on a G27. I don't get it.
I need to learn. We need to learn.
True hero.
Philip Arcos.
Yeah. Just as a quick note as well, I know there's like 16 odd seconds between them, but Jakovic did the fastest lap of GTE Pro, which was 1.3 seconds faster than Hani Al-Sabti went. So Team Vired's bouncing back.
Remember that Vires had a penalty to serve at the start of this race, so to be in P2 in the first place is a mightily impressive effort, given they had to go through about 3 cars to get there. He is still catching Al-Sabti, and I think this is just a real demonstration of what Vires can bring to the GT Pro class. They just need a bit of luck and a bit of consistency to go their way for once.
I am amazed that that Vires haven't won a race yet in VEC. Of course, they come back from like old LFS days, which no one uses LFS anymore. At least so I'm told by Mr. Hardwick. So they're quite an experienced team, and Jakovic is obviously a very experienced driver. We're expecting him to do great things over in the Sim Racing Club Porsche Super Cup in a few weeks' time. But he's a very, very fast driver, and I'm just amazed that team is yet to take a win with all of the qualifying stuff. I think their lowest qualifying position is second. You know?
Yeah. It's a real
Fuji.
show of how unlucky they've been in many senses.
Yeah.
But it's he has still got 2/3 of this race left to go, as we've just crossed the 2-hour mark. So I'll probably be going to an ad break very soon. But he's still got 2 hours to do something. He is still on the same lap as Al-Sabti. Maybe today is the day that Team Vires or Team Vires, or however you want to pronounce, maybe they'll finally get the win that they have been hounding after all season long. And even if they don't get it here today, they still have 2 rounds in which to do it.
Yeah.
And actually, speaking for DHR, out of these last 3 rounds, which one are you placing the most importance on?
Le Mans, 100%.
Just fully Le Mans.
Yeah.
All hats into the bag.
Not that we've given up hope on the championship or anything, because we've not. You've always got to keep that going until the last minute. But to be honest, even at the start of the season, especially Bailey, Bailey's not that bothered about the title. The only thing Bailey really cares about is Le Mans. And
according to Johnny Herbert, he should retire then.
Oh dear.
That's a relevant joke.
Yeah, relevant. Referenced to not that long ago.
Where?
So Bailey's mainly focused on Le Mans, of course. And so, to be honest, as a team, that is our goal. Of course, we take it round by round and try and do what we can. But I'm not going to lie, I do feel the Sebring thing was the final kind of like nail in the coffin. Was not just that we retired from that race, but the fact that Feedus won. It's just like, oh god, they are annoyingly consistent. Like,
and if you, I was going to say, if you want to, if you want to find out more about how much DHR hates Feeder Sport Poland,
I would say
then-
hey.
then make sure to stay tuned. Just got a little ad break now, but when we return, good news for DHR fans out there is that Bailey has reduced the gap to 6.1 seconds. So when we return, there might very well be a battle for the lead once again on our hands. So stay glued to that seat of yours. We'll be right back.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, creator of the lovely R-Factor 2 platform that we are running on today. Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. Thank you to all our sponsors once again. It's lovely to have you all on board. And if you are just joining us, then it's been anything but a boring race because we've had battles for the lead and the podium in all categories throughout all of the 2 hours that we have been running so far. As of now, however, the closest or the upcoming battle we are highly anticipating is the battle for the pure lead of the race. Kuba Brzezinski for Feeder Sport Poland, currently in that lead, but catching up to him at a rate of knots is Stephen Bailey, who gifted Brzezinski the lead after having a bit of an off moment at turn 8, getting caught on the AstroTurf and saving his car very well, actually. He's now within 5.7 seconds of the Polish driver, and Bailey had trouble overtaking a previous podium sitter in 3 Wide Motorsports. I'm sure that with Brzezinski, he is going to have a bit of a more difficult time as well. Joining me on cameras, and indeed as our race director, is Mr. Jimmy Allison, and we've got Mr. Joshua Anderson as well, who is my co-commentator for today. And Josh, what would you say so far has been the recurring theme of this race? Is it that, quite simply put, the podium places are up for anybody because lots of people are making mistakes? Or is it perhaps that Istanbul Park is just a difficult track and that we've got plenty of backmarking issues that have thrown up all sorts of different results?
I think it's a combo of the both, actually. I mean, the story of the race obviously being podium is always up for grabs is one of them, as it currently is between Vincenzo Capella and Lazarus Valatmakis for P2, I believe. So, a fight there going on. But Istanbul Park, a shortish circuit, can throw up problems of its own right, but things are being dealt with for the most part very well.
Yeah, for sure. Brzezinski Bailey now 4.8 seconds as well. That's just a little teaser as to how fast this gap is coming down. If you can't figure it out, it's coming down very fast, very quickly. Maybe we should have a little look, though, at the LMP2 field once again. P2 and P3 up for grabs currently between Lazarus Philippakos and Vincenzo Capella. These two have been at it all race long, and currently Philippakos, the Greek, is the man with the advantage, but Scuderia GT Italia's Vincenzo Capella is currently 2 GT Italias on the podium in both LMP1 and LMP2, by the way, so the team having a very good day at the office. But Capella he's been in this position before, and he's been unable to get past all previous times. What is to say that this will be any different?
Well, as a point of interest, I was watching Vincenzo before, and he was ahead of Lazarus, and then he spun a bit, recovered, and let Lazarus through as Stephen Bailey comes around and laps a lot of them. But he actually let Lazarus through, which is how he's got to be where he is right now. But he seems to have caught up again.
I tell you what, Philip Parker had a terrible turn 8 there. He let Bailey through mid-corner, which has severely compromised his exit. Being able to keep on it, though, for turn 9 and turn 10 now. But Capella will have a massive, massive draft down this back curved straight that is turn 11 and towards turn 12. But if he wants to make something happen, he's going to have to force a move, of which Philip Parkos has already gone defensive. He's left the door open, though, and Capella's going to take that opportunity. Capella's going to dive down the inside, and Capella's going to take P2. Philip Parkos tries to hold on, but, well, the door was left wide open. No surprise that Capella took full advantage of that.
Yep, opportunity taken and seized, signed, sealed, delivered and put on the Italian's door. And he's now in P2, and Philanthropus is going to have to do some work if he wants that place back.
Yeah, absolutely. So Capella up into T. Oh, well, maybe the work has been done by Capella himself. He went very deep at turn 1, and here comes Philip Parkos around the outside of a back marker. It's actually Hani Al Sabti, the GT Pro leader, but well, that was all of Capella's good work undone in a single corner.
Well, there you go, and then promptly unsealed and open to giving to Lazarus is the position. So you're going to have to do that again, aren't you? Well, look.
And look who we're coming across. It's the GT Italia GT car.
Oh, how convenient.
They always find each other on track. How? It's like a big family. They just can't let go of each other. Anyway, Capella's not letting go of Philip Parkos either. The Greek, he's gotten away this time, but will he get away with it? Oh, look, he's gone. That's a terrible turn 8. That's a worse turn 8 than when he let through Bailey. And Capella's all over the back of him now. He's got more back markers to deal with. Philip Parkos through at turn 9. Capella's going to have to file in behind. I think that was a real big break there for Philip Parkos, as Capella's now back on it, but I doubt he'll be able to do anything up to turn 12.
Well, he can give a go, but I doubt he will. All he can do is use the braking zone to his advantage. As we've seen a couple of people do the game time. Philanthropus called quite defensive nonetheless, though. Or at least it looked like he was, line-wise, and maybe that he hasn't. But I think I saw a position change around the 7 or 8 mark there. So some LMP1 has changed position, but it's probably not as close a fight as this LMP2 battle we have now.
Oh! Dickman round! Dickman round! And just about saved it. That was contact. I think it was, it was Sakula and Dickman where the position change happened. But the champion racing car, Dickman, who's had a disconnection already, made contact with McCarroll. And yeah, Dickman just turned him way too early on McCarroll. Although McCarroll really should have given Dickman more room and should have been more adherent to the blue flags. Ultimately, that's just cost both of them time.
Yeah, and that's never a good thing, unfortunately. But Capella Philanthropus is still going strong this LMP2 battle. Probably where we want to be right now, this one, because it's nice and close. There's traffic to deal with. It can change on a dime. So, looking to be the one to watch.
Got a dark racing car in between them there as well. As Bailey's actually lost time to Brzezinski. Now 6.3 seconds between the two. So, a battle is extending. So, I think really Philip Parkos Capella is the best place to be right now. And it seems like it's a better turn 8 this time for Philip Parkos. Not under so much pressure, but Capella's going to get the full run of turn 9, or will he? There's Philip Parkos through on Daniel Faber, and yeah, Capella's going to have to just wait behind Faber for a bit here. So yet again, more traffic issues for the GT Italia car.
Yep, unfortunately that's not going to help there, and Capella's got to wait again before he gets his chance to do anything, and now it's going to be a case of catching Lazarus up again. There's even more traffic up ahead. But as you see, he gets so close in the braking zones, it's so easy to do to gain your time there, and he's right back on the back of him again. I think that's going to be one of the talking points, how people can change things so easily in one turn.
It's a great circuit, Istanbul, but I cannot understand why more people didn't enjoy it, to be honest. But anyway, into turn 1 for the 73rd time of asking for these two, Philip Parkos and Capella. They are on the same lap as Milan. And in fact, the majority of the LMP2 field behind them. But they are ahead by quite a way. Milan's only just coming into turn 12, so it does seem that the podium, at least for now, is fully sorted. With Oscar Hardwick, of course, leading. And that's Philippakos well off circuit there at turn 4. And that's going to allow Capella right back through. Great battling between them, but it was a mistake that saw Philippakos regain that P2 position. And it was a mistake that saw Capella regain it back.
Yep, Capella back through into P10. Be interesting to see if Lazarus can make another move, because it is becoming a very, very good fight between the two of them.
It's all mistakes, though. There's no legitimate overtakes. I want to see someone stick their nose up the inside.
Well, we might full well see that if Philippakos can use the braking zones.
Out of interest as well, actually. Look at the tyre compounds. It seems to me as that's am I wrong?
No, they're both on the same.
They're both on the same. The reason that I was confused is because Rodaley there was going in between them in the LMP1.
Yeah, and he's probably on a different compound.
Yes, exactly.
So that's why. Gap looks to be coming down a little bit now, as it stands, but not enough to warrant an overtake. Lazarus is going to have to use the braking zones to his advantage, as we've seen him do, or we've seen other people do, and does. Brings the gap right down within one corner, as I said earlier. Look at this Capella in. So that solves that one then.
News from Lewis McGlade through as well. Lars Brugman is back from his little university visit.
Oh, lovely.
And
see some Brugman.
he could be in for Bailey, replacing Lewis McGlade in that stint. So,
speaking of people in, I can see a lot of people waiting. I can see at least 7 drivers waiting to get in the cars at the moment. So we might see a lot of pit stops coming up. Boyd Price in pits. This will be for Thomas Jacobs to come in the car. Thomas Beer in. And Daniel Faber for 3 wide in as well.
Kasper Kolajicic as well might be in for Hardwick.
Yeah, Kolajicic might be coming in for Hardwick.
Fuller's in for another flatline racing car, I'd imagine. So that would be Boyer Milan, I presume. And Riera, I'm not sure who Peter Riera, or Arginus Peter Riera. I'm sorry, Arginus Riera. I'm not sure who he's going to be in for. Peter Grau would be in for the LMP2 field as well, I imagine. So, yep, you're right. Absolutely. Good load of people ready to come into the cars, I should say. Kolajicic. I say it how I say it.
Just call him Casper.
KK, that's who we shortened it to. KK. Almost like JK, but with a... I'm suffering from lack of food here. I've messaged my mother to ask whether there can be an arrangement where she's very kind enough to make dinner for me and bring it up to me because reasons, but I've had no response from my phone, so...
I mean, if you want to go get something to eat, James, I'm not going to stop.
Bailey. Sorry, I was just looking at Bailey, and he got caught up behind another tomato supercar. That's a Van der Heijden. That's the SRVN this time, yeah. Bailey just getting round him, though, nicely. You know what? I might take just a little 2-minute break to see where I'm on. So, Mr. Anderson, I shall hand it over to you briefly.
Thank you very much, James. Yep, here I am, finally getting to do lead comms at a 6-hour event. This is a rarity. Well, yeah, things as they stand, then, going well. We've got a couple of people probably waiting to pit. Brzezinski Bailey coming down as ever. Radielli further behind the two of them. I'm just looking to see if I can find any interesting fights at the moment. See if anything's going on. James should be back soon to help us out with this course, but it looks to be petering out a bit now as we approach minute 137 of this race. Conor McCarroll in the pits and all this. I don't know whether this is going to be a change. But yeah, a lot of people in the pits waiting to do stuff. Oscar Hardwick in the pits now, so this will be for a change to Kolajicic, who will be coming in, the Irishman, to start his first stint in the automobile that belongs to Magenta Warriors, the LMP2. This will be happening, and lots of people waiting, so lots of pit stops expected. As, well, again, it all seems to be smoothing out a bit, apart from the obvious couple of fights that we have going on. People doing stuff, and Anthony Jan's in as well. So Anthony Jans comes into the pits for Team Spirit Racing at long last, and he's going to pit. This is probably, I'm not sure this is who this is going to be, but I think Team Spirit are a French team who wins, so it could be him. But then again, I know nothing about drivers and teams combination. I just make it up as I go along. Lazarus Philapicus in as well. So this could be a driver change once again. And I think most people are probably taking now as the time to make their pit stops. If what I'm seeing is adding up to make 3, so to speak, as Philapicus in. Trying to see if anyone else is coming in or is close to coming in. There is a car in somewhere. I've just seen them going into the pit lane. And it is, if I can find out quick enough. Well, Kolodziejczyk in then, so leaves the pit lane. Philapicus still in, Jan's still in. James appears to be passing cutlery somewhere. And it was Ejderman Johnson who came in. Ejderman Johnson does come into the pits. And he's going to be pitting. This will probably be for a change as well. Christian Michelins, this could be Yuri Kazdorp's car in. All of the driver changes, it appears, is the message of the day. Yep, Cyril Renault is indeed into the Team Spirit car. So, yep, I did suspect correctly there. And Mike Volker-Scholar in as well, Per Rosenly in. Lots of driver changes on the horizon, it would appear. As that appears to be the most best thing, as we have an Oscar Hardwick. Hello, Oscar.
Hello.
So, yep. Oh, surprise, Oscar has appeared. Casper in the... James is back, just finishing a muffin. Fair enough. Muffins are important. Very, very important indeed. I like muffins. So, what I do like as well is having people in the chat to talk to, such as Oscar. Obviously, we've got Casper in the car now. But you're doing quite well at the moment, leading LMP2 at 9th overall.
Yeah, it's been a particularly good run. I think a lot of it's down to the other quick guys in LMP2 having penalties that they've had to serve. But actually, even after that, we've been the quickest LMP2 on the track. So the gap's just been gradually getting bigger and bigger. And Casper's such a good driver behind the wheel of that LMP2 car, and provided we don't run into any sort of technical glitches, it's looking promising. The goal was never to win this race, but to just have a few less issues than Sebring and maybe match the second place or get another podium. But, without jinxing anything, it's looking like it could be a promising outing.
Yeah, a couple more driver changes to note. Joe Chiampa in for Odin Racing, and Nicholas Pobadnik in as well in the Seawolf Racing big blue and yellow automobile, which I can't remember the full. Seawolf Net Race Motorsport, that's what they are. Nicholas Pobadnik in then for P16 for them. So Ricardo Azevedo in as well in, I can't remember which team that is, but they're in P15. CBHQ Motorsports, that's who they are. And a couple more driver changes waiting to happen. I'll tell you what else has happened. Ed Trevelyan Johnson out and Matej Lakota in a Revolutions over 33 Viper. And Thomas Jacobs then did go into a flatline racing car. And I think that's about it, actually. Not many other driver changes have happened. So that explains that.
Yeah.
Christian Meyer in for PRL Logitech as well. So that will indeed be a driver change possibly. But yeah, 9th place for Magenta Warriors is now Kolodziejczyk leading LMP2. But he's under some quite serious threat now from Boya Milan from Flatline Racing. This came out of the Norways. I think James Peck's back.
Yeah, the battle with Milan, Casper's under instructions to not fight it because we're ahead. We're about a lap ahead. He's off sequence with the pit stops after having a couple of penalties.
Anyway. So that solves that.
Yeah, so anyway, hello everyone. I had a lovely white chocolate and lemon muffin.
Oh.
And I've got steak and chips on the way.
The closest I've come to food, I say the closest I've come to food. I've had a nice bag of cheeseburger crisps, not long ago.
Cheeseburger crisps?
Yeah, they exist. Walker's Max.
See, I know that Walker's did like a burger crisps and such, as Oscar Hardwick has unfortunately disconnected. But it's lovely. Goodness me. I love it when they do those weird flavours. With the World Cup. Surely they've got to do World Cup Walker's Crisps again.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, that's it looks to me as if that little possible battle between Milan and Kolodziejczyk is completely off now, because Milan's coming to the pits anyway. So that's that done and dusted. So we'll have a little peruse through the field once again. I think Capella Philipparkos
I'll tell you what is
They're
close,
so
at the
close.
moment. Your personal favourite, Tommaso Tortella, is being chased by Pedro Romano. So, Dark Racing in a nice little fight here.
Yeah,
It's some
so
position in GTR, I think. So
Tortella's actually overtaken Dark Racing.
he has, yes, but now a potential threat under the way for the Italian, the very yummy sounding Italian, must be said.
It's a very yummy looking car.
Yeah.
I'd go for some tomato soup right now, but yes, Pedro Ramada. I think it's fair to say that Adam Taylor is by far and away the fastest driver out of the lot there, but Pedro Ramada was just he was millimeters away from putting Tortella into a tortis. Oh, no, wow.
He came very close to he came very close to burning the Tortella there.
Thank you. You saved it.
Yep, food puns are my speciality.
You could say it's food for thought.
And he
I'm
goes through now. There you go.
terrible at
Almost
jokes.
does.
Almost does. He's gone around. He tried to go around the outside, which is it's not worked for many drivers today. But so Pedro Romano's going to have to reevaluate his effort and try and find a new entry into P2 there. All of this, of course, helping Felix Antoine Fortin. And I must say, I've not heard or seen Felix Antoine until today. He's putting in a very good name for himself in Atlantic Racing.
He is, yes. I hadn't heard of him
Or
either.
Atlantic Motorsport, sorry, Atlantic Motorsport.
I hadn't heard of him either. So this is a very, very good impression he's making. And hopefully we'll see more of him in these next 2 races to come, including the Growl, if I may call it the granddaddy of them all, the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
It is certainly a granddaddy, that's for sure. As Ramada ramps up his efforts against Tommaso Tortella. And Ramada, I imagine, might be looking into turn 12 once again. You can see it's such a similar situation that we've seen across the grid all race long. People just have better braking spots and better braking in general. But for whatever reason, they can't find enough speed to get alongside other cars to be able to make that braking effective.
Oh yeah, apparently the Atlantic car did DNF very soon in Sebring, so they didn't get the race. That's why we didn't see them. So obviously quite unfortunately. That is Stephen Bailey in and
Luca
Redielli
Rudea.
in. Bailey is indeed in. So
Trying the
interesting to
undercut
see.
then, surely.
Must have the undercut on Alberto Pastorado. Well, there you go,
That sounds like pasta.
That sounds like pasta. I know more food-related names. Comes out for Luca Radiali. He now rejoins in P3 for Scuderia GT Italia.
As Ramada around the outside, of Tortella, and they've got 2 very hungry prototypes as well, and Ramada through all of that has gotten through. That is great work, but look at Tortella on the inside. He cuts the curbing massively there. And the 2 are going to go side-by-side contact between the 2 as well. And I think
that was almost disaster for that prototype there.
I think Ramada needed that space, though, because Tortella was too eager to try and hold on to that position. But that was great driving from Ramada. Really, really smart. Took his opportunity when it came, and the confusion of the prototypes going through as well really helped his cause. Yuri Kasdorp in as well, as is Adam Hodgkinson. Alberto Pastorato is out into P3. Stephen Bailey still in the pits, actually, so he's in there for quite a while.
Yeah, Hodgkinson parks up just beside him as Bailey. There you go. Speaking of the devil, he leaves.
And he's
Kasdorp,
out.
I think this is going to be a driver change for Christian Michel. He's waiting. So one part of the now ex-reigning champions, because they've pulled out of the series, TXL, and Christian Michel will get in that Revolution car. I think it's the closest we're going to get to a champion in this series, so be interesting to see what he can do behind the wheel of that car.
He is a reigning champion. He's not the team's champion, he's a driver's champion.
Oh, he is, yes, good point. So realistically, that Revolution car should have number 1 on it.
Yeah, it should change
But then we'll
like
go off
in
teams,
between.
I think, so...
Yes, it does go off teams because it's a team effort, of course, in endurance racing. And Michelle will come out into P6 as
It's me again.
back. Oh, it's you? Oh.
It's me again. Hi.
How about Alberto Pastorato?
Alberto Pastorato? What? Sorry.
Yeah, he's the GT Italia driver that's coming for
Oh,
Radaily.
no way.
Yeah,
Is he...
we love
oh,
it.
wow, it is. What a name.
I know, right?
Didn't even notice.
Brilliant.
God.
What news have you?
Did you see my message, Mr. Kirk? I don't know if you read it out.
I did read it out. Yes.
Okay, yeah. There are a few things where I might be in the car towards the end of the race, but at the moment we need raw pace, and I don't have it. Lars, say, back from uni, or searching for unis pretty early, so or whatever he was doing, not a clue. But he's back pretty early, so if we've got a Lars, it's like a secret weapon. Throw him in the car, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
At the moment, though, Bailey's doing a top job. He's just struggling on tours a bit, I guess.
Have you got enough? Have you got enough personnel to cover Matunus there in the number 9?
Yeah, we've got at the moment, right, the rotation. Okay, because there has been a little bit of a change on the 7 car.
Because I realise that Lupson isn't able to take part.
Lupson we reckon Nate will come back and take over. I'm not really sure if he is or not. As I say, it was a swingman issue. I haven't actually heard anything from him since. But there isn't a reason why he wouldn't take over, as far as I'm aware at the moment. But either way, there will be. I think statistically, he has actually, or the 7 car has filled out the rules, because there is no 4-hour rule anymore.
It's one driver change. Actually.
One driver
so
change,
Matunus could go to the end.
which means there has been one. Either way, he isn't going to the end.
Okay.
We have Ryan Reed Edwards taking over roughly in the last 2 hours. Adam was Hodgkinson in the 7 car was going to give over to Nick Woodbury. So many names. I'm sorry.
There are lots of names.
Nick Woodbury was going to take over that car, but he is unable to take over that car. Don't really know why. So that means that Kieran Parkin, as a beautiful last-minute call-up, is going to be in the car. He was told about 15 minutes ago, and the only laps he's done were in practice. Was practice before qualifying. So he is not
well prepared.
He's not well prepared. No, it's going to be interesting. He's a good driver, though, so he'll be fine, especially with the 7 car out of position.
He's as prepared as a raw egg, as they say.
So who says that?
Me. And well, someone who tastes someone who's wow, what am I going on about? Matej Lakota's DNF'd, unfortunately. He's disconnected from the server, so we certainly hope to see Lakota back. What? I need my food sooner or later, otherwise I'm going to go bonkers. Interesting situation, though, regarding DHR, as Stephen Bailey's been in and out, and he's severely, well, we don't know whether it's worked or not, but he has severely undercut Kuba Brzezinski in terms of the strategy. Was that a planned stop, or has it been slightly changed from what the plan was before?
Things are changing gradually. We're just adjusting to the car the way it is, how it feels, and the tyre destroyer that is Stephen Bailey, you see.
So I guess it's understandable then why
Penalty,
the pit stop has happened there. We welcome to
mate.
our lovely little room Mr. Yuri Kazdorp, who has had the most unfortunate just luck doesn't seem to go your way, Yuri. I know you've had your fair share of driving mistakes, but today was certainly not one of them. But surely you must have a lot of confidence from knowing that you've led a race for so long, and it took the game effectively breaking to actually end that leading reign.
Yeah, well, we knew we've had the pace for a long time. We've just had bad luck and not being able to show it for the whole season. I think last race we had the pace, and then because of our own fault we submitted a wrong lap. We got put in server 2 where we did quite well until we had again an accident out of our fault. But I mean, the race is going well. It's just unfortunate, but we're still not out of it, so we're just going on strong, trying to get on the podium.
Well, with Artis Sakula there just pitting in P6, it means that Revolution are back up to P5. So it's not like the entire race is lost necessarily. You're still in P5, and realistically, 2 laps is not that much in endurance racing. We've seen already so much can change. Sorry, Capella and Philipparkos are going side by side into turn 9, and Philipparkos has actually retaken P2 in the LMP2 class once again. That battle going on for miles and miles and miles between the Greek and the Italian there. But all is not lost. You still got a healthy position in P5. Is the hope now just that anyone ahead of you might have a bit of a crash, or that Michelle somehow finds the pace to be able to get back a lap or two?
No, we've just pitted, and I think if the pit stops work out, we're in around P4.
You're 5.
Yeah, but I think the team ahead of us has a pit way earlier than we do. And then for GT Italian P3, they'll be around 80 seconds in front of us. They pitted at around the same time, but I think the double center or something. But
Yeah,
with the pace we've got now, I think we still got a chance at P3 if we continue without having accidents.
It would be a mighty recovery if you could do that. But we're nearing the end of the season now. We've got the rest of this race here in Istanbul Park. We've got Nürburgring, and we've got Le Mans. If you could grade Revolution's season so far, and just talking in terms of the LMP1 outfit now, so your personal outfits, how would you grade your season? And do you think there's a lot of room for improvement next season? Are you planning on returning next season?
On results, it's been it will be an embarrassing low grade, but I think we've had the pace, we've had consistency, but it's just unfortunate stuff being happening over and over again. Like last race, we got spun around by an LP2 car, and then our car got destroyed by a GT car that couldn't avoid us. The race before that, Christian's PC crashed, and we wrecked the car because it went on into wall at full speed. And I think we've had the pace, we've shown it today, for example, and it's been there most of the season. So I think driving wise, it's not been the greatest. We've made some mistakes, so I'd say around 6 or 7. But we've got the consistency, it's just not showing at all, and that's disappointing.
As Kuba Brzezinski then comes into the pits, he's 1 minute 29 ahead of Stephen Bailey. And I'm just going to have a little perusal to see whether there is no drivers set. So it looks like it's going to be Kuba Brzezinski in the car, staying in the car. It'll be interesting to see how the gap looks with Stephen Bailey once he returns out of the pits, though, that is for sure. Actually, I mean, I remember, because that Revolution car, Yuri and Lewis, it lost a rear wing, and yet there wasn't much time in the pits at all where it was replaced. So is damage to the front of the car actually much more painful? Yeah,
front of the damaged car. It was something that we noticed back in Sebring. There was a crash between the 3-wide, the 8 car, funny enough, with Hodge involved, poor guy, and a GT. There was a spinner coming out of Le Mans corner, which is the second to last one, and the 3-wide car hit it head on, and I think Hodge slid into the wall. I think it was backwards when he hit the wall, but we had a lot less time in the pit lane than they did. They were in it, I think, pretty much for the full 1200 seconds. And so front end damage is an awful lot more drastic than side or rear. So it's pretty tricky, which is obviously why Revolution were in the pit lane for not that long. It was still, what was it, 180 seconds?
167, I believe.
167. I would say that's not that bad. That's still pretty...
No. I was saying that to my teammates, like, it's unfortunate it happened, but we flew up in the air, we landed from like really high in the sky, and it could have been way worse.
Yeah.
And just a note, actually, Brzezinski back out 7.5 seconds ahead of Bailey, so the gap really hasn't changed that much between the two pit stops. And Josh, I'm going to quickly hand it over to you on lead for a bit, as I'm just going to have my dinner here, as it has arrived.
That is a surprise.
Actually, sorry, the gap has come down a hell of a lot in that first sector. 3.9 seconds now.
I was going to say, because Bailey's last lap was 0.2 off of his best being a 35.0, the last lap being 35.2. The only consolation to that was that Cuba did a 35.1. I don't think that couldn't have been that long ago. So, well, that's terrifying. Oh, Bailey doing some beautiful slides. The DHR car is a perfect example of a 4-wheel drive drift car around the Istanbul Park circuit.
You can tell he's pushing, can't you?
Yes.
But anyway, sorry, Mr. Anderson, if you could take over just very briefly. Oh no, Joshua Anderson's not here.
It's all right. We'll take over.
Great.
I
it's-
guess me and Lewis
Are
will
you
do it.
sure? Oh,
We'll
that's
do it.
brilliant. Thank
It's
you
all
so
good.
much, buddy.
Yeah. So we're now on lead comms randomly. As I say, the gap between Kuba and Bailey will probably come. I think it'll come down a little bit whilst Bailey's got some warm tyres, but we'll see how that one rolls out.
Did Bailey have an accident the last stint he did? Because he came in a bit earlier, right?
Yeah, he he came in a bit early just through tyre wear because unfortunately we don't have tyre wear like you, mate.
Yeah, we are thinking about, like, at the end, I think we've got like half an hour left. We're thinking about almost double stinting the softs.
Oh. We were close to. I say we were close. I was going to be double stinting the softs back in Sebring until I forgot to pit like an idiot. But yeah, around here I can't even get close. The tyre wear's so drastic around here. So.
I think Bailey made a mistake, didn't he?
He
Kubas
slid.
through to the lead.
Oh, no, that was just 3 pit stops. Bailey slid
No,
at the
no.
exit of turn
I
8.
can enter here. It was
Oh.
a mistake. Gave
Ages ago,
Brzezinski the
wasn't
lead.
it?
It was through turn 8. He got caught on the outside of turn 8 on the Astro.
Ah, yes.
That
And he held it.
nasty Astro turn.
Yeah.
It's horrible. It's the problem is with turn 8, especially through multi-class traffic, is all of the curbs are sheet ice, and the AstroTurf is no better. Well, the AstroTurf's worse. Especially there is one bit of curbing which is on the outside of the final little like stretch before the final left. There's a little bit of curb on the outside which if you touch, it's a 50-50 with whether you're going to get away with it or whether there's going to be some instant death.
For me, the game turns into dirt rally when I touch that curb.
Yeah. It's you must keep your foot down at all times, a little bit of opposite lock, and just hope for the best. Really, it's not ideal. I'll say that for free. Oh wow, look at that! Bailey and Kuba did pretty much exactly the same lap time on the previous lap, separated by 16 thousandths.
I'm actually very interested to know, given that Istanbul Park is one of those circuits where you really do have to attack it aggressively to gain a lot of time out of it. Is this one of the worst tracks in terms of tyre wear for you guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
For us, well, I'm pretty sure it would be for everyone, but of course, Yuri and his tyre saving is quite infuriating. Yeah, this track is it's the hardest on the calendar. We reckon Nürburgring will be one of the worst, but not as bad as this. This because
Not
of
as bad as the Nordschleife.
yeah, that would be pretty beautiful. But around here, because of places like Turn 8, and especially through some of the braking zones where you're loading up all the tyres which are downhill or uphill, and then also trying to steer through some of the corners, you don't have much time to cool down the tyres. I mean, you even think the back straight has a mighty kink in it, which is done at really high speed. You don't even cool down that much there, so...
But it's a left-hander, right? So it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a right-hander.
Right-hander, yeah. But it's still, this track's nasty for tyres. Wait till we go to Le Mans and you have... Oh, I can't stand this place. We did a race in this in GTs about nearly a year ago. I think Kirk, you commentated on that.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
You hated
every moment of it.
You hate Istanbul Park so much that you actually forgot a race which we
I
commentated
did.
on.
I remember that. Yeah. Well, I don't remember the race. I don't even remember the race at all. But I remember it was ages ago where when me and Kirky started commentating together, and about 2 years after this, James says to me, "Oh no, we definitely did commentary in Istanbul Park." And I was like, "No, you must have done that by yourself, mate. I don't even remember." Well, the only thing that I know is Rainier was one of the drivers. Is that he won because he was on a big streak. That's all I know. And he was like, "No, you definitely commentated." Like, "No, I didn't. I absolutely didn't." And I watched the broadcast and was like, "Whoa, I commentated on this."
It wasn't even Giuseppe; it was Porsches.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, was it that one? See, they still don't remember.
In fact, linking a Mr. Oscar Hardwick won during that day.
Yeah, which can bring us on to a beautiful reference, because I have been told to give them a shout out, which is the 24 car, which I am going to say I am hugely impressed with that car, being the leaders of LMP2, because they came into this, they qualified 4th, but are leading by, 40 odd seconds? Something like that?
Something along those lines. They've had a lot of help because Philip Arcos and Capello have been battling for pretty much the entire race.
And Jan's had lots of penalties.
And actually, looking at P10 and P11, they're at it again.
Yeah.
Capello in P11. I'm currently wielding my knife and fork as I commentate on this.
dear.
Capello going down the inside of Philip Arcos into turn 12. Philip Arcos goes very deep, and Capello takes the position nice and easy. He's back into P2 in LMP2.
Yeah, I know. I don't know the strategy for any of the LMP2 cars, other than there are pit stops involved that include fuel and tyre changes, and that the number 24 car will be should be handed over to Nico, being Hillebrand, towards the end of the race. I'm pretty sure they're going to leave Casper in there, who was the one that qualified them in 4th. Some serious pace in that car, and yeah, as long as nothing really goes wrong, that is a solid drive so far. I know Oscar's gone off to drive some VAs, so he's abandoned ship on his team again. Classic.
They've been massively helped as well by the fact that Team Spirit have had a drive-through penalty to serve.
Is it 2 drive-throughs they had?
I believe they had 2 drive-throughs. Povilas Machunas has just come into the pits.
Nate taking over.
Looks like, Lupson's taking over there.
Good man. Here's a question for you, Yuri. Was Christian supposed to be driving this round?
Yeah, but he's been really sick last week, so he hasn't done any practice, and he's not going to drive for long. I'm going to have to take over the car soon again.
Yeah. I thought we had something that he was pretty ill, because I thought it was only going to be you and Sam this round.
Yeah, Sam had some battle issues and couldn't properly practice for this round, so...
Oh, God!
It already started before the race, and then I had some decent preparation, got out with good pace. Christian's got the pace for how long he can drive, and I mean, we could still have a chance at the win if we didn't lag into another car, but it is what it is. We can go for a podium. Like the first real podium we'd get in the race, we only got the podium, I think, in the first part of the 24 Hours of Spa. While Christian's PC crashed.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you weren't trying to. I mean, we've still got over half the race to go, and with the Scuderia GT Italia double stint in the hards are slower anyway. And I don't. It is a strategy we've weighed up. I don't think it'll pay off. It'll hurt more towards the end. I remember RGPL trying this back in Spa, and it caused a very interesting race, but don't think their strategy really worked out.
They've been looking good so far, but I don't know how they went with the Code 80, if they got like a pit stop on that or something.
Yeah, I don't really know. They're doing damn good so far, though.
Yeah, they kind of make it work, so...
Even if they were to get a P4, it would be a very impressive result,
Super impressive, yeah.
And so we welcome back Mr. Anderson. Welcome back.
Hi.
Is he back? No?
No, he's just typing the chat. I think
He is back.
He's just typing.
Oh, he is back.
He is back. There we are. Right. I don't know. I'm getting confused now. Perhaps you could tag in whilst I finish up my steak and take it downstairs.
Maybe I can, yes. That might just be a good idea. So, let's have a little look at this.
Can we maybe take a full look through the field to catch me up as well as the viewers?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Good shout, Yuri. So, without much further ado, let's have a look at the top. Should we go top 5 in his field? Let's go.
Sorry, yellow flag for Hodge. I don't really know why that is.
Oh, that's a good point. He's gone round. That's why. He's gone round there and had a bit of a do it. Now he's gone round again. So that's why there's a yellow flag for Hodge, and having a bit of difficulty getting it back on track in the number 7 DHR car there, unfortunately.
From slow speed, the car's horrible. Like, really horrible.
Not having a good time of it. Got to wait for all this traffic to go through, and now he finally turns it around. And he's going to want to get it going again. Go over the grass, and yep, he's gone. So with that, we'll now actually start the top 5 in each class, if we can. So Kuba Brzezinski, very much the race leader here for Federsport Poland, ahead of Stephen Bailey in P2. And it's Alberto Pastorato, God, what a name that is, in P3 for Scuderia GT Italia. Then it's Christian Michel for Revolution Racing in the LMP1 in 4th, and Nathaniel Luxon now in the number 9 DHR car in P5. Going down to P2, we have Kasper Kolodziejczyk in P9, P1 overall, well, not P1 overall, P1 in class for Magenta Warriors. Then it's Lazarus Philapakis in P10, followed by the other Scuderia GT Italia, this one the LMP2 entry of Vincenzo Capella in P11 overall, 3rd in class. Then it's Joe Camper for Odin Racing in 4th, and Mark Fuller, that's a name I didn't expect to see here, Mark Fuller, P5 for Flatline Racing. I do like, it's nice to see Mark here.
Yeah. Mark, he's been in LMP2 for a little while in that car. I don't think he's done too many races. I remember bumping into him back in Le Mans last season. So he's been around for quite a while. I just don't think he's I don't think he's in the car too much.
Don't think I've seen him in Room 1 for certain. So either which way, welcome to Room 1, Mark. And let's move into GT Pro now, because we've got Hani Al-Sabdi still very much leading things in P1, followed by Nicky Jakovic in P2, then Salvo Sardina in P3, then as it turns out P4 and P5 are both in the pits, Joe Letterelio in P4 and Matt Centel in P5, so both Revolution Racing cars 301 and 303 in the pits. Then going into GT Am, the leader of that is most certainly in Felix Antoine 14 in P1. Then it's Pedro Romano P2 for Dark Racing, Tommaso Totala P3 for what I believe to be, I can't remember what team this is. I've forgotten already. Help.
Which driver?
Yeah, let's just go for that. Tommaso Totala P3. Then it's Thomas Beer, but that's a pro car. So Michele Rizzo for GT Italia in P4. And rounding out the top 5 in GTM is a KSM car. Well, there you go. KSM's Johannes Schafranca in P5. Now I haven't seen them for a while in Room 1. Or maybe I've just not been noticing. Either which way, we have a KSM in the top 5 in GT Pro. Fantastic to see. Then again, I do have a memory like a sieve, so it may as well thought about being last race them with there, and I just don't remember it.
I have no idea, mate. It's not a field that I generally follow because I'm very full of myself, man. I follow one very specific class. As we don't have, in DHL, we don't have any cars anywhere else. Oh, dear.
Well,
here's a question for you. Do you actually follow... Because obviously you've got cars in GTM and GT Pro.
Yeah.
Do you actually, follow the field properly, or just your cars in the field? Because honestly, I haven't even got a clue who's leading the championship in either. God, that's really bad to say.
I follow the GT classes, but LMP2 not so much.
No.
Normally I'll ask for an update in the car when I'm driving once, like half an hour, how it's going with the team.
Yeah.
But much more than that isn't really possible while driving.
Yeah, I know. See, it's the convenient thing with us, because we're all in the same class. We're all usually fairly aware as to where each other are and what's going on. This is the first time in ages that we've all been in the same channel. We haven't been in the same channel since Interlagos. Yeah, the last time we were on the same channel. But yeah. Either way, Kuba his lead is fluctuating a little bit. I think it's come down. No, it's gone back up and going down and going back up. But we do have 100 laps complete. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We have 100 laps complete. Indeed, we are on lap number 100 of many in this race. We don't
It'll
know
be
how
about
many.
165 to 170 laps.
Well,
No, it'll be a bit more than that. 170.
yeah, we're not halfway through yet. We're 171
Oh yeah.
minutes.
Sorry,
through,
I
so
thought it was an 8-hour race. Never mind.
Yeah.
I wish
Straight
it was.
over my head. Straight over my head.
No, we're about halfway through the race, so I'm expecting to be about 200 laps.
So yeah, okay, 200 odd. God, I'm an idiot.
Let's
Sorry.
say 200. But we
This is
are
why I
on
don't
minute
get commentary,
171 as it stands of this 360-minute race, a full circle, if you will, of racing. But you know, that's the sort of thing that you get when you get 6-hour races. We've got another 6-hour race coming up after this one in about a month's time at none other than the Nürburgring. But it's at this point in time I'd very, 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 very much like to bring it to the mood, Mr. Edgerton Johnson.
I'm being overrun by revolution cars here.
You are, yeah. It's the Revolution takeover. The Revolution Revolution.
I can go away.
No, don't. How's things going, mate?
We don't want to lose you, no. I want to keep you here, Eddie. What have you just got here?
You almost lost us in the race.
Yeah. So, Ed, obviously, your car, which has I believe, has Matej Lakota in, had that unfortunate disconnect, and you're now down in 37th overall. But
Yeah.
you're still going.
Yep, we'll do what we can. There are probably more interesting things to talk about. I doubt we'll make up too many more places, but we'll try and get some points from the remaining places there are left. Maybe we'll get one.
Yeah. Again, it's worth mentioning you guys, because we do have you here, Ed. We do have you here to talk to, things to say, etc., etc. And yeah, I mean, if let's talk about, we can talk about a Revolution Racing car, and that's Christian Michel in P4 and LMP1.
Yeah.
Because, well, same team technically, even though it's not your entry.
I don't think there's too much going on with Christian at the moment. There's
No,
quite
there
a
is,
big gap to the front.
but he is doing very well, though. It must be said.
Yeah, I think we've got a good chance at P3. We're catching up gradually.
Never rule anything out, Yuri. Did you see what happened to 3 wide back at Sebring? I think they had a 1200 second pit stop.
We had a 45-minute pit stop and the car was still off.
Oh, Jesus. But I think they were in the pit for 1200 seconds, so a long time.
That's 20 minutes.
That's 20 minutes, yeah. They finished on the podium. Oh dear.
But that was 12 hours, right?
Oh yeah, it was 12 hours. But with the way the damage model is in LMP1, you never know. Bailey might go up to Kiva and smash him off. Yeah. It's a joke, people. It's a joke.
Obviously, we're hoping he doesn't. But
we wouldn't mind if you guys had a slight incident that would fall back exactly to us again.
I prefer that not to happen, mate. Unfortunately, you would be considered a threat for the race win. So,
well, that's a good thing.
I'm wondering when Nikodem Wisniewski is going to take over the 30 car. I'm pretty sure Pastor Gergis isn't taking over. I don't know if
that is
he's
a
been in
very
the chat.
fair point, as we do have James Kirk back with us. Welcome back, James. But
Hello.
that is
Hello.
a very fair point, actually. When is Nikodem Wisniewski going to get into that Fina Sport Poland car? Because we're just about approaching the mythical halfway point of said race, and he's not here yet.
I think he's been on TeamSpeak. He's been about. I don't know if he still is.
They might be running Brzezinski as far as they can before they simply have to change him.
Yeah, we know that feeling.
Yeah, that might be the case, so to speak, in this case at least. And, well, that might be what they're doing. It may full well be the plan as such. Just run him until you can run him no more, because, well, it's a valid plan. It may not be the most strategic plan, but it's a plan nonetheless, and any plan's better than no plan.
Apparently, Kieran is taking over the car very, very soon.
Oh, wow, this will be lovely.
Which
we can get to halfway and then have Kieran partner in the car.
At least you'll get more laps of practice.
Yeah, you will get more.
What better way to practice is just in the middle of a 6-hour race? No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
how better
dear.
than that? Just get some practice in the middle of a 6-hour. Nah, no problem there.
Yeah, we were joking
That's
about
great.
in DHR.
That's
Could you
great.
imagine if in the World Endurance Championship, Audi just phoned one of their drivers and say, "Hey, you are actually needed for this round." And it's kind of, all right, when's the race? Kind of, what started 3 hours ago?
I tell you what, speaking of phone numbers, I did have a message to you from Oni Shinde when Lakota retired, saying to have phone numbers, so it's all alright. So,
Oh, yeah.
Phone numbers can come in handy in endurance racing, evidently.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Maybe they didn't have your phone number.
No, he did it all himself. He just got back on, talked to us after he got back in the car. So, yeah.
That's the sort of attitude you need. Sometimes you just get straight back on with it, don't you? You just need to get on with it, and sometimes getting on with it is the best way of getting on with it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that, Josh.
Yeah, very clear.
Very, very, very good and clear advice there.
It's what I specialise in. It's my best thing.
Yeah. Did you know I was once given a really good piece of advice from a touring car team being the finally dead THR, and it was a great piece of advice in going into a round. We were driving around on race fuel and stuff like that, and
can I preempt it? Is it that you cut the track by 6 millimeters?
Wow, those shots fired. I do hope Karen is watching. No, what they said was Robert Wiesenmüller came to me and said, I can tell you how to go faster. I can give you some set of advice how to go faster. I was like, oh, great, come on, anything. And he says, yeah, okay, now to go faster, take the fuel out. I'm like, oh, thanks. Cool. Couldn't have worked that one out. Cheers, buddy.
Well, you say that, but some drivers will swear that they can go faster on race fuel than they can on quali.
Yeah, I mean, there could be several. I've been like that I was driving V8 supercars once, and I crashed, and I thought, you know what, just stick all of the fuel in, fill the tank up, and that'll make the car easier to drive. All the way towards the back.
I went faster in a different league, which we're not going to bring up because I was bad in it presently. In the Formula Renault 3.5s, when I did go slower in qualifying in my race because I went out, I did one lap on race fuel and went, that'll do. That's my quali stint done. Cool.
That'll do.
Some people are just good racers, though. I mean, you can have. I myself can vouch for this. You know, I am a lot better a racer than I am a qualifier. If I was in this league, I wouldn't be qualifying. That's pretty much the end of it, because I am a lot better a racer than I'm a qualifier. You know, once I get into a groove, I can never find it in qualifying. I mean, I had a very lucky event the other day in touring cars where I went from 15th to 8th, and that was like it. That's the one good qualifying I've had in my life. But I'm a lot more of a racer. I can get into a good groove in a race situation and overtake people.
I think most people in this league would be, Doug. Otherwise, you wouldn't choose a league that's doing 24-hour races.
I was convinced I was a better qualifier, a better racer than I was a qualifier, because I tried qualifying back in Silverstone.
And then you ran out of fuel.
And then Sebring happened.
I've been telling him to stop beating him up.
Don't worry, mate.
And then shots fired.
I was going to bring it up as well. Chill. It's fine.
Sorry, just to quickly go over, Vincenzo Capella has come into the pits, and it looked like a quick fuel stop because he's out very quickly again. And of course, Adam Hodgkinson is into the pits as well, as Christian Mayer's just overtaken Mark Fuller as well in the LMP2 field. That is for P4 now. And yes, Adam Hodgkinson into the pits, ready for Kieran Parkin to jump into the car.
Yeah, and it will be very good to see Kieran in the car, because we know how good a racer Kieran is. We had lots of moments with Kieran in the last race, didn't we? We know we saw him do quite well. So
the question is, how well can you do with 20 minutes of practice?
Yeah, that's the question that we need. With 20 minutes of practice, how much?
He did manage to squeeze that number 7 car into this room in a very intense qualifying session, which, at least in my opinion, it's harder to get the time out of the car in quali, because especially when you're in that period, you're already in, like, you know how to drive the car and race anyway.
Do you know what you should do, Lewis? You
take out the fuel.
You should take out the fuel.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, just take the fuel out, and that makes it better. As I should point out, actually, that it's that time of the race again. We're in magical minutes number 180.
Halfway
through the race, actually.
When did this turn into a darts broadcast?
It did not.
I'm just looking at the gap between Fuller and Meyer. Very close.
Parking.
It was a turn 3, to be fair, on cold
that
tyres.
is a very, very tricky corner on the first lap. This is why I don't really want to take over the car, because I know for a fact I'll do exactly the same thing. You see.
Yeah.
Let's have a watch. It's on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for Kieran.
Yeah.
This is not going to be good.
Turn 3, Kieran. Enjoy your stint.
Oh, there it is.
No pressure.
Oh, he didn't spin.
He didn't spin. He went off track.
He just went off.
Yeah,
That's good.
Welcome to Istanbul Park. This sort of thing will happen.
He totally would have wrecked the tyres, but...
Yeah.
And now Kasper Kolodziejczyk as well is into the pits, our LMP2 leader.
Yep.
And actually, I imagine that we should be going to an ad break very soon as well.
I was thinking that, yeah.
Since we are at the halfway mark. But yes, Kasper coming in. So unless Philip Parkos is planning on pitting anytime soon, he will be taking the lead. But let's look at the main lead of this race then. Brzezinski versus Bailey, still 5.3 behind between them. That gap has not gone over 7.5 seconds ever since Brzezinski took the lead, and even through that, like, disregarding the pit stop, I should say, it hasn't gone above 7.5 seconds. So is Brzezinski holding pace back? Is Bailey holding pace back? Is it just about finding the groove again, or are they actually truly at a stalemate with each other?
I think it's almost that even, because well, our incident happened about 2 hours into the race, and the gaps were still like top 3 all within 10 seconds, and basically it was just traffic making small gaps, and that's about it.
And actually, there is now a whole host of people coming to the pits. Philip Harkos does follow Kolodjicic. Cyril Renault as well is into the pits. We've got a number of drivers ready to come in for driver swaps. And if you want to make sure that you find out what happens in the second half of this race, then stay tuned. We'll be back with you in just a second. There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
racing. Certainly always walked it this weekend.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
Oh wait, okay, sorry. Hello everyone, welcome back. There's been a massive crash, sorry, between the 3-wide Aston Martin. I think it's, who is it? It's Peter Grau, yeah. Peter Grau and an LMP2 there have come into contact with each other. I'm just informing race director, but hello everyone. Sorry for the rather rushed return. This is round 6 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, sorry. As sponsored by ImageSpace Incorporated, creators of the R-Factor 2 platform which we're running on, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. We're at Istanbul Park, and if you didn't tell already by the rush, like, someone's crashed. Yeah, well, someone's crashed, and it was Peter Grau in the 3-wide Aston Martin. and one of the LMP2 cars, which I am not entirely sure of their identity just yet, but I shall go and find out. Our race director and Mr. Cameraman is Mr. Jimmy Allison. It's Philip Harkos, that's who it was. It was with Philip Harkos. Yeah. And it looked like Peter Grau just, he lost it on the edge there of turn 7 on the curbing and just crashed into him. There's not really much that Grau could do from that. We've got Mr. Joshua Anderson on co-coms, and we also welcome with us Mr. Yuri Kazdorp in from his driving stint for Revolution Racing. So, slow cars in Sector 3, no code 80 as of yet. But that's a real shame for Philip Arkos because, well, that was a man who had provided so much entertainment this race that you just wanted more and more and more. Unfortunately, it is all over as Mark Fuller's also. But then, let's see, Marius Burke getting past the pro lot, so there's no need to worry about that too much. There has been one code 80 already this race, but there's no code 80 now since everyone was able to get past back to the pit safely and effectively. If you have just joined us, there has been a hell of a race on, and so I'd highly recommend that you watch the broadcast back when it's over, since the first half was amazing. But the gaps which you need to worry about now is currently leading the entire race is Kuba Brzezinski. And he leads by 9.5 seconds, which is the biggest gap which he has had all race long to whoever was behind him. Stephen Bailey is P2. Oh, sorry.
To me, it shows like Stephen Bailey's yellow flag. He might have spun around or had a little incident.
Well, yeah, because he's lost a further 5 seconds, so he's now 14 seconds behind. So I think you're right, and he has been pushing all race long, Stephen Bailey. And they've been looking really ragged at times, so it wouldn't have surprised me if he had had a spin.
I'm looking at him and he's turning the wheel a bit right to go forward, so he might have some sort of suspension damage on here. Looking at Bailey, that might explain why he's a bit slower, but he's turning the wheel right to go forwards.
If you commentate, let's have a look here. I can tell you what happened as well. Outside of turn 4, he was trying to get around traffic of a Corvette and the current LMP2 leader, Kasper Kolodziejczyk. Wheels spin up on the curb, and he crashes into the Corvette of Thomas Beha. Now, it's the rear right which is clipped, and he doesn't hit a wall, but that rear right suspension damage could be what is causing the steering issues.
Yeah, it could be what's causing him to grab it a bit. That's going to be a problem if they choose to fix it, because it could take a while. If he can fight it, then it probably is best not to fix it for now and fix it later. But it's not a good idea to be driving around with suspension damage, because that can cause problems of its own right.
They're losing time lap after lap now, though.
Yeah,
and he's got traffic to lap as well.
If they don't have a scheduled stop, though, it's going to cost more time to fix it as he gets a bit squiggly there. That much for certain, as he's actually going round past Kolodziejczyk now. And he himself has more traffic in the form of Alberto Pastorato to contend with. I kind of held the first goal there for some reason.
Well, actually, you know what? This might be an opportunity for Pastorato to unlap himself from Bailey here. Even though he's on the harder tyre. Because Bailey lost a further 2 seconds in that one sector alone to Brzezinski. So there is clearly something very off with that car and he's struggling.
Yeah, there's obviously something with the car there. They're going to have to probably do a bit of a rethink on that front. But not really good to see him struggling with that car. He is turning it quite a bit to just even keep it in a moderately straight line. And Pastorato, as he rightly say, he could have a chance to unlap himself here, but may need to think what's going on here with our strategy. We've got a couple of cars in at the moment. Peter Grab is one of them. I can't see Thomas Beer in, but his teammate Jimmy Jill Halvorsen is waiting, so that'll be a switch. Olivier Fortin in waiting as well. This may possibly be for Felix Antoine Fortin. So Fortin brothers.
Another 2 brothers, yeah.
Could be brothers, could be siblings, could be relatives, brother.
They may
anything.
be completely unrelated, as Alberto Pastorato actually won't be overtaking Bailey. He's into the pits himself.
Yep, that will not be the case. Bailey is got a bit of a breather then as Pastorato in. Christian Michel will be the next threat to Bailey then, but he's way back, so not as much of a threat as an existence as such.
Who is Jimmy Jewel Halvorsen?
Oh, and he's been
What?
here a couple of times actually. You probably
What
just haven't
an-
seen him. Northern Light
Racing.
number 2. He's
Also-
actually been here a lot of the time.
One of the most epic names I have ever seen.
And you've
Jimmy-
already just noticed.
Jimmy Jewel Halvorsen. Brilliant.
He's been here for all season, you already just noticed. This is
I
typical.
must have just completely missed him at every opportunity. Like, you must have covered the stints where he was... Huh?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
he's a veteran.
He's a
Season
veteran.
1.
I must say, actually, it must be one of those coincidences where whenever I've been on break, you've been having to commentate over his stint, Josh.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happened. I do try and I think I've commentated on them several times. As Stephen Bailey tried to overtake what you like to call the Tomato Supercar, the SRVN, but it
he's
didn't
in.
work. But he's in. He's in. This will probably be to fix the suspension damage if he's going to fix it. I'd be surprised if it wasn't fixed.
Well, he's losing time hand over fist to Brzezinski if he wants any chance of winning this race. He's got he's got just under half a race to make up any gap as well anyway. And Kieran Brzezinski's going to have to pit soon as well. It is just one of those pitting phases.
It may just be that he's picked the right time for that, but we'll not know until we know, so to speak. As well, more words of wisdom there. I'm
And
very
well-
good at these words of wisdom, you know.
Anderson's words of wisdom.
Yeah. Get it trending.
Get it. Put a hashtag on it. Christian Michel, actually, for Revolution, therefore, is up into P3. So their recovery is pretty solid so far. But remember, they have not pitted whilst Alberto Passerato has pitted. And it looks like Passerato's onto the hard tyres again. So they're going to be going for another longer stint there in the GT Italian. Nathaniel Lupson got there eventually. He's in P5. With Artis Kula in 6 and Sean Campbell P7, Kieran Parker P8. And that is your LMPs who are in position. Looking at the LMP2 field, Colin Gijek is still there leading. For Magenta with Vincenzo Capella now unopposed in P2 for Scuderia GT Italia. And the fall of Philipparkos means that Joe Chiampa for Odin Racing will inherit that number 3 slot. In the Pro class, Scuderia Leon still leading with Hani Al-Sabti, but Jakovic is still closing. And that is really important to know. This has been a race-long fight for Niki Jakovic to try and catch up to Al-Sabti. And getting closer he is. They are within the same sector now. Just how long Jakovic is going to be staying in the car, however, is another matter while Sarni Schumvlier rounds out the top 3 in Pro. And in the GTM class, Olivier Fortin, who we presume then is the brother of... I've forgotten his name already.
Felix Antoine Fortin.
Felix
That's it.
Antoine, perfect, great man. He did a great job for Atlantic Motorsport first time around. Olivier now in the car with Pedro Ramada in P2 for Dark Racing and Scuderia GT Italia have 3 cars in podium slots with Michel Rizzo in P3. So for GT Italia, they are having a wonderful day at the office.
Yeah, they are. I was going to mention earlier, they're pretty much up there with the best in all of those. Christian Michel in the pits in all this, so this will probably not be a driver swap as such, but there are drivers waiting to swap in. Thomas Bear in the pits, so Jimmy Jewell will be in for Northern Lights very, very soon, you would think. Piotr Marovic as well waiting, so this could be Artur in pitting as well, potentially. But yeah, a fantastic day at the office for Scuderia GT Italia. For Pastorano to be B3 and most of the cars to be within podium contention at least is a fantastic thing to have, and I'd be very happy if that was me as the team manager. Although that said, if I was the team manager, I probably wouldn't have the drivers to have cars in every class.
It's a lot of managing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's daunting. As it looks like Michel's going to be falling back to P5, in fact, as Nathaniel Lupson heads through to P4. Michel still in the pits, but he still has a lap on Artur Sikula, so I think Michel's going to be safely there in 5. But he's going to have a bit to go before he catches up to Lupson further down the road. In P4.
I should add as well, top 5 LMP1 paces are all Audis. That's how dominant they are. And then Sikula, then Campbell are 7, 6 and 7. They're the first Porsches on the grid.
We have a battle.
Do it.
And is on the same lap. P23, Matt Sentel versus Alessandro Purotti.
Oh, wow,
So
yeah, that is a battle.
This is Scuderia GT Italia. So this is for the midfield in GT Pro. I'll get the exact position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is for P6 between Revolution Racing and Scuderia GT Italia. Peroti's been catching for a couple of laps now with Matt Sentel there. Is Riera. Riera's not too far behind as well, Argenus, so nice close back himself. It could be a three-way fight.
In fact, it could be a very three-way fight there as Riera closes right in but then doesn't. But either which way Sentel under some sort of moderate threat from Porter here.
Got two Aston Martins behind him as well, so they're both power horses in terms of the straight line speed.
Yep, the Aston Martin, a very strong car in the straight lines, and the Corvette, I think, good in the straight lines, but better at cornering than the Aston Martin.
It's a real like jack of all trades car, the Corvette.
Yeah, it's a kind of a mixed bag. You know, you get a bit of everything with it. I'm surprised actually to not see more BMWs. I thought there was more BMWs, but they might just all be in the second server.
I think they're second server, yeah.
Yeah, I know Volvo Racing who were in Room 1 earlier on in the season, they have a BMW, but they're not in Room 1 here.
No. But then there's definitely car preferences, isn't it? I know that the Ferrari, for example, and the Corvette are both very popular cars.
I've always been a fan of being on myself.
I love the Viper. I'll say it. I love the Viper.
I've yet to drive that fully, but it is interesting, to say the least.
Interesting. I like how it handles. It's got a sharp turn. It drives well. I don't really care so much about how much pace you can extract from it. As long as I'm stable in the car, then I'm happy to drive it.
Yeah, that's the more important thing. I mean, I quite like the handling of it, I would say, but it's just the extra torque from that giant engine. It is a giant engine. In actual racing, it's been granted a waiver to use that 8 litre because the maximum is 4.5 in GTE. So they are the only team, the only manufacturer, RSLT, to use that big whacking 8.2 litre V8 or whatever it is, V10 even, and you get a ton of torque from it. But it works.
Talking of Vipers, we're going to be overtaking one here with Alexander van der Woude in the GTM Magenta entry.
Yeah.
Getting out the way nicely for Sentel.
I know Alex absolutely loves the Viper.
No, I agree with him. I think it's a lovely car.
Good choice, Alex.
A good choice, but not a good choice to hold up Perotti, that's for sure. I think he could have been a bit nicer to the Italian there, who is still trying to overtake Matt Sentel, and he's trying to stay within his reach as Argenus Riera pulls into the pits, unfortunately. So that's our possible three-way fight out the way. And contact! Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what van der Woude could have done there except maybe pull out. But then again, it's difficult. But either way, that is a potential battle now going to be stopped for a little while at least, while Perotti tries to regain some ground.
Yeah, well, he was turning a bit left at the time of the impact, but again, not really, I don't think much he could have done in that sense. So, not really too much the Dutchman could have done indeed, in that sense.
No, I'm trying to... we've got an Arta Sekula in, actually. Into the pits for... I'm doing X-Men theme there. Insped Racing Team. There we are. So many teams to remember. I hope you do forgive me for regularly checking back, because I need to. And it says AI next to his name, which suggests to me that there's a problem going on there.
Yes, it does. He's not even there. I think he might have disconnected or something. I can't see him.
And there's nobody in the server willing or ready to replace him either.
No, this could be a bit of a problem then.
After it's been a solid yet unspectacular drive for Insped, but they could lose a few positions here. Kieran Parkin's only a lap behind them, although he's getting held up by a lot of traffic as well. So for Insped's case, I hope that they get that all sorted out nice and quickly. Stephen Bailey's now a full lap behind Kuba Brzezinski, but remember, that is because Brzezinski has yet to pit. He will do eventually, but it's just showing how long actually it took to finally fix up that Bailey car, which, by the way, is looking a lot more on the pace now.
It is, yeah, Bailey back in the car, or whether if he ever left the car, that was. But he is,
Uh-oh.
It's because they didn't fix the suspension damage. He's still turning right.
Oh, is he? Right.
A little bit. They chose not to fix it, which I didn't think they'd do.
So they've lost time because of that.
Until they have a driver swap.
So they've lost. I thought they'd lost time because they'd actually decided to fix the suspension.
No,
so
they have not fixed it.
They've lost time because of the suspension damage. as there's been a change there between Cyril Renault and Mark Fuller. So this is Team Spirit Racing trying to fight back up the order of LMP2, and it's to some degree of success as well. They're now P5.
Yeah, now P5 and LMP2. I see Angelo Luigi Cilio there. This could be a change into the LMP1 entry, I believe, or if he drives LMP1 for GT Italia. That'll get Alberto Pastorotto out of the car, but it could be for the GTs. I might be mistaken. That's so many cars it's hard to know.
Piotr Morojic as well, or Morojic.
Yeah, he's been in there for a while, then he left and he's back again. And he's left.
Oh dear, I think this is a planned driver swap gone wrong for Sakula. Because Sakula was meant to switch out for Morojic, because they both are part of the same team, aren't they?
Yeah, planned to the point where I can't even see him on track. So there must be some sort of problem on his half as well. All of the problems.
Yeah, it's a big shame for Insped, unfortunately. No worry for Parkin, though, because he's going to gain a free position out of it.
It could be, actually. This is separate suspension damage for Bailey, because in the comments, Northern Light Racing said slight contact with Bailey caused some LMP2, had the sandwich in a 240-second pit stop. So it could be that was separate, but it looks about the same angle as he was steering. It looks a tiny bit more than when he was steering before.
So
it could have been that it was that and no damage, but I can't tell.
Could it have been repaired and then there was more damage?
Either that or they never fixed it and no extra damage has happened. So all we know is that he's still crabbing a bit as he comes up towards, well, as James puts it, the Tomato supercar and the SRBN there. I'm going to have to make that a thing within future broadcasts.
As Brzezinski's in. And
yeah,
this will be important to see where he comes out in contention to Stephen Bailey.
I don't think there's going to be a driver change, though. It locks up a bit on the brake in there. He's quite desperate to get it stopped. I can see Lars Brugman, though. So this will be a driver change, probably for Bailey. Yep,
yeah, Bailey's in.
Yep, so here comes Lars. This may be a damage change. And the GT Italia GT has damage, apparently.
That means actually that Brzezinski is legitimately a full lap ahead now.
Yep, Brzezinski has lapped everyone.
Well. Well, technically he's just unlapped himself here, Bailey.
Well,
because,
there he goes.
Of the further pit stop. But yeah, Lars Brugman into the car now. And it looks like Henning Vollert's going to be taking over the 3-wide motorsport car again after some good work from Furman to work them back up the order. Where is Furman actually after all of this?
I can't see, but he's about.
Oh no, it's Marius Burton, the 3-wide, not Furman anymore. So
yeah, the
Burton's
change, and he's 18th. So that's where he is.
Still a way to go.
But yeah, Riccielli Rizzo went for the GTM Scuderia Italia because they have damage. So that's going to take them out of potentially all cars in podium potential sort of position that they were in. But this pit stop gone run for Saikula now is really starting to hurt the team because Colin Jacek's going to unlap himself and go within a lap of overtaking them to take what will be LMP1 lead back. Sorry, LMP2 lead back. As Brzezinski exits ahead of Bailey now, he's left everyone.
Puotti's ahead of Centella's wake to round off that battle that we were covering earlier. And the fall off of Rizzo means that Bram Beelan is now into P3. And Bram had a... Oh.
I've had Lewis McLean in the comments. It's strong rear end damage. Will be in the pits for a long time, about 170 seconds.
Oh, right. So
that's why Bailey's there. This will be a Brugman pit stop as well. Yeah. Hopefully Lars will be able to get them back up. But Lupson retains that third place in a sense because he's gone through in the number 9 DHR.
So they didn't repair the damage.
They didn't repair the damage, or at least they've not got more and something like that. But I probably didn't repair it. But yeah, that newish number 9 DHR now in third.
And
I
Alberto,
say newish because they only got introduced recently.
Alberto Passorato in second.
Yeah, GT Italia. I'd say, well, if Brzezinski was within, aside from being a lap down, second is astonishing anyway. It's a great result.
Well, it doesn't matter how far behind first you finish, you're still in the
as long as he's in
same
second,
position.
Yeah. As Bailey is still...
He's behind Michelle now.
Behind Michelle, even. This is a long pit stop indeed. 3 minutes almost of damage.
He's going to get lapped for a second time by Brzezinski if this continues.
Sean Campbell's going to go through.
I'm sure Campbell's going to unlap himself once here.
Yeah.
He's still got a couple of times to do it, that's for sure.
He's going to get a lap up on him. Kieran Parkin down in 7th not going to get through, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for Stephen Biddle. I was about to say, if he got a lap by Parkin, it would have been an absolute disaster.
Bailey goes 2 laps down to Brzezinski.
That's how much one bit of damage can do for you.
He's going to go a lap down to Pastarato now. He's going to go a lap down to his stablemate, Nathaniel Lupson.
You see, damage can do this. This is what damage can do. And
But it's
Michelle
better to
probably
sort
won't
it
be in
now.
contention.
It's better to sort it now than have a risky car all throughout the race and you're losing time.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a driver swap going on as well, may as well. You know, if that's going to take longer, may as well do the switch.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have... There's a lap between those two.
It could be that Michelle gets another lap on Bailey. That's how long it's taken. Christian Michelle coming around the final corner here, down the front straight. Bailey still not moving, which will be Brooklyn soon. He's going to get another lap on him.
Crazy stuff,
There
isn't
he
it?
goes.
Oh, dearie me. Worrying signs indeed. There's worrying signs for Team Spirit as well, actually, down to P12. Cyril Renault under a renewed amount of pressure from the PRL Logitech car of Matthias Grau. This is for P4 now, actually. So Cyril Renault, actually, I presume, has just recently overtaken Grau for that P4, as Lars Brugman is now into that DHR car, and out he comes. So Sean Campbell is now on the same lap as... no, I lie, he's just a lap behind Lars Brugman. Lars Brugman is now 2 laps behind race leader Q Brzezinski. And look how close Brzezinski is as well to lapping him.
Wow, that is... He's not far, is he? He's not far at all. So it'll be some job if he can pull this off, but to get back into a good shout of a good position is going to be a difficult thing to do, but doable. It is indeed very doable. Not impossible, and well, we've seen bigger comebacks than this before.
We have seen incredible comebacks throughout all the season, but given the way this race has gone, Piotr Morawiec is finally disconnected.
No, he finally connected, and it's again absolutely hops in the car.
Oh, you could always tell that was going to lead to problems, and that's further problems for the Insped car. Real shame, as well as they were going along really, really nicely, actually. So that means that Joe Chiampa's up into... So we got 3 LMP2s in the top 10. Such as being the problems for the LMP1s.
Yeah, just at this rate, we'll get a GT Pro in the top 20. In fact, do we already have a GT Pro? We do have a GT Pro in the top 20.
Yeah, we've got 2 of them.
We have 2.
Al Sabti and Djakovic.
Yeah.
We're going to have 3 after all of this.
Oh, yeah, 3
Morawiec.
after all of this. Wow. And I've had a couple of people asking about rain. Last year it was very surprising. Does anyone have the weather forecast at hand? I assume we're using live weather.
We've seen grey skies, that much is for sure, but...
If we're using live weather, go to some weather station.
Like AccuWeather.
I'll use AccuWeather, and I'll use that now. I'll go to Istanbul.
All clear, supposedly.
I'll just go to Istanbul in Turkey.
So there we go. Supposedly no rain yet is the basic idea.
Yeah,
I don't know if we will get rain. Is there any rain forecast?
Well, let's check. Saturday, it is Saturday today, of course.
Really?
And, well, yeah. And no rain forecast, but cloudy.
Well, there we are then.
Yeah, and Liverpool Plate, no rain forecast as far as I know. So, yeah, no rain, but some clouds.
Ooh, we have a battle for the podium on again for the GT Pro class. This is for P21. Bram Beelen, of course. He got into, or Bram Beelen, sorry. Supposedly that's the proper pronunciation of the surname there. He took the podium a while back, but Arnie Schoenvilliers, who has been in that podium position before this race, is now looking pretty eager to fight back, and he is getting ever so closer to the Dutchman.
He is Arnie, a very good driver, as we know. As you said, he'll be back, and he is back.
He's back, yeah.
Fighting for a B30, he's fighting for a podium.
Get to the podium.
Oh, James.
Yeah.
The podium must be obtained. It is true, though, as he dives again. See, braking zone's being used, as has been It has been the watchword of this race, breaking zones, hasn't it? Or the
Well, yeah,
watchwords.
It's been all about, can you actually get alongside someone to make an overtake stick? And it looks like Schoenvliet has had a decent exit out of the final corner now onto lap 109 for, or 110, sorry, for these guys. And it looks like Schoenvliet has got a good enough exit. It does look like he's gotten the braking zone sorted. He's clambered through turn 1 and he's back on the podium.
Yes, indeed. And, yep, back on the podium for Arnie. Very good to see him there. Fantastic news for Revolution Racing as well in all this, if that is a Revolution car. Yep, it is. The 301, because they have 1 and 3, which we saw earlier. 301 and 303, rather. So, yeah, good to see that Corvette round there. And good stuff for them.
That Insped car's having identity issues. It doesn't know whether it wants to be Arta or Piotr.
Yeah, it doesn't know what it wants to be. So, go on, get your identity crisis sorted.
It's just DNF'd at the moment. That's the only consistent thing at the moment.
Identity crises are no fun, but, you know, when they're sorted, they're good.
You'd hope, anyway. Otherwise, there's going to be problems for sure. So that battle, I think, is pretty much as good as done between Chevalier and Balin, sorry. It's just going to have a little look down the order to see whether we can't find a new battle to have a look for. And there's one, we found it in P29 and P30. It's Johannes Schafranca and Tommaso Tortella. And what is this for? I imagine this is for just outside the podiums in the GT Am. I think
so.
It's
about that, yeah.
It is. In fact, this is for the podium in the GT Am. Of course, because Revolution Racing had their issue. So this is for the podium. And Tortella has been in a very similar situation to Schoenvliet, actually. Tortella has been on the podium in a Corvette and has found himself off it. And he's behind that. It reminds me of the old Simtech Formula 1 car, that Schafranca car.
Yeah, it sort of does.
KSM Sim Racing Team. It reminds me so much of the good old Simtech car. But it doesn't matter whether your car looks like a Simtech or a can of tomato soup. Tortella, is going to want to get past it either way.
Yeah, he's going to want to get through. Of course, P3 in any class is important because he gets some more points at the end of the day. And, yeah, that KSM car doing a very good job out there in P3, but Tommaso will want very much to...
I'm pretty sure it says Simtech on the side there as well.
Does it? Well, that might be in relation to the modern company. Simtech mods, but of course we're a fan of the URD over here.
I know another Simtech, but it's not with a K. In fact, I know 2 other Simtechs. There's so many Simtechs around, you can never keep an eye on them these days. But either way, let's focus on the actual battling between KSM here and Tortella. Tortella just biding his time very gently, and I imagine that he'll be waiting for the turn 12 hairpin to try and force a move. It does seem to me, Josh, it's just in general been very hard to overtake around here without a mistake from one of the parties.
Yeah, overtaking is not easy. It's not easy around this track. You know, you got to wait your time until like turn 12, turn 1. Got to get your goals going, so to speak. And speaking of goals going, Tommaso Tortella is going to get a goal at P3, you'd think, into turn 12. God, even saying his name makes us hungry. It does though, but he's going to get a crack at it, and a very tasty P3.
Oh, and look at that. Schafranca's made the classic mistake of not defending the inside, and Tortella's going to try and seize upon that opportunity. He dives up the inside. He brakes later. There's contact between the two, and he's almost using Schafranca as a turning circle here, Tortella. He's not able to get it done though, although look at that. Look at the dive into the final corner. 2 of them stay out of contact, thankfully, and the LMP1, I think that's Michelle trying to get past, staying out the way. Tortella's trying everything to get past, and he just can't crack it at the moment.
Apparently, you've made a right butchery of Arnie's name. Apparently, pronounced his last name Scoundfleet. Or Scornfleet. According to Revolution Racing, so we've both been getting it wrong.
Oh, Tortella around turn 3. Well, he's just about, wow, he actually held it and he's taken the position.
Well, some overtake, you're going to say it.
I was just reeling. I was reeling. Scornfleet?
How we need someone to come and tell us how to say that
It
because,
says Schoenvliet.
like, come on, someone from Revolution who knows this, come and tell us how you say it because we're confused now.
If a Dutch person can give me an actual phonetic pronunciation, then absolutely I'll try and do my best to change that.
Yeah, it's like the whole college eject thing. I never knew, and then Lewis told us, so it was Oscar that told us. Oscar Hardwick told us that you pronounce it like that, and I'm like, whee, now I know. So someone come and tell us, and whee, now I know.
All Louise. But yes, in either case.
I think we've got our answer because none other than ETJ is with us now. Hello, Ed.
Scornfleet.
Scornfleet.
Arna Scornfleet.
That's how you do it.
Scornfleet. Okay, so I presume that there's something over one of those O's which we haven't seen because of R Factor 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Gotcha. Scornfleet. Okay.
I've got to go.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. That was much appreciated.
No
there you
worries.
go, Scornfleet.
Jimmy Allison reeling as well. No, that's wrong. He has it wrong. Sounds wrong.
Well, he's Danish, and he's not in our team.
Oh well. The simple burn. Oh, he's Danish.
Yeah.
Is that a ban?
Well,
No, I mean,
is that a ban?
I spend more
I
time
was
with
about to
Arna
say, is
than
that a
Jimmy
ban?
does. No, it's not bad. It's I just spend more time with Arna than Jimmy does. That's all. I hear his name more often, I think.
Scornfleet.
Scornfleet.
Miroslav is walking you through it in the chat now on YouTube. Anyway, I've got to go.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on a minute. Now we're being corrected even further. Apparently it's on a Seanfleet.
See, that would make more sense because there's an SCH in there. Seanfleet. That I can understand Seanfleet.
Hey, it's just... Yep, we do actually have phonetic pronunciation now as well in the comments. I'll just paste that for your knowledge if you know your phonetic alphabet.
Sure.
James, I'll paste that for you.
Thank you. It's sort of like
it's given its invalid parameters, so
It
I'll
is-
have to modify it a bit.
it is like Miroslav though, Davidovich.
Yeah,
not-
I will
not-
see
not
Davidovich, and that's
Davidovich.
apparently wrong.
Yeah, Davidovich puts too much emphasis on the O. Shuvliet.
And
Or
that
Shoevliet.
confuses me even more because apparently it's Seanfleet.
Oh, sorry, no, yeah, Shuvliet. No, wow. Can't we just call him Schoenvliet?
Can't we just call him Arnie?
Like, things or no, it's not even Arnie, it's Arna.
Arnie. Oh, you're so confusing. I'm frustrated now. I've got to go get something to eat.
Go for it. Hani Al-Sabti into the pit along with Bram Balin. I think, for the reference of everyone at home, I am sorry. I'm going to call him Seanvliet, okay? Seanvliet. Seanvliet. I apologise if that's completely wrong to the many of you watching, but this is the actual phonetic thing that we've gotten. So, I'm going to presume that that's an approximation that is somewhat acceptable. Change over for Scuderia Leon as Kevin Roting is into the car in place of Hani Al-Sabti, which does mean actually that Team Virus takes the lead of this race with Niki Jakovic. Also, good news for Insped fans out there is that they are back in the race. Piotr has managed to find his way onto the server and stay there, and he is now P19. And the last of the LMP1s, barring, of course, the Texas driver's car, which was out on lap 29 with an engine blowout. So, we've also got Vincenzo Capella. Great time for indigestion, James. Vincenzo Capella is also in... Oh, he's not into the car. He's into the pits. That's what I'm meant to say. From P2, the LMP2, which means that Joe Chiampa is going to inherit that P2 for Per Rosenlee's team. I remember that was the car which they were in. Odin Racing, there we are. Of course, Chiampa still is yet to pit. Capella is taking his pit stops now. I'm just having a look around. I'm trying to find another battle as Michelle's passed Nathaniel Lupson, so I wonder if that was something we completely missed. Out of the car goes Vincenzo Capella. In comes Federico Suave. And the good news for that team is that they're going to come out ahead, crucially, of Team Spirit Racing. So they will maintain their podium position despite the pit stops. So that's a good stop overall for GT Italia. But yes, I'm just going to have a little peruse through the field to see whether I can't find anyone relatively in a good battle. I think we found something actually here with P13 and P14. It's Ricardo Azevedo versus Mark Fuller. This is Sim HQ versus Flatline. They've just lapped Alessandro Puote in the Aston Martin. But Mark Fuller with Flatline seems to have caught up to Azevedo over the last hour or so. And yes, they've got an LP1 to try and traverse them as well, of which Mark Fuller's probably going to get out the way pretty soon. Oh no, he's held up past Serato pretty badly there actually in the GT Italia. Oh, and there we've gotten through at least. But Azevedo isn't too far away, and I'm sure that Fuller will be hoping that Passerato can reel back the Italian ASAP. We're going to have a further look down the field to see where we can't find anyone else. But it does seem, unfortunately, that everything is a bit separated at this stage. 222 minutes gone. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. It's only 20 minutes away. It's hard to believe that the race has gone by this fast, to be honest, but there you go. And yeah, it's probably just worth keeping an eye on this P13 and P14 battle then, because it is effectively the closest one on track, I think. Oh, your throat gets dry when you do 4 hours straight, let alone 6. But yes. Let's go through your top 3, shall we? Got some action in Niki Jakovic coming into the pits. And actually, Jakovic has been in there a while. So I think Goran Djordjevic is probably coming into the Team Vira's car. But we've got some big names as well. Adam Hodgkinson looking to come back in for Kieran Parkin in the DHR number 7. Anthony Jans looking to come back in for Cyril Renault in the Team Spirit car. Nikodem Wisniewski is on the server, which suggests to me that Kuba Brzezinski and FIDE Sport Poland are due for a pit stop very soon indeed. Now remember, Brzezinski is a full lap ahead of the P2 car of Alberto Pastarato, but all that can change, of course, with a new car, as there has been a massive crash somewhere. I heard plenty of body work flying all over the place. The question is where that happened, as Kieran Parkin is into the pits for that pit stop. Whoa, what? I'm checking through the field. I can't see anyone in trouble, so it must have just been someone knocking over like a curbing bollard or something. I'm not sure. Oh, mind you, look at that. I don't think that looking at Parkin's car, that looked like it had lost a lot of... Yeah, look at Parkin's car. He came into the pit lane far too hot, and that was it. Parkin lost both his front bumper and rear wing going into the pit lane. So that is why there would be no code 80, because it was all self-contained. We have Joshua Anderson back, and we welcome Ben Willis into the room. Hello, Mr.
Hello, hello, how are we all doing?
It's all good, thank you. We've got people making mistakes everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah. How has Room 2 been?
Not too bad, actually. Yeah, relatively clean. Just a lot of traffic. And
there's been loads of traffic here as well.
Yeah, it's been quite tough getting through all the GTs, but yeah, it's been alright. Tyres have been a little bit of an issue on the front right, but apart from that, it's all going okay, and we're sort of just plodding along.
Kasper Kolodjicic into the pits as well, with Nicholas Obadnik into the pits as well. So people choosing now to make what will be probably one of their last 5 stops, I imagine, at this stage in the race. But perhaps, could we have a little eye over Room 2?
We'll never glance over it. Gives me a chance to enjoy my snacks.
Yeah, well, it's been, hold on, let me go and get the timing up again. I switched to Room 1, I started spying on it. It's been pretty much Team RGPL leading most of the race in in the P1 class, and there's not been many P1s at all actually. I think we started off with about 6, and there was a good 2 or 3 who retired. So we're looking
Fully
at about
retired?
3 P1s. Yeah, there's definitely one who's two. Yeah, there was 5 P1s that started, and 2 of them retired.
Oh dear.
So there are 3 P1s, and they're very spread out. RGPL have 4 laps lead. So yeah, they're pretty set there. P2's been a little bit more. There's been a few more battles. It's currently being led by the number 7 Kyushu Motorsports car, who've been there or thereabouts for most of the race, which is pretty good. And then looking down the field, GT Pro, Atlantic Motorsports there in the 101. They've been pretty set.
They're doing pretty well here in the GTM class. They're currently leading.
Ah, okay, yeah. No, they've been looking pretty good when I've been driving past them. They've been pretty pretty good. And who we got? GT Am is Football Racing, and they've looked very good for a lot of the race. They've just been quietly putting in the good laps. So,
they're sort of straddling the Room 1, Room 2 band, aren't
they?
Football Racing.
Yeah, there's sort of a couple of weeks they're up in the top server, and sometimes they just miss out. But no, definitely doing well there in GTM.
So Adam Hodgkinson out in the DHR number 7 car, out into P7 as well, but he's 3 laps away from P6 and 2 laps away from P8. So in a real no man's land. And of course, the big man in LMP2, Anthony Jans, is now back into that Team Spirit car. Can he make any final push to the podium, though? We will have to wait and see. Joe Chiampa also into the pits, as is Lazarus Philippakos. So we might have a couple more driver changes. And yet, Nikodem Wisniewski was in the waiting room, but now he is gone. So I presume that Kuba Brzezinski is planning on going even longer into this stint. He's found a really good groove, mind you, and being a full lap ahead of Alberto Passerato. Why wouldn't you? You know, if you're driving this well, then there's really no reason to go out the car.
No, exactly. When you're in that rhythm, the last thing you want to do is get out. And if you can consistently put in the good laps, then you might as well stay in, to be honest.
Okay, so let's try and find another battle, which is getting increasingly harder. It must be said. We have one, though. P10 and P11, Matthias Grau. Oh, that was my microphone. And Ricardo Azevedo, who has really actually left Mark Fuller for dead now. He is well within reach of Matthias Grau here, and he has a shot. This is actually for the podium. Of course, Azevedo's team, SimHQ Motorsports, were leading the LMP2 category with Jari Venari earlier on, but that pace had dissipated. Hasn't really given too much cause for concern for the podium sitters until now. And Ricardo getting ever closer to Grau. I imagine his first attempt at overtaking the German would be down into turn 12.
Yep, there is a classic overtaking spot, as we've seen many times this race.
Gets up in the slipstream, and his Grau just sticking it in the middle of the road, and he's to the right-hand side again. He has left the door open. Thankfully for him, Azevedo doesn't have the correct braking to make any sort of overtake happen, but you can't just leave the door open like that, because you're just asking to lose your position.
Yeah, you are just, we've seen several times people leave the door open, someone comes along and says, "Thank you very much, I'll have a goal." Speaking of having a goal, Azevedo threatens it a one, but doesn't ultimately go for it. And, decides to wait his turn and have a better go somewhere else.
I must ask, Ben, where has most of the overtaking happened in Room 2?
There's been a few people being very brave and trying it into turn 8, but apart from that, it's really, I know, I've seen a few trying to go around the outside, and I sort of just sat there witnessing. But it's turn 12 and turn 1, your big overtaking areas, the heavy braking.
Azevedo's using the traffic to advantage. And can Grau hold it around the outside? What a great piece of driving from Ricardo Azevedo. Sliced through the traffic whilst Matthias Grau was stuck on the outside, went to the inside, and that is job done. That is a beautiful piece of opportunistic driving from the Italian.
And look at this, now he's half a second ahead.
We'll have to see whether can Matthias Grau reply. I'm not sure he can, especially given how fast Azevedo was looking.
We'll have to see if he can, but, you know, for now,
it was a great move. Adam Hodgkinson is back into the pits and he's missing. How many front bumpers is this number 7 car going to go through?
I think we need to carry them in surplus.
Where did he lose it as well? Let's have a look. I wonder if it was in contact with another driver. Yeah, he lost it a while back. He was in sector... Oh, it was okay. He was out of turn 8. Oh, he just went too wide. Oh, that was a nasty crash as well. Out of turn 8, got caught on the AstroTurf and went careering into the wall on the way down to turn 9. Was lucky not to lose his rear wing. Managed to maintain the momentum, but that is another unneeded pit stop as Matthias Grau and Mark Fuller both pull into the pits in the LMP2 class.
And that's so easy to do. I've been doing it quite a lot in practice. It's so easy just to get your line wrong, slightly drift wide onto the outside, and you just get sucked in, and next thing you know, you're in the wall.
Wouldn't it be safer to just keep on driving out though, just avoid the AstroTurf altogether?
Yeah. Sometimes it's better just to give up on the apex and just go straight onto the Astro and have a bit more control. But yeah, it's so easy to do it there.
Yeah. They must be running out of spare front bumpers at the moment.
They are, absolutely.
Nico Bartley says the next time they may as well just put a yellow or a red front bumper on now.
Yeah. I mean, counting, that must be the 3rd or 4th time that they've lost their front bumper this race.
They're just gonna have to stock them in in surplus.
They lost one with the 3-wide rejoin. They lost one on the entry to the pit lane. So yeah, this must be the 3rd or 4th time.
Have to start making in orders from Audi, won't they?
Well, yeah.
Lucky that this is R Factor 2, I think. DHR number 7.
I would trade them some spare front bumpers for some more snacks, but
for more
I better not.
That was
Ricardo. More than that.
Ricardo Azevedo then coming into the pits himself. So now seems to be the time for the LMP2 field. Excuse me. To play their strategy cards once again, as there's been a switch in the flatline car. Michael Barnard comes in for Mike Fuller, and the longer Michael comes out into P14, well ahead of Ivan Supanic in that very Renault-esque looking, or that 2005 Renault-esque LMP2 car.
Yeah,
the Seawolf.
Yep,
Net
Seawolf.
Race Motorsport, the best named team in all of sim racing. And then look at Champion Racing coming into the pits as well with Sean Campbell.
Yeah, that is probably. I can see a lot of drivers. I'm not joking necessarily, but eating some snacks at the moment. So, yeah, a mid-sentence, I can point out there's quite a few drivers waiting now to come in. Perrockfist 1, Roberto Schienemann 1, Greg Hall 1, Hugo Marquez as well. So, some pit stops might be expected. Curtis Kenyon is probably going to be coming out, and Greg Hall coming in, actually.
Yeah.
And it's probably worth saying then to our race director that we'll probably be looking to go to adverts in about 5 minutes, since we are only going to have 2 hours remaining in 5 minutes. It flies by these 6-hour broadcasts, and flying by in the pit lane is Sean Campbell. He's going to stay in the car. Per Ockvist in for was it Per Rosenly?
It should be.
I'm not sure it was. Per Ockvist is into the car already. Oh, no, Per Ockvist is Sim HQ, so he was in for Azevedo.
Ah.
And he is out ahead of Matthias Grau as well, so that's important. But Anthony Jans has jumped the lot of them, and he is now into P4 with Team Spirit. Where is Joe Chiampa? He's about a full sector away, so Jans still has some work to do, but a podium is not completely out of the question.
Yep, the game's afoot now for Team Spirit Racing, and it's going to be a case of can they get back into a good position?
It's interesting just to pick up on the fact that Joe Chiampa is running hard tyres, and he's the only P2 doing that. And last time around, Anthony Jans was 2 seconds faster on the soft tyre. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Maybe Chiampa's trying to maybe triple stint the tyres or something, trying to save that 30 seconds in the pit stop phase.
It's possible. It does seem a bit conservative though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've been trying mediums really, and double stinting them, because the softs won't go past one stint.
I mean, it's pretty clear as well that this track is by far and away one of the worst when it comes to tyre wear.
Oh, it's
surely,
the worst I can think of. Yeah.
Surely, if you can find an extra pit stop, it would be at this track.
Yes, yeah, it would be, and it does help if you can gain that 30 seconds back. You sort of save during the pit stop, but there's the trade-off of running that hard tyre and being, a couple of seconds slower. You could lose that advantage you make by the guy behind putting his foot down.
I see in the waiting booth we have a Nikitin Wisniewski, so he is around and he's in as Brzezinski. This will be a change.
So it has happened eventually, and I imagine that this will mean that, oh wow, Pastorato is really far behind, isn't he?
He's
he might
down
unlap
and there.
He might unlap himself.
Yeah,
he might
just
just unlap himself. But Brzezinski in, and now I think this is going to be, I don't imagine, I'm changing what I'm going to say, but I say it with good reason. I don't imagine Brzezinski's going to be in the car after this. I imagine it's going to be Wisniewski until the end.
With almost 2 hours to go, you'd think so.
This is the stage where perhaps other teams think, could Feeder Sport Poland slip up? Because there is no doubting that Brzezinski, over the course of this season, has been the stronger and more reliable driver, both in terms of pace and consistency.
You could argue that, yeah. And this might be with the other teams thinking that, get my foot down. So, Pastorato then will probably unlap himself at this race. But not much more, you'd think, because he's in.
He's in.
So, he's not going to unlap himself, and this is going to be changed to Federico Leo, I think.
And what you got to watch here is also the tyres that Scuderia GT Italia goes on to, because they were also on the hard compound.
And they were. Yeah, they've been trying a different strategy.
Keep an eye on that then. They are on the orange marked tyres as it stands. Wisniewski exits on the soft, but what will Pastorato go to? Onto the soft also.
Interesting. So they're going for a late charge. And that's probably in response to Christian Michel here in TXL, because they are on the softs themselves. Revolution, sorry. They're on the softs as well. So, possible response to their podium threat? I don't know. By the way, Nikitin Wisniewski is out then. And Michel's unlapped himself, but briefly, I'd imagine he'll be in soon enough. And Pastorato, I believe... yeah, he's going to actually fall off the podium during this certain stage of the race as Nathaniel Lupson comes through to take that final podium position.
Yep, Lupson goes through into P3 now, and Pastorato is still down there, but maybe a driver change within this. But Lupson, of course, in that faster LMP1 compared to the LMP2, he's lapping of College Agic. As, yeah, through into P3, so at present it is a 3-5 something for DHR. It is a 357 because Hodgkinson's 7th. There you go.
Federico Leo into the car. Seen him in the GTs. He's now in the LMPs, and he's out into P4 as well. Slightly cuts the pit lane exit line there, which I'm not sure is entirely legal.
But yeah, possibly.
But either way, with Lupson and Michel still to pit, I imagine that he'll be quite nicely in P2 once the pit stop phase has settled down a bit.
Yeah, that will probably be the case, and you'd imagine Federico Leo has a good shot. And I think we're going to an ad break.
We're going to an ad break, so stay tuned to find out whether Leo can retake P2, and we'll see what Wisniewski can do as well. Stay tuned. There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing. Certainly always walked it this weekend.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
Hello there everyone and welcome back to round 6 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, creators of the wonderful R-Factor 2 platform which we're running on today. Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. The story of today is that traffic hurts. It is very difficult to overtake around Istanbul Park. When it happens it's brilliant. And never say die until the endurance race is done. Nikodem Wisniewski is in the lead of this race now. He is taken over from Kuba Brzezinski in the feasible Poland car. He has also been notably slower. Christian Michel in the Revolution Motorsport car has just come into the pits. He gained 6 seconds on Wisniewski in just 3 laps. Nathaniel Lupson has gained around the same time. Federico Leo around the same time also. The question is Wisniewski cruising? Or is this truly as fast as he can go? Many questions and more to be sorted out later. While I have a little... Oh no, it's just bits and bobs. We're expecting a changeover for the Revolution car in the form of Yuri Kazdorp, who is set to come back in. Could mean even faster charging down of Wisniewski. We've also got the like of Rhys Gardner coming in for Magenta. Stefano Zambonini as well, ready to come in as well. We've only had 2 retirements so far. That's Valentino Mazzatenta for Texas Drivers and Nuno Pinto for Dark Racing. That's the GTM Dark. Yeah, it's the GTM Dark Racing. There's 2 GTM Dark Racings. Never mind. I'm getting very confused at the moment. But anyway, it's going to be fascinating to see whether Wisniewski is holding back or whether this is actually his maximum and whether there might be a bit of a threat to his lead, which is over a lap currently near the end of this race. Yuri Kazdorp is back out into P3. And he is ahead of Federico Leo, though. So this is an actual change of position. Scuderia GT Italia were P2 prior to the pit stop phase. They are now technically net P3 with Yuri Kazdorp set to take over P2. A great recovery, given that they got punted out of contention for the win by a lagging car.
Yeah, and they've recovered lovely to get where they are as well. So Kazdorp potentially net P2, gross P3 as I like to call it. Well, at least, not changed P3 because Lupson, I think, still to pit in all this. And Lupson not pitting yet, of course, but will have to at some unspecified point in the future, as Kazdorp will be chasing him down in all this as well, trying to gain time in that Revolution car. And Leo not very far behind, so one to watch.
One to watch for sure. Yuri Kazdorp certainly had the pace early on. He was our initial race leader, actually, Yuri. after overtaking pole position taker Henning Vollert and 3 Wide Motorsport early on. So, you know, we know he's got the ability. And let's see whether he can put that into effect. In the LMP2 field, it's been Magenta Warriors pretty much from the entirety, for the entirety of the race so far. He leads from Federico Suave, and Anthony Jans and Team Spirit, after 2 drive-through penalties, are now back on the podium as well. So Team Spirit really keeping their spirits high, and it's paid off the hard work that they've put towards this podium position for now. Looking towards the GT Pro class, it's been Scuderia Leon in their second race in Room 1, leading once again. Kevin Roting in the car currently. And for Team Virus, well, they've had their own penalties to deal with, but they've had an incredible fight back as well. They are currently P2 after overtaking 4 cars over the space of this event. They are about to lap third placed Arnie Schonvliet. Schonvliet, I think. That's how
I'll
it's
tell you
pronounced
what,
anyway.
I think Arna has damage as well.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
He is crabbing a bit, yeah.
He's looking a bit dodgy there. But anyway, Goran Jodevic is in the Team Virus car. It was Nicky Jakovic who did some excellent work early on. And Kevin Roting actually has a full lap on Goran now. So as well as Virus have done, not too sure whether they'll be able to take the win anymore. And into the AM class we go then. And it's been a well-fought contest. But it's been Atlantic Motorsports who's been at the peak of that, with the Fortan brothers really heading a good charge. They're a full lap ahead of Stefano Zanobini for ROTW Racing Team and Pedro Ramada for the ever-present Dark Racing, rounding out the podium there. So I think it's been some excellent battles throughout the field. They've been really stretched out because of the difficulty in finding a way to overtake some of the drivers. It's been all about braking zones and top speeds, and how mixed and matched and in many parts equal the field has actually turned out to be.
Yeah, I'm actually just seeing in the comments apparently, Reese Gardiner, who's just changed into that Magenta Warriors AM car, has a problem, says Eric Strada, who races for the team. So I don't know what that problem is, but it's not obviously a persisting one since he's stayed out.
Yeah. Let's head down to P22, shall we? Where we can find Argenis Riera and Alessandro Puotti in very close pursuit of each other. 2 Aston Martins with a GT Am Aston Martin in between them. And you've got the GT Italia car there as well, trying to get through, and all sorts of things are happening. It's the battle for P4 in the GT Pro, and it's just about to heat up as Argenis Riera completely cuts off the flatline car there of Thomas Jacobs. A bit rude. But anyway, back to the actual battle itself. Looks like Puotti is closing, and unable to do anything.
He hit the brakes a bit earlier there. I don't think he wanted to go for it.
Yeah, as we thank Ben Willis for spending some time with us. He's able to join the DR guys once again to check on how everything's doing. But yes, Riera under a lot of pressure from Puotti, who's been
Caught you a bit.
Well, there you are, you're back.
Yes, welcome back.
I was going to say welcome back to you. You sounded terrible. There we are. Unfortunately, we've lost Mr. Anderson to connection issues as Ivan Zuponic is into the pits, and actually out of the pits, I should say, for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. But yes, going back to this Puotti-Riera battle then. This is for P4 in Pro, and by the way, the flat line behind is a Pro car as well. That's why it's able to keep up, as we hopefully have Josh back now.
Oh, it was me. I thought it was you.
It was absolutely you. And Alexander Van der Wild was removed from the game. Server is not running clients or whatever. But Reese Gardner is here, so I don't know what's going on there. Either way, Puotti very, very close to Riera. They've got Kasper Kolodziejczyk as well, going through the LMP2 leader, able to traverse the two of them, but it was very close between Riera and Puoti as well. Heading down to turn 12 then once again. Puoti goes to the outside, Riera goes defensive. Puoti trying around the outside, but we've seen this so many times. It's not going to work, unfortunately, unless you get held up on the inside line. Riera is going to hold on for now.
Well, yes, Riera will hold on in this sense, and he's going to keep that place what he has right now, and Puoti's just going to have to find another route through.
Ending Vollert also into the pits. One of the unfortunate prototypes to gain or to have he had a few problems actually, Vollert, earlier on in the race. It's interesting that Thomas Jacobs is getting involved in this battle as well. It's a battle of 3 Aston Martins, but Jacobs is 1 lap down. So really, he's got no choice but to stay behind because he can't get involved as Puoti's trying every which way to get past Riera. Still unable to do anything. Riera's just got some very good acceleration in the corners.
He does, yeah. And Puoti's got the acceleration in the corners. He's trying to go for Riera again, but nothing doing yet. So we'll just have to wait his turn, so to speak.
Oh, and here come the LMP1, of race leader Wisniewski and Lars Brugman, who's trying to unlap himself. Which I find
is very bold.
I find that fascinating, and I think that the pace differential is, Genius Riera's off. Riera's off at turn 8, and that has gifted the position to Alessandro Puoti, who heads up into P22, P4 in class overall.
Yeah, because as he was saying though, the fact that Brugman is trying to unlap himself on current race leader, Wisniewski, is fascinating, but it could also be key, because it could be the start of the fight back. I'm not saying he could get 2 laps on Wisniewski in just under 2 hours, but I wouldn't count it out. I mean, it may take some problems for the speed of 14, but it could be done.
He'd be unlapping himself to be only 1 lap behind, as that was a real dodgy moment out of the final corner for Lars. Really, this is the closest thing we have to a battle now, unfortunately. I will keep perusing down to see whether anything closer does appear. But yes, we've been having another theme of today has been blue flags, and when should you let someone through? Are you entitled to go through if you have been blue flagged, but you're faster, but only by marginal amounts? And well, again, it looks like the same position here. Brugman does look faster than Wisniewski, yes, but is he fast enough to pull away? I'm not too sure.
Well, that's going to be the question. That's going to be the answer. Well, the question will be answered at some point. Brugman doesn't look to be making any inroads anymore. That's the first time we said that this broadcast. Usually I say it loads. So, Brugman getting a bit of distance possibly, but not much.
We have... What happened to Puoti? He's now in 24th. And behind Daniel Almeida.
He's probably at another off. I'm not sure, but can't control anything to be sure.
I'm going to have a look back. Oh, yeah. Oh, how bizarre. Okay. He was on the inside of the LMP2 car. Oh, no. That was poor from Zuponic. In his haste to try and overtake the back marker, Puoti in this case, he just spun him round. So that's a real shame for Puoti, who now has not only Daniel Almeida to get past, but Riera to re-overtake as well.
Yeah, that doubles the problems. I should add though, here's something that here's a bit of a fall from grace actually. Olivier Fortin, all the way back in 33rd in the pits. Now I know exactly why this is as well. Coming around the last couple, he spun and hit something and then made it back into the pit. So maybe he had damage before that. But this is damage being repaired and it's dropped them so far behind.
So that means that surely, is Pedro Romano leading now? Dark Racing are leading the GTM class once again.
Well, that's not any surprise. We've heard that many times during this season, and Dark Racing lead once more.
Angelo Luigi Cilio for GT Italia's back on the podium as well, and Reese Gardner for Magenta Warriors. It doesn't matter what sort of problem he has, that car's on the podium, and they'll be delighted with that result if they can hold it until the end.
Yeah, that would be brilliant if they could do that, of course. Fantastic news indeed. and well, all the better.
I think we'll stick with Perotti though, because Perotti has got some work to do here in P24. And look at Riera, actually. This is a three-way battle now for P22, P23, and P24. And I think Riera's got a big problem here, because Daniel Almeida there is just beginning to overtake Riera into turn 8. Around the outside of turn 8, Almeida! What a move that was from the Corvette driver. Brilliant to watch.
Yeah, well,
That is
that's
the most
that won't settle Riera. No, look at this, he's got Porty to think about. This is even worse news.
Yeah, so Almeida's up into 4th. Riera down to 5th. Perotti now in 6th, but it does look like 5th is going to be in his grasp. Riera really struggling. And it's easy pickings for Perotti as he has almost passed. He's on the inside though. He's surely got this. And Riera loses 2 positions. What has happened to our Genius Riera?
Well, he has now lost that position to Porty, so all of a sudden he's within fire. Then he gets shot at, so to speak, and loses 2 places. And Riera
He's into the pits.
So
that's either
maybe
tyres or suspension. And I imagine it might be suspension.
not as bad as it could have been if he'd been not good at pit, but he is bitten indeed, and in the pits he comes, so that solves that one then.
And so it's now a straight fight between Almeida and Perotti for 4th. Mind you, this is all for 4th place. I mean, Arne Chauvellier, oh wow.
As he's still grabbing.
Arne, he's still in the podium. He's about half the racetrack away from Almeida, so it's hardly like this is a massive threat to the podium places at all. But they're still within striking distance if a mistake was to be made. I think that's the crucial thing here.
Yeah, Sean Villiers, Arnie, is still got that suspension damage from before. He is still turning the wheel right to go forwards. So dealing with it very well, it must be said, because well, he's not dropped behind as such. I mean, there's a bit of difference between there is quite a bit of difference between him and Goran Djordjevic, who's about to lap him, I think, as well. Djordjevic has got lots of prototypes to deal with, but yeah, he's dealing with it moderately well, if not the quickest of ways.
Perotti, stream here. He's got the LMP1 there. As Nico Barclay comes in for Atlantic Motorsport, so it must have been a planned stop, I imagine. So it might very well have been tyres.
Yeah, and driver change
sense
as well. So Barclay in for the team, yeah.
Riera.
Yep.
But back to Perotti versus Almeida then. None of these guys pits. I think we've got the revolution there of Kasdorp to go through. Indeed it is. But we're more interested in the GTs battling away here. Perotti, Almeida, Aston versus Corvette. And the grunt of the Aston hasn't helped it down the main straight so far. But he's taken turn 1 okay. Although that said, to be fair, Almeida's also taking it very nicely indeed. We have a good equal match here.
We do, yeah, indeed that is the case. And Perotti in all this, got to chase Almeida so we can get the place. Almeida goes wide, and then that becomes the inside. So a bit of ground gained, not too much ground gained, but ground gains nonetheless. And not necessarily a big chance right now, but maybe one in the near future.
Of course. Heading up through turn 7 then with these two. Good bit of footage here for the GTs, and looking at Perotti, he's really started to step on it. I imagine he'll be hoping to line up some form of attack for turn 12. And if Almeida puts up the same sort of weak defence that other GTs have put up, then I think that might be a real possibility.
Lupson in from P2, so this will be a change to Ryan Redwoods.
You're really bad sound as well, Jimmy. I think it might be the TeamSpeak server.
Well, Nathaniel Lupson in P2 and all this, is to clarify, this will likely be a driver change to Ryan Reed Edwards to go into that car and take it to the end. Thomas Jacobs is out of the Flatline Welcome Racing car, indeed, and I'll tell you who's in, Ryan Walker.
We would like to apologise, by the way, if the sound quality is bad on the broadcast. We reckon it might be a TeamSpeak problem. because as far as all three of our connections are concerned, they're all fine, and yet for whatever reason there's been bad quality. So it's probably the TeamSpeak server, we're presuming at least anyway. So yes, apologies if the sound quality of our mics is bad, but at least there is still action on track to look at.
Yeah, at least there's always that.
And talking of Ryan Walker, it looks like he's passed Pedro Ramada, or something happened with Ramada anyway. I'm not too sure. Or I might have been, I know what it was Craig Hall getting past Ryan Walker. It was an LMP2 on GT, so don't need to worry there.
Yeah, Walker, they're in P27 at the moment, and Stefano's Albini in the, what you like to call a tomato supercar, that is the number 55 Corvette, so he's in there and he's dropped back a bit. Right at the back is that car, actually, so Lupson out the car, Reed Edwards in.
There's been a crash already in the pit lane. Angelo Luigi Cilio, Scuderia GT Italia, came in far too hot into the pit lane. He's P2 in the GTM class, and he's just coming in now. I'm going to have a little look to see. I don't think there's nobody set to replace him, but he's going to be in the pits for a much longer amount of time. And Reese Gardner, Magenta Warriors GTM entry, they're going to go through into P2.
Wow, and well, I guess that might have been expected from the start, but you know what? Good on them, taking advantage of situations.
And Roberto Schoenman is also going to pile some pressure on as KSM going to third, so Scuderia GT Italia off the podium as it stands.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate because they were doing so well. They were absolutely up there with everybody, and now they're not. This car is dropping out or dropping backwards quite a bit. So, they were up the top three mostly, and now they're having a bit of problems.
Going back to Perotti versus Almeida in P22. The Aston Martin's gotten closer to Daniel once again, with Cuba Brzezinski, our race leader, lapping the two of them. But yet again, it's not close enough as we have an LMP2 there exiting. That's the GT. Is the GT Italians every time they find each other somehow. Anyway, I'm getting excited by the fact there's two cars of similar liveries on track. Perotti getting very, very close to Almeida once again. It's like he's found a renewed effort here. He's found a new groove in the track. He's going to try and exploit it a bit wide there out of turn 5 and 6, unfortunately. He's going to try and stay close, but it seems to me that Almeida's just got a bottle cap on this at the moment.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case, and Almeida is just bottle capping Perotti up a bit. Can't get through, and is going to have to do things, and that's just an information for drivers. The sound quality seems to be isn't perfect. So,
yeah, well, it's quite important actually, because we might have a future Code 80, or there might be problems within the teams about coordinating information. And so it's important to know there's a TeamSpeak server problem, so that teams can actually go away to maybe Skype to relay information or something like that.
Yeah, that would be maybe the best solution, but for us here in the broadcast booth, TeamSpeak is the only option we have, really, because it's the only option that keeps in touch from Mr. Jimmy Allison, so, yeah.
There we are. Nice and simple. And, we've got Almeida there trying to get past... Wow, is that Tom Schenkels or is it Nico Barclay? It's neither of them. Never mind me. Perotti on Almeida then still rages on. But once again, it's just...
Oh, hang on a minute. I think we're going to drop off the broadcast here because Jimmy Allison says, let me quickly test the other server. So,
yeah.
We might
Okay,
be
so...
dropping off from that.
Yeah.
And I do believe we're back on air, which is a good thing. And yeah, hello.
I think we're gonna join the other server.
Okay, so hold on a second.
That sounds a lot better. All right, so are we back? Okay. Sound quality sorted. It was the TeamSpeak server. Cal Surprise. While you were away, nothing happened. We've got Perotti versus Almeida still in P22 and P23. I'm sure that we'll have Mr. Joshua Anderson along very, very soon in order to complete this fantastic trio of commentary goodness once again. And I'm just going to have a little look down the order to see whether it's not just Perotti and Almeida that we can have a look at, but we can have a look at someone else. Unfortunately, it's not looking good because everyone's a bit spread out. Oh, nope, they're one lap apart from each other. Never mind. So it is Almeida, Perotti. It is then. The two that have been battling for a few laps and have been unable to make any impression on each other, still going at it for what is ultimately the places just outside the podium position. Of course, the podium in GT Pro currently made up of Roting, Djordjevic and Sean Blier. So yeah, we'll have a little further down just for the sake of being absolutely positively sure that there's no one else that we can look at. Nope. Never mind. So I think we might be having troubles with Mr. Josh joining. Oh, well, there we are. Just as I sneezed as well. Mr. Josh, you in?
Yes, I am.
Good. See, it was the TeamSpeak server. I told you.
There we go.
But yes, we're just focusing on P22 versus P23 as, oh, that's Furman getting past Ivan Zupanic there. But it's an LMP1 versus an LMP2, so it's pretty expected. And Anthony Jans is now into the pits for Team Spirit Racing, and he's well off the podium as well. So I imagine he's been in there a while. Kasper Kolodziejczyk as well into the pits.
Yep, Kolodziejczyk in. This will probably be for a change to Oscar Hardwick, who's waiting in the booth, so to speak, or the server list of spectator waiters. Spectator waiters, there you go.
Spectator waiters.
Spectator waiters, hi man! I'm gonna wait for the spectators.
Oh dear.
Gotta go for you don't wanna. Yep, in fact, our Hardwick is in. There you go.
Yeah, and Adam Taylor's waiting as well. Ed Trevelyan Johnson, Bram Balin, Andrew Dickman. Big names to come into the car for what will, in approximately 25 minutes, be the final 60 minutes of this broadcast. It flies by, doesn't it, really? And
yeah,
it's
sad really, because I'm going on holiday after this, so I won't be around to engage in any of the shenanigans.
Oh. How long are you away for?
I'm only away for a few days until about Wednesday, so...
Oh, so there you are. You're going to be back soon enough. We'll miss you.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Oh dear. Anyway, Lazarus Philippakos is back into the car as well, and Anthony Jans is out. So really, this is going to be, I presume, the penultimate pit stop phase for many of these drivers. Joe Chiampa now pits.
You would think so, yes. This is going to be one of the final few pit stops. So we've got about 85 minutes to go, so this will probably be the last or second or last pit stop they make.
Oh, it all goes by so fast these days.
Yeah, I wish this was another 12-hour race. They're more fun.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I love long races. Especially at 24 hours of Spa. That was a great one.
I actually prefer shorter bursts like this, purely because you get it all in one. It's sort of like a really gratuitous piece of pudding. You could never, having the full thing is way too much, but you never want a small piece of cheesecake, for example.
Yeah.
You never want a small pudding, because that's just, well, it's just blasphemous, really. And what would be blasphemous to Perotti is the fact that he still has yet to get past Daniel Almeida. He's been staring at the rear wing of that Corvette for what must have been about a full hour at this point, and he still can't get past, as Tonga Guardia then is in for Philippakos.
Yep, indeed. That is indeed the case, and Guardia comes in, out, rather, P17 total. Apparently the tech centre are looking at the problems of the TeamSpeak, so that is good news for drivers.
The tech centre? We have a tech centre?
We have a tech centre.
Goodness me.
I've
been led astray as to just how many resources we have here.
Yep, we know people.
The tech centre. Huh. I bet Perotti would want a tech centre on. How can we help you, sir? How do you overtake a Corvette that's just a little bit too faster than me?
Yeah.
Or a little bit too fast?
And to which the response would obviously not be, have we tried turning it off and on again?
No, you definitely do not want to turn it off.
No, definitely not.
Down towards turn 12 then with these two. Again, it's the same as always. Perotti's close, but not close enough. Oh, who can we... There's so many people on lap 12, or 12 laps behind, and yet they're actually quite close. P9, we've got something on.
Yay!
Per Okvist in P2, under pressure from Federico Suave. Well, he was under pressure from Federico Suave until back markers happened. But it's SimHQ versus Scuderia GT Italia once again. And it's looking pretty close, actually, between these two. I know Okvist has gained a bit of a gap, but Suave looking the much faster driver at this point.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking at. And Suave versus Okvist could become a thing soon, if we're lucky. And, well, there's a gap between them, but if Suave can catch up, that'll be beneficial. As Kevin Roding in for Scuderia Leone now. When you talk about the pit stoppers, you talk about that, and could be a driver change, but we're not sure. And yes, TeamSpeak sounding good now, apparently, says Ruben Correa Alves.
Love a bit of Ruben.
Yep, love a bit of
But
Ruben.
yes, that's good. As I say, it was absolutely the TeamSpeak server. Like, that much is for sure, as Per Okvist actually comes into the pits.
Apparently we're going to go back now then. So be back with you guys in a bit.
Okay.
And welcome back. I'm certainly be back. It is better to be here indeed. Back on our familiar TeamSpeak. We have James back as well. All is well. Once more. Brilliant. Yes.
That sounds good. Yes.
All is good. All is good.
All is bright and beautiful as Michael Barnard comes in for Flatline Racing. And Matthias Grau, because of Per Okvist pitting, inherits P3 for PRL Lodge. This LMP2 fight outside of first place is really open, actually. Look at how many people are 12 laps behind. I think there's 5 of them in with a chance of a podium.
Yeah, about 5 people in chance of a shot of a podium here. So close battles until the end. Things going on here. All is good. Things are good. Goodness me. Yep, goodness me. This many in the chance. All is good. good is the watchword. I should stop saying that now.
Yeah. As Ryan Reed Edwards is into the number 9 DHR as well. I'm just having a look at Kazdorp in comparison to Wisniewski. Where is Wisniewski? Oh, he's miles ahead. I think Wisniewski's got this one in the bag, honestly. As long as he doesn't throw it off the track, he should be fine.
Well, you never know, but yeah, it does seem like that is the likely outcome. Likely outcomes. Yeah, you see, that's
P12. P12, it's Perokvist versus Anthony Jans. We're talking about this. Possibly there's Wisniewski going past. Meanwhile, Okvist and Jans are trying to fight here for what is P5.
Switcheroo.
Yeah, it's a switcheroo there from Jans, and that is a good overtake from the Frenchman. Really smart, and now he's going to use the slipstream of Wisniewski to his advantage to try and pull away. That was close going on the exit of turn 11 there. But Anthony Jans has the position of Matthias Grau, actually, is now into the pits himself. So Joe Chiampa will go through to take P3 himself for Odin Racing. I tell you what, Anthony Jans is really not too far behind. So Team Spirit Racing could be in with a shot of that podium.
We could both go.
They could both indeed be within a shot of the podium as I seem to have dragged up James Johnson and Casper College mid-conversation there, sorry.
Oh, no.
Well, welcome to both of you nonetheless. It's a pleasure to have you both with us, both regular contributors here on the broadcast as far as I'm aware. You know you do like pop your head in?
Yeah, it's lovely to always join in.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, lovely to have you here as always. I think we'll start with Casper if it's alright, James.
Of course, yeah.
That's good.
Yep,
Oh,
so
there's
Casper,
2 Jameses now. Whoops.
Yep, oh yes,
Yeah,
James section.
this is gonna be fun.
JK, JJ.
JK and Josh. There
Yes,
you go.
seemingly. So.
Yeah, so Casper, anyway, welcome along to the Team Speak once again. You've been in the LMP2 car for Magenta Warriors, which now currently leads its class.
It's leading since the very earliest stages
Yeah,
of
it's
the
been leading
race.
for ages. Must be said, a fantastic job by Oscar Hardick being done now to get through all that traffic currently. Lots and lots and lots of traffic indeed around that neck of the woods, but leading and surely bringing it home in P1 will be the goal.
Yeah, it's the goal. We never even dreamt of even getting a P1 today. So if everything goes well and if Oscar can get it back, we're going to be fine. The decision to change the drivers came out literally 7 laps before at the end of my stint, as I was about to take it to the end. So
Wow.
yeah.
It must be quite daunting, actually, though. I realised that you had a lap on everyone behind you, but still, knowing that you're P1 in your class, it must put a lot of pressure on you.
I felt more pressure racing for the first time last race for the first stint. I actually completely shrugged off any pressure after about half a stint here. Although I did.
Really?
Yeah, I just kept on lapping like as if it was practice, really, and tried to do my best. And I did a couple mistakes, but they were very minor. So that's just me, though.
And talking to JJ, of course, who is, are you part of Vodball here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Who are doing very nicely indeed in GTM, so we hear.
Yeah, we're doing really well. No issues. And we're just plugging away. I think we've got a lap and a bit lead now, so we're just no issues to report and going nice and easy.
Is it, I must ask, is it somewhat frustrating though, because Vodball have been one of those teams which have truly straddled the line between Room 1 and Room 2. It can be a flip of a coin as to which way you're going to go. Would you not like to stay in one room? And actually, I would have a think about that before you answer, because we've got a move on track here potentially. As Anthony Jans is now on the back of Joe Chiampa for the final podium position here in LMP2. Jan's going to move to the outside here, going into turn 12. We've seen no one really overtake legitimately around the outside of turn 12 until now. Anthony Jans, of course it would be him. He has managed to... Of course it was. He has just reeled Team Spirit back onto the LMP2 podium after 2 drive-throughs. An incredible comeback.
That is an incredibly fast car. Has been for the entirety of what I've seen this season, so I'm not surprised that they're fighting for the podium in this race, even if they had such a big loss initially.
I will talk to you about that in just a bit, Casper. Yeah, going back to JJ then. Is it frustrating that you're straddling the 2 rooms? Would you actually prefer it if you were just staying in room 2 or room 1?
Yeah, room 1, I definitely prefer it.
Hang on a minute.
We did qualify for room 1. Sorry.
Sorry, I was about to say, we've got 2 stop and holds times 60s, says Jimmy Allison.
Yeah, that would be for Anthony Yantons.
Yeah.
Not drive-throughs. But
Yeah,
stop and goes,
stop
which is
and
even
goes,
worse.
Which is even worse, and he's come through with that.
Into a podium.
I thought we were getting one on the go there, sorry, that's why I interrupted you, but...
Yep, no worries.
Yeah, but he's come through all that. It is quick, isn't it?
Mightily so. Mightily so. But anyway, sorry, do continue, JJ.
Yeah. We do actually qualify for room 1 here. But on the lap that I put in, I managed to... The one time the BMW decides to turn in, it was the last turn, and
oh no!
I managed to get 3 tyres over the line.
Oh no!
So that was a little bit annoying. Otherwise, we would have been in server 1, and we would have been doing pretty well considering that we've had no issues so far, and we've actually got quite a bit of pace in race compared to qualifying.
That's actually quite tragic, but overall, I mean, it's been a pretty confident and strong debut campaign from Vodball Racing, and given that the GTM class is mainly aimed at bringing those newer teams in, do you feel like you could move up into maybe GT Pro next year, or perhaps even look towards a speculative LMP entry?
I do like my prototypes, but that's more of a team thing. So, that's definitely something that'll be made to at the end of the season, where we go. But I don't mind doing pros. But it seems to be a lot more competitive in that at the moment.
Oh, it's really competitive. I think the GTs, I think GT Pro and LMP2 are where it's been at for this season so far. That's where the majority of the battles have taken place. And I always find it is the middle tiers, isn't it, that always seem to generate the most competition. And of course, Casper involved in that competition. We were talking about Anthony, and would you say that Magenta would be in the position that they were in had Team Spirit not had those penalties?
Honestly, I actually doubt it, considering how fast they are. Although we would try and we would have a shot, but with my slight lack of pace compared to Anthony, I think we would be struggling to fight for a win. It would be probably fairly similar to what's happened in Sebring in the end, with them basically winning by a lap or so, even though they crashed.
Yeah,
but
sure.
But to be honest, Oscar is actually faster, generally, and his fastest lap is faster by about 0.3 or 4 of a second when I last checked. So it depends on the drivers, and Anthony takes the car for very long stints because he is probably the fastest driver in TSR.
Apparently, according to Jimmy, the fastest lap set by a Team Spirit car is still not as fast as the Magenta car.
Yes, as far as I've seen, yes. So, although I think I'm slightly slower, so on average, I think Oscar was gaining, though. I'm not entirely sure because obviously the actual distance between us was so big we couldn't really monitor it that very well. But generally, yes, it just depends on the various laps, and depends on the drivers that are driving our car at the time.
That's fair. That's fair. Would you like an update on the Perotti Almeida battle?
I think we all would.
It's not changed.
Oh yes, I go out there.
I don't know whether to feel sorry for Alessandro or whether to give him a shouting to as to why he hasn't overtaken him yet. The two of them are at a dead stalemate, though, it seems.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere, unfortunately. They're literally
constantly inside of each other.
other.
Incredible. I just find it astounding that there's been no movement there whatsoever. Oh well, we've got another pitter And this time it's Federico Leo for Scuderia GT Italia. And his pitting means that the number 9 DHR car of Ryan Reed Edwards is going to head back onto the podium. And it could see Lars Brugman head onto the podium as well. He's just coming around turn 10 now, actually. So we could see the number 8 DHR also head above the GT Scuderia Italia. Surely, this will be... Actually, they're a bit out of order, aren't they? GT Italia. So I'm not sure whether this will be their penultimate pit stop or their last pit stop.
I'd imagine it will probably be the second and last because there is still 80 minutes to go, or 70 minutes to go, or something along those lines. Speaking of this, I should probably go see when food is ready so I can be back for the last hour.
Sure thing, go for it. We've also got a bit of a driver change as well. Alberto Pastorato back into the car, and he's going to be actually quite close here with Lars Brugman. And in fact, Pastorato is out, side by side with Brugman actually. And Brugman, with his warmer tyres and with his better exit out of turn 1, has just taken P4 away from Pastorato. But the Dutchman is close to Alberto. So at least the fish hook is there. The bait is there to try and find his way up into P4 once again. And actually, I must ask, in terms of both of you guys, Casper and JJ, how important is it to see a driver ahead of you in endurance racing? In actual terms of, they are the next position. They are just up the road. Is it a big boost to see something like that? Or do you actually prefer seeing no one ahead of you so that you can focus on getting the consistent laps in?
Personally, I don't think I mind either way. For this race, I basically have seen no LMP2s except for 2 that I was lapping. So I don't mind mind driving on my own. Driving behind someone can be a big distraction at times and can just completely distort your vision of where to brake properly. And I just sometimes prefer, if I can, I prefer to run on my own. But obviously, I don't really mind driving behind someone.
For me, I don't really mind it, but the bigger problem for my class is what's coming up behind. But so I spend a lot of time looking backwards than looking forwards.
I think
but
there's a lot of reasons to look behind you, JJ. That's for sure.
I mean, even P2s have to look in our mirrors basically every lap because of the LMP1s having so much more speed than us. Plus.
I was going to say, how's the dirty air as well?
I was actually about to say that we have the one problem that the LMP2s can be fairly touchy with that, and especially that, for example, our car is running kind of like semi-marginal wings for grip, so we don't really like that much dirty air. But that's our car specifically.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, in the BMW, it's not so bad.
No, I'd imagine not.
Yeah, the only problem you get it through is if you're following someone through 7, 8, and then out down to 9.
Well, I guess it's all about the aero package, isn't it? I mean, there's hardly any aero package on the GTs.
Yeah, so it may follow, but sometimes you can feel it, especially through long corners, like turn 8.
Yuri Kazdorp has unlapped himself. And I don't know whether this is because Wisniewski has recently... Okay, Wisniewski has recently pitted. That was a couple of laps ago. But either way, Yuri Kazdorp has found himself unlapped. I think he still has to make a pit stop himself, which will promptly re-lap him. But still, it's nice to at least be not +1 lap. You know, you're an actual time integer instead. I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
that's not too bad.
In terms of actual lapping, do you care much about how far behind you are the LMPs, or is it all about, oh, I've been lapped by someone of my own class, that's a problem?
Yeah, being lapped by your own class, that's the biggest problem. If you've been lapped by your own class, then it's a bit of a pain to try and get back. But yeah, it's usually ebb and flows between pit stops. People do different strategies, but yeah, it's getting lapped by your own class, then you know you're in trouble.
There's always, isn't the point of an endurance race that you can always fight back though?
Yeah, but it depends because obviously the skill level is really high, so sometimes even if you fall a lap behind, you may not get it back just because of how quick everyone's going. But obviously, yeah, you got different things like play in your way or play against you. But it definitely depends. It's more it is a lot about consistency, but you gotta be quick as well just to try and keep up.
You have to be extremely quick, and I mean it's kind of a sign of how the quality of the league if it's extremely difficult to get that kind of lap back. So you know, around here I'd feel like having a lap down on your own class is near monumentally destructive on your race chances for a win at the very least. But obviously in P2 at the moment, the entire field except for Federico Suave is a lap down. So it depends on what you're aiming for, basically.
Yeah, especially on such a long lap. The track doesn't seem like a long lap, but when you look at the times, it's almost 2 minutes for a GT car just to go around this track. So when you think about it, if you go a lap down, you're effectively 2 minutes behind the leader.
Yeah.
And a pit stop's only 60 seconds, so you're still a minute down. So that's a lot of time you lose by dropping a lap back.
That's fair. I get it all. Do we want an update on the Alessandro Proietti Daniel Almeida battle once again?
Has it actually gone anywhere?
Good news, Proietti has passed Daniel Almeida because Daniel Almeida's pitted.
Great. That's gonna come back.
So we will wait and see whether Almeida pitting has either benefited him massively by completely destroying any hope of the battle for us, or whether he's pitted too early and actually Proietti's doing the better thing by staying out. But something has happened at least. Hey Josh, you're back, I hear.
I am temporarily. I know I've got to actually go and get said food that I've prepared, but I just wanted to come back to the start of Power Hour.
Of course. But it's 5 man minutes until the Power Hour.
5 magic minutes.
5 man minutes.
Oh God, yes.
Minutes.
You know, I've been joining this broadcast for the last 3 races, for 3 races including this, and I've been for the Power Hour on every one of those, and it's always interesting to see.
Yes, make it a 4th, Casper.
No, this is the 3rd one. Let's see. Let's make it 4 next race, unless I'm in the car.
Well, you'll still be part of the Power Hour. You'll just be on screen probably.
Yeah, that could also be. I mean, I was meant to be on the screen here, if not for the sudden change of plans.
Of course, no, I understand. But yes, we will be going to adverts very soon. Our final ad break of the day, don't you worry. And then it is all, hopefully, adrenaline pumped action until the end. Hopefully we'll find some people who do get together. And don't worry, it will be more interesting than this afternoon's qualifying session. So if you are just joining us after that bore fest, then don't worry, we've got you covered. And if you have just joined us actually, please be sure to use the YouTube live stream rewind feature where you can literally drag the slider back to the beginning and watch the broadcast from the beginning from now. And you can skip to all of the best bits. I don't know the timestamps because I've been commentating and not keeping an eye on it, but you can do that. You know, you can keep yourself entertained if the Power Hour is a little bit floppy. We certainly hope it won't be. It hasn't been so far. And we usually have one crash usually in the Power Hour because somebody ends up bidding it from pushing too hard.
Yuri's pitted, by the way.
Yuri has pitted, and he's fallen behind Ryan Reed Edwards. Only preliminarily, though, because Yuri Kasdorp's right on his back.
Dash.
He will have to do a splash and dash at the end because he won't make it with an hour and left.
We have about 45 minutes of fuel on the prototypes. I think it's the same for P1s.
Oh dear.
That's
well,
not being timed well then.
Well,
not
it's
even
important.
not even the GTs will make it to the end.
It's important that Kasdorp
get within 55.
Actually, the Viper would.
It's important that Kasdorp's made this move sick then. He's just got past Ryan Reed Edwards into turn 12. So he's now got, barring plenty of traffic, in terms of the P1s, clear track ahead of him. So he can focus on, I don't know, using the most of his fuel, I guess. Would this be just a situation where you go, so I'm not going to make it to the end. Okay, maximum boost.
Give it some jandal.
Give it some jandals, as Eric Strana would say.
Yeah.
I don't know what he can do from here, but maybe something. A shout out to Scuderia GT Italia, actually. I think their podium chances might unfortunately be over, with Lars Brugman now overtaking the GT Italia car on track as well. Their strategy was very conservative. I know what they were trying to do, but it just hasn't worked at the end of the day. They've fallen behind not just Kasdorp, but Reed Edwards and Brugman as well.
Yep, that's unfortunate for them as well. They've dropped super far behind now, unfortunately, and that is not going to aid things for them. Hopefully they can make a bit of a mini comeback. Got it out in the end there, managed to do so, and we'll see them fight for a bit more track position in the very soon times, because it's always good when we see people fight in position, isn't it? It's always nice to see little duels on track and stuff like that. But, ladies and gentlemen, I've said but for a very good reason there. I'm just trying to stall for time, really, because we're on 299 of 360 minutes. That won't be the case for long. We're about to drop ourselves into my personal favourite moment of any VEC broadcast. When it does take over, you'll be sure to know about it because it's not long. In fact, it has. It's the power hour, which means isotonic beer.
Oh, lovely.
Welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen.
And all that build up for an isotonic beer.
Yeah.
For more Mr. Scatman, be sure to tune in after the ad break. We'll see you there.
Wide shut, but they know, buried alive by the lies in they soul. They stride of a blind man's stroll. Well, for whom does the next bell toll? This a long time coming, like a comet pass. Got them all fired up from the rocket blast. And if I fall on my sword, turn my bone to ash. Let it clog up the sand in that hourglass. We in the title fight, blow for a blow. And you can reap the benefit of what I have to sow. Cause I'm about that worth of which you don't appear to know. So you can take the scene while I take over the show.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula One since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Power Hour, and this is the culmination of the 6 hours of Istanbul Park. It's round 6 of the season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. And as always, for this season, we are sponsored by Image Race Incorporated, creator of the R-Factor 2 platform, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. And in this final hour of the broadcast, we have some interesting things to find out. We've got to find out whether Nikodem Wisniewski will take the win for Feeder Sport Poland in LMP1. We can find out whether Oscar Hardwick and Magenta Warriors will hold on to their LMP2 lead. We've got to find out if Kevin Roting can fend off Nicky Jakovic in the GT Pros for the win. And we've got to find out, of course, who will win the GTM class. So far, it's looking good for Dark Racing once again. Oh yeah, and will Alessandro Puoti and Daniel Almeida ever settle their feud? The answer is yes, because Puoti is ahead. Moving on to who we got with us, we've got, as always, on cameras and on race direction, Mr. Jimmy Allison. Joshua Anderson is in the booth soon, but he's getting some foods and stuff. But for now, joining me, we have Magenta Warriors drivers, Kasper Kolajicic, hopefully. Kolajicic,
yes.
Kolajicic, there we are. We've got some official confirmation on that one. The Irish person who's got a very annoying surname. But anyway, moving on to the actual racing itself, people are split up. Apart from Puoti and Almeida, unbelievably. They're still pretty close despite Puoti being passed. But all eyes now, I guess, are on Nikodem Wisniewski and Oscar Hardwick. They are a full lap ahead of both of their fields. And they are just looking so strong. And according to you, Kasper, this pace from Magenta is a massive surprise. How many positives can you take forward into Nürburgring? Surely plenty.
Honestly, I know Oscar is very strong here, and I don't like this track, to be honest, very much, but we should be pretty good. We've been really good in Sebring, although Sebring and this track, surprisingly enough, are similar to a degree, so we're just gonna have to see how our pace does, but I mean, Oscar and I seem to have a handle on the qualifying for the car now, and we're just gonna have to see. It looks very promising, to be honest, for the rest of the season.
Yeah, for sure. We've got Mr. Anderson back as well, back from his snacks.
Well, I'm not back from my snack. I'm back obtaining my stuff, actual food, as well. It's actual food because it's pizza.
I love pizza.
Oh,
I had a stuffed crust yesterday.
Oh yes.
I mean, some people would argue it's a salad.
Oh.
Well, I ate a lot of that being vegetarian myself, so
I'm all about the salad bowl at Pizza Hut.
yeah.
All
Oh,
about the
absolutely.
salad bowl.
It's pretty much what I live off when I go there. So
Anyway, Lars Brugman and Federico Suave are both into the pits along with Ivan Zupanic as well. So people making their final pit stops of the day.
They're not final pit stops, I have to say, because
You really think so? You think that with 53 minutes left, they're still going to be making one more?
we cannot get more than 45, maybe 47 minutes out of this car
Not even with
unless you're
short shifting.
unless you're extremely short shifting in 45s and losing places. You will not make it. It's very the fuel consumption is pretty solidly in around 45 minutes per stint. So I very much doubt they can make it, to be perfectly honest. And that's what I know. Our car was fairly marginal on getting to the finish, and I've always seen them pit about 2 laps before we did. So we're going to have to see. But Oscar, I think, is going to be having to save some fuel himself, from what I've seen.
Well, he is yet to pit, and in fact, Brugman and Suave on this pit stop phase, if it is to be the penultimate one, they are two of the earliest by far. So we will wait and see. We'll wait and see when the others come in, but it might mean indeed that Brugman and Suave both have an extra pit stop to make, in which case, not good for them. Maybe podium contention out of the window.
Possible.
Oh, yeah! Wisniewski's just had a big one. He's crashed into the Seawolf car after it spun around.
Let's see, Wisniewski?
Yeah, the race leader Wisniewski's crashed into the Seawolf car.
Oh yeah, it was head on, and he's lost his front bumper. That is a definite lost front bumper.
That's a game changer.
For Wisniewski. And all of a sudden, power hour.
Power hour.
Every time it happens.
Something.
Yes, something happens in the power hour every time. And this has just let Yuri Kasdorp and Ryan Reed Edwards right back into the title chase.
Bent suspension on the Wisniewski car, and
oh dear.
Oh dear, has it all come undone?
Oh, further contact as well. Who is that with? That was an LMP2 car. Oh, that was with oh no, it wasn't. It was the Alberto Pastorato actually, the LMP1 car.
It made us have all come undone in the power hour.
Pastorato's just unlapped himself as well.
Oh, was that not GT Italia hitting the GT Italia P1 hitting Wisniewski again in T9?
It was, yeah. As I say, Pastorato.
Oh,
my word, Wisniewski going off well. He's got a lap on Kasdorp, Reed Edwards, and Pastorato now has consequently unlapped himself. But what sort of complications is this going to throw up? How long will Wisniewski be in the pits? That is something that we're going to keep a very beady eye on.
Come on,
remember.
Sorry, people are saying Revolution to win now, so what a comeback it would be if they could pull it off.
We've got to be careful here. Kasdorp's just coming around turn 11. That would unlap himself. He's then got to do an entire other rotation of the track.
Yeah, but it could be big damage.
But he could also cancel the suspension repairs and go for just the body repairs like Team Spirit Racing did at Pack and Sebring, basically denying us the win there.
It's a possibility. I mean, would it be worth it to do all that recovery damage?
It's 50 minutes.
It's 50 minutes. I mean, that's not long in the context of this race.
Although it is an entire stint, so...
It is an entire stint, you're right. So, Kasdorp has unlapped himself. Ryan Reed Edwards has actually just come into the pits, so blushes saved for Wisniewski on that front. Pastorato is on the hard tyres, so I don't think he's going to be coming into the pits for tyres again. I think he might have to fuel up again for sure. The question is, I think actually Wisniewski's crash couldn't have happened at a better time in truth, could he? Because now he can take on fuel at least and try and short shift until the end.
Yeah, that Wisniewski's crash there, Ryan Reed Edwards in. This will benefit him as well because he won't be losing time to Wisniewski. Wisniewski's turning the wheel like quite a bit now, must be getting ready to go. But Yuri Kasdorp coming around the last, he's coming into 9 now, so about halfway through the lap, coming rounds 9 into 10, Wisniewski still hasn't moved. I'll keep an eye on him if someone wants to keep an eye on Kasdorp.
Yeah, Pastorato unlaps himself as well, and in doing so overtakes Ryan Reed Richard at the same time, gently avoiding Rhys Gardner there in the Magenta AM entry. But let's see, where is Kasdorp now?
Oh, he's coming.
Is that turn 12?
He's coming.
That is turn 12. That is turn 12. Where's Wisniewski?
In pits, he's going to do it.
Yuri Kasdorp, from being hit off the track by a lagging car, he fell down to B5. He's going to retake the lead of this race. All of a sudden, Feeder Sport Poland's plans up in smoke. Wisniewski leaves now.
And he hasn't fixed the damage.
He hasn't fixed it. Right, so he's got a front bumper on.
Problems.
He's got a bumper on, but he doesn't have the pace. And look how close Ryan Reed Edwards is behind him as well. I realise that Ryan Reed Edwards is a lap down still on Wisniewski, but depending on how much damage he is, that could be a situation that changes very soon indeed.
I agree with Lewis McGlade that Gear's still going to win though, to be honest, because as I said, Yuri still has to fit in my experience with prototype driving.
Yeah, but remember, that FSP is going to have to short shift because it's over 45 minutes.
Yes, although it's very doable at this stage because getting just one lap is not impossible. It's just that over 50
Lord.
minutes.
That
very
Seawolf
difficult.
car almost completely totaled Wisniewski again. I mean, you might want to get a replay on how close that was. It was absolutely ridiculous.
It was shown on stream from first person. That's very close.
Blimey. That's crazy. So the gap between Kasdorp and Wisniewski is 9.5 seconds. I guess it's pretty much all out for Kasdorp at this rate. We would say that he had to pit again. Boost 3-2. It's going to be fascinating, isn't it? Because Kasdorp's probably going to be going maximum boost, using up all the fuel he can to gain as much advantage, whereas Wisniewski's going to be ultimate short shifting.
Very likely.
He's going to have to pull off a lap though to stand a chance of the win though, isn't he?
How long's a fuel stop? That's the question.
That's a good point. We need stats.
The longest fuel stop I've ever seen, and that's filling to the brim, is 23 seconds in a P2. I presume it's similar in the, it's probably less actually in the P1 class. So it's probably only a couple of seconds.
What tyres is Yuri on though? Let's have a look.
He's on the softs.
Right,
How
so
long
we'll
does
probably have to change
last?
those as well. We're probably talking upwards of a minute 30. He needs to pull out on Wisniewski here.
Yeah. How long do the softs actually last? Does anyone know?
Right, I don't know, but Wisniewski's apparently losing a second a sector. That's 3 seconds a lap. So significant time here with a 1 minute 40 lap. I'd argue he's going to lose about every 3 minutes. He's going to lose about 5 seconds.
Which, in the end, I have a weird. Well, okay, it's not, he only lost about 0.2 second in the first sector this time around. But if he was to lose 3 seconds a lap, he will definitely not win this against, even if Kastrup does have to pit for a minute and lose that minute.
Again, we need to know, does anybody have any idea how long the softs last around here? Going at the maximum that Kasdorp would be to use up the fuel. As Oscar Hardwick and Anthony Jans are both in the pits now for LMP2.
He's only 0.5 down in sector 2. So, the mystery continues. It is impressive though, he's only half a second down with that damage.
Yeah, also I must consider that he does have traffic. So that could also kind of be involved in the worst times and sectors, but we're going to have to see after a couple laps how how the gap actually compares.
Well, I'll tell you this. Either which way, if Sport win after this, it'll be survival from the biggest scare of their life. But if Revolution win, it's going to be the biggest comeback we've seen in a long while.
100% agreed. Considering
Either
everything.
Which way, we're in for a seriously thrilling finale.
I'm looking forward to this. Remember, Alberto Pastorato on the lead lap still. Worth remembering, he is in 3rd position on the alternative hard tyre. So he is definitely only going to be in the pits for a maximum of 20 seconds on his final pit stop, Pastorato.
Yeah, they're probably going to double stint those soft hards.
You know what? I think that Pastorato at this current stage is in with as much chance of winning this race as Kasdorp or Wisniewski. I'm putting it out there.
Also, Anthony Jans and Oscar Hardwick in pits.
Chance is definitely there, as indeed they are in the pits.
Well, Hardwick's out in P8 and Anthony Jans is out in P13. So I don't know quite how that happened. I guess, actually, to be fair, Jans and the rest of the podium places are very close together, actually.
Yes, Jans is... the whole order is a bit messed up in
You got
general around
Furman
this
in there
time.
as well, actually. Furman's working his way back through the order finally, so... He could find himself in P8 overall, Martin Furman, at the end of this, as he overtakes his GT Am cousin in the Aston Martin. Though. Lots of hmms. Not sure how this is going to end. 14 seconds the gap between Wisniewski and Kasdorp. When does Kasdorp bite the bullet, though? Unless Kasdorp is saving tyres.
If he could get those tyres to the end, it would be a
And
miracle.
fuel, though. Can he save tyres and fuel that much?
I guess I'll have to say that is the only way The only way we're going to find out is by finding out, unfortunately.
We know that the Revolution is good on its tyres, that much is for certain, but how good? Because I honestly believe that tyre preservation is going to be the difference between winning and losing. And I am really not entirely sure.
It's a very, very messy end to this 6-hour race.
I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen anymore.
No. The only thing I'm sure of is that Oscar just has to bring it home, and then I will be ecstatic.
Well, I think Oscar's got one of the easiest jobs here. I'm just going to put my feet up, actually.
To be honest, I don't know if it's such an easy job, considering, well, dealing with traffic with this car is quite difficult to lose as little time as we can. But obviously, right now it's just bringing the car home.
And let's actually have a little look at the GT Pros and how they're going on, because of course the big battle was whether Scuderia Leon will hold on from Nick Jakovic. The fact of the matter is that there's a lap between the two of them. So, and who's that round? That looks like the KSM Ferrari. Now, where were they? I thought they were in the podium slots previously. Yeah, they're in second place. Roberto Schoenmann has actually spun. Has he lost that position? Where's Reese Gardner in context? Well, he seems to be quite way behind. He's in a real cackle of cars though, Schoenmann. Goodness me. Yeah, Schoenmann P2 for KSM and Reese Gardner P3 in the magenta car. He's just going around turn 8, so lucky escape for Schoenmann there.
Hang on. I'm being told, not identity by Yuri's teammate, but Yuri is fuel only his pit, so it'll be 25 through and through.
Yep, I knew it, yeah. So they can take those soft tyres to the end.
So this is going to be... No one knows anymore. As the saying goes, all bets are off.
So basically, if Yuri can stay ahead of Nicodem...
If he only
just
has to do,
until the pit stop, then he's fine.
he should have this win, yeah.
Barring
gotta
any
push it
anomalies.
He's got to push hard if he wants to do that, though. I mean, the gap's only at 15.8. Wisniewski is still putting in solid 36s.
We have a race on our hands.
We have a race.
It's
if
a
there
race.
wasn't one before, there is certainly one now.
We always have these moments of VECs, don't we? We have lulls. They're very much calms before the storm.
And in this case, the storm was power.
Yes.
In this case, the storm was the power. Well, I mean, you remember Sebring, Josh. I commentated over possibly the most boring part of the race, ultimately, considering what happened after.
Yeah. Anything could happen at the last hour. That's why we call it the power hour.
It is why we call it the power hour. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that Kasdorp-Wisniewski time gap, and it's fluctuating, isn't it? There's sectors where Wisniewski finds something, and then Kasdorp is able to reply.
Yeah, 35.2 versus 38.0 last lap for Yuri versus Nicodem.
And look at this, Yuri just slicing through this massive gaggle of traffic that once again includes the GT Pro leader, although Anthony Jan's got very close there. That's good. Oh
no! That's
well,
gotta be an
something can happen. Something can happen. Yuri Kasdorp spun at the penultimate corner. He went far too deep into P13, and he was able to recover it up. It doesn't look to me as if there is major damage on that car.
Wow.
I know that Bram Balin went into his side, but would that be a direct front suspension damage or rear suspension damage hit? I'm not too sure.
Well, Kasdorp has dropped about 7 seconds as a result of the
it's halved his gap to the lead, yeah.
That is going to hurt him a lot. It's looking more like an FSP win now, but you never know. Alberto Pasquarello can come out and pull a blinder on everyone. At this rate, I'm trying to say he will.
At this point, Passerato, I think, will need mistakes from Kasdorp or problems for Kasdorp and Wisniewski, as there was I'm not sure who was off there, but it was an LMP2. I think they'll need problems for Kasdorp and Wisniewski to win this race. For me now, it's between Revolution and F1 Sport Poland, as we know that both of them can just go to the end with the tyres that they have.
Yeah, but Wisniewski's just did a 35.9 that last lap, so he's on pace.
I mean, there's still 36 minutes to go, so anything can happen. It's basically a sprint race from here on.
That would have ruined Yuri's tyres as well, then. It would have
That would have ruined Yuri's tyres, you're right. That might affect him.
Now, let's see what he does here. He's obviously not going to think of pitting yet, but
He's had a big impact on second sector. He's actually done really nicely. And we'll see what the gap is as they cross the third sector. Yuri Kasdorp crosses now. Wisniewski was 9.3 seconds behind. And he's going to come across the line any minute now.
And we'll see what the gap is. It's going to be a
10.4. That's another 1.1 seconds in that final sector between Kasdorp and Wisniewski.
So, second lap, do you think? Or second sector there?
I think it was traffic. There was a Ferrari, a Revolution Ferrari in front of Wisniewski through the last sector, so there's where the gap came from.
Oh,
and we've had
from Hodgkinson.
Yeah, we've. So,
I'm voting Ramada, Halvorsen, Kenya.
So that's the GT Pro leader. Ramada was the GT Am leader. Ryan Reed Edwards was 5th in LMP1, and Adam Hodgkinson. So that's a double DHR DNF. And Adam Hodgkinson was in P7.
Yeah, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 cars at once.
Jimmy Jewel, Halvorsen, Curtis Kenyon. Yeah, that's 6 cars. That's a definite. That's a server job. And we've seen this plenty of times with this build of R Factor 2 as well.
Oh, no.
Like red flag,
This is a red flag then.
And that will probably, if we're not taking them from the lap before, Kasdorp will have got this in the most unusual of circumstances.
No way, there's just...
If Kasdorp has got this,
oh, look at Lars
red
Brugman.
flag.
Lars Brugman has gone as well. So that's all three DHRs gone in one disconnection, and the GT Pro leader and the GT Am leader. And there's people moving still.
I think they're all stopping right now.
I should add, we've got Cuba Brzezinski in the booth with us at the moment. So, hello, Cuba.
I think the race admins are talking amongst themselves here.
Yep, something's going on here. Yep, 1 second for Brzezinski. We will have him with us in a moment. But, you know what? Who says endurance races can't bring drama?
No, indeed.
I think it's people who have never watched an endurance race, to be honest. But if this is how it ends, then this is my 3rd ever race in VEC, and we have one in a class. I am ecstatic.
If I'm not sure, there's only 30 minutes left to go, and no one has rejoined yet. So
yeah, we've got to give everyone their due parts here. We've got to wait and see first what the official word is.
We're going to see what Jimmy Allison says, but if this is how it ends, Kevin Roting back, you say?
Kevin Roting's back, yeah. We might be able to restart here, of course, with crucial minutes lost. And that could mean that we see Nikodym... What's
I don't see Wisniewski on track.
Yeah, Wisniewski has disappeared from the cameras as well. There was an onboard from him at the time of the big disconnection issue, and I have seen him disappear. There we go.
Is Wisniewski back?
Yeah, but he'd be restarting from the pits, presumably. Oh dear. Won't be able to race apparently if he's pending an open session, but he's there and he's there at the same time. This is very, very confusing.
How ironic as well that Istanbul Park has turned into the car park which it is today.
It has!
It definitely has.
Yep, we're just waiting for...
Right, okay,
we've
got a full red flag. Restarting soon.
Okay.
So wait, that's going to be what?
Are we going to continue from this order?
It's like a 30-minute restart? I'd almost argue what the point is at this stage.
I was about to say that, but I mean, it's 30 minutes of racing still, although that pretty much fixes...
Oh, yeah, we are doing a full restart. Okay, so full restart.
That brings the basically Yuri Kasdorp into the best place he could have been because he was meant to pit.
Yes.
He is in for the contention for the win now.
But it also brings Wisniewski back into it because it'll reset the damage.
Yep, it's just going to be a straight thing. So it is effectively going to be, from what I understand here, ladies and gentlemen, a 30-minute sprint race.
A 30-minute
Everyone will
sprint
start
for the
in
win.
their. Yeah, everyone will start in the orders. But this also means that all the work that Magenta Warriors put into that lead, all the work that the GT Pro leader, Scuderia Leon, and the GT Am leader, Dark Racing, put into their leads, completely evaporated now. It is anyone's game. And I tell you what, for Team Spirit Racing, considering how strong they've been throughout this race and what they've recovered from, I would not put it past them to challenge for this win.
Although there's a question: if someone was a lap down, does that not reset to a lap down? Because
right.
Okay. I got
it's
you.
being reset to the point of the race ending. It's not a complete restart, but we're going from the point where we ended.
Therefore, we still have a lap over TSR, but we are now close to the Carve Suave, I think.
Yeah, and it
but
means
of course,
Castro...
all damage and fuel is reset, basically. But everyone is in the same positions as they were.
Oh, I've just been kicked out of the server there, then.
Yeah, so have I. I'll
tell you what, I'm going to take the time to actually enable the sounds. Because I can do that now, so... I may as well for the last half hour.
My R factor has crashed, so I shall be restarting completely.
Well, this is... I don't think anyone knows what's going on anymore. Well, I do know, actually, but... Yeah.
Jimmy does.
Jimmy knows. Yeah. Jimmy's the big boss. He knows. Right. Okay, well, Jimmy's going to go, which means we're going to lose the broadcast. So, he'll be back soon, and we'll be back soon. So, stay tuned, because things are getting freaky.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't re-enter in time. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on this broadcast. Hello, if we are. And we've got it sorted, we think. What we're going to do is we're going to restart things with about 30 minutes to go. And the cars are just doing a lap now. And they're going to stop and hold on the grid. I believe we're going to get the exact laps and timing back from before the crash to restart things. So it should be a straight fight between Revolution Racing. It should be then Sport Poland and Scuderia GT Italia in a three-way dogfight for the overall lead of this race. This is going to be an interesting one. Now, if it wasn't interesting before, it sure is all holy heck is interesting now.
Oh, this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, it says 6 hours to go. We're only getting half an hour of that 6 hours, but well, time to sit back and enjoy that alcohol-free isotonic beer because this is going to be a barnstormer, you think? If it wasn't before, it's certainly going to be interesting now.
I hope I can see it.
Well, in the worst case
as well, James. You don't want to miss it.
In the worst case scenario, there's always the live stream itself, where you can be a bit further.
Got 91 viewers now. I think this is a record.
No,
well, at least for this stream.
Oh, I've
for
seen...
this stream, maybe.
No
for this
way.
Stream, it's a record.
For this stream, we're at a peak, but I think the all-time record was a month. No. Sebring was the record by miles.
100 and something people.
Yeah, it was because of yeah.
There was thousands of viewers total over the 12 hours. Yeah.
This is a record for this stream, but yep, Kazdorp's gone ahead of Furman. Oh, people are joining way too late, so we're doing a second restart. So everyone needs to be in to start with.
This might just crash my R factor again, you realise?
No!
I was in the process of joining.
We are restarting this session then. Restarting proceedings has to be done right, you see. We have 37 in server now. I think we had 37 before. We should be getting underway.
Oh.
2 hours to go.
Oh. Am I in?
I hope you are.
Do I see cars? I do see cars. It's very bright out there.
Oh.
Track is closed, which means that there should be no cars moving.
But there won't be because you're probably just saying it.
I might be in. What time is it? It's
8 to 10 in
it's
England.
8 to 10. Just a little bit late. Just a little bit late.
Here we go. Apparently, people who crashed before the start aren't supposed to be here either, so they aren't going to get a second chance at the race. That is very fair, of course.
That's fair. They'd effectively be, what, 160 laps behind?
Yes.
So, we're hopefully going to get this restarted. In all this. I'd hope we do get it restarted, but it's a very weird procedure to do so. I don't know what to say anymore. I thought I thought this was gonna be wow. Well,
Real
there
simple.
you go. Things explained for us by none other than Jimmy Allison. Thanks very much for that explanation, because it explains everything.
Even the meaning of life.
Yes, even the meaning of life.
Wait, wasn't that 42?
What car is number 42?
I'll go check on the spotter guide.
It's the Magenta Warriors GTM car.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, yes, it is.
And who is driving that car? Reese Gardner.
Yes.
There you go. The Australian is the meaning of life.
He's Southpaw racer. He's a sim racer.
Go check his channel out.
And Mike Nixon's lost.
Oh dear. Well, mine isn't. I'm still on server, so I'll have to keep you in the know, so to speak, and yeah.
Yes, I might just have to go buy the driver things here and go to the stream, which means I can interact with everyone.
Yes, do so. I'm sure they've been waiting all this time just for that, so everyone's going to do a lap. Everyone's going to do a lap stop.
The day people wait for me to do something, I will cry.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to check on that, but let's see. I do have sound in the LMP ones now, which is fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Oh, lovely.
I can hear the canal boat engine of the Audi, must be said. Sounds like a very aggressive canal boat.
Well,
So-
are you sure it's not part of an agricultural equipment?
Oh yeah, fair enough, could be a tractor engine. You never know.
Who knows? All we know is that it's very, very fast.
Yeah, that's all we know.
Lamborghini does make tractors, so I mean, it could be a Lamborghini engine and an Audi. Who knows?
It's not implausible.
I mean, they do own Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Fair enough. Apparently GTM is going to get the overall win according to the comments, but they don't know, you see. They don't know the truth.
There does seem to be a lot of confusion in the comments in general. There's
Before
some
we
people...
know, Olivier Fortin's going to...
Read the
Before they know,
forums.
Olivier Fortin's about to do a Nick Tandy. You know, and go on and win it. Or at least lead.
Am I not even subscribed to the Virtual Endurance Championship? Why don't you, viewer at home, subscribe to the Virtual Endurance Championship along with me so that you can get updated with any new VEC broadcasts?
Oh yes, do so. Do so. You don't want to miss us.
95 people watching.
Yeah,
That's cool.
and I should add, in 2 weeks' time, or roughly there or thereabouts, we'll have the debut round of the Virtual GT Championship. Definitely don't want to miss that. It's set to look brilliant. Of course, I myself will be on lead comments for that, so you don't get rid of me that easily, but I'll hopefully be able to keep you entertained throughout.
The Gamosaurus is a mod?
Is he?
Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
Lewis is a mod on the stream.
Lewis is a modder, right out on the street. He is. And that's a song.
Anyway, I see that we're almost ready to go.
Yep. Olivier Fortin's just going to stop on grid. Not going to pass turn 1. Nobody's going to pass turn 1. People are parking, and then the batch file shall be run. People will be given their times back. And we should be underway once again. I'll just keep an eye on the back of the grid.
This is going to be the best start ever.
It is, yes. I was in a race start. That was fun because I was on second and reverse grid, but this is going to be better than that by a mile.
We've effectively got a GT on pole.
Mm.
The speed difference is going to be such an incredible one. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, but everyone's going to give him a time back, so
yeah,
you know.
Hopefully Oliver is not going to
Here we go.
Smoked.
All the adjustments. It's happening. It's night time. Lights are going to go on. It's all coming to a head. It's all fixing itself and we're going to get going. Should all be fixing itself relatively soon, of course. Just waiting for things to iron out before we can get going again.
Nicholas Hillebrand, this reminds me of that night in my last week at school when I got drunk so hard that it took me 12 hours to get sober.
Oh, wow.
Also, Virtual Endurance Championship has almost triple the amount of subscribers I have.
Wow. There you go.
Very popular channel.
People like my virtual endurance races.
I love the virtual endurance races.
Who doesn't?
I mean, I take part in them.
No.
No, it's great. I'm far more enjoying my time now in the B2 than I was in the GTM, but that's just because of the car.
Northern Light Racing.
Yes, I don't think the viewing public can see what's going on because it's on the splash screen. So Jimmy's just sorting things out.
We saw the formation lap. Northern Light says, "I'm told by my driver that the sky
it
turned
has.
night."
It's gone to nighttime. There we go. The finale at dawn.
It's a special race.
It is if it ever gets started.
Everything
is just being started though. In all seriousness, it is gonna get fixed.
Yeah, controversial one. A better sprint race, a better night sprint race than Formula 1 race.
Oh.
Still more entertaining than Formula 1 qualifying.
that one I think everyone agrees on.
That one without doubt.
Except for Force India, who decided that they want to keep it.
Hey guys, so you know that qualifying that was universally, poo-pooed upon and everything? Yeah, let's keep it.
Yes. The one thing that nearly everyone agreed on, except for one team.
Hey, can we get a shout out, please, to Pascal Verlaine from Manor?
Oh,
yes.
P16 in qualifying. It was a brilliant show, actually.
That Manor is a decent cut. It's actually caught up to the rest of the grid now. Because, note, Haryanto out-qualified NASA.
Wow.
That is...
Not NASA, by the way. No. David Croft and Martin Brundle are wrong. It's Felipe Nasr.
And this coming from the Will Barnes School of Commentary.
This is coming from the Will Buxton School of Commentary. This is coming from the Felipe Nasr who actually owns the surname School of Commentary.
Although I still have to say I'm extremely impressed by the Haas team still qualified 9th for Grosjean.
That's not a surprise to me at all. I think that they were clearly much more prepared, and it just shows when you get lots of resources in to help you actually build a team rather than starting from the ground up, you're going to start on much better footing.
Of course.
It's like creating a sim racing team, and you are able to sign the reigning world champion from whatever series it is. Your team is instantly going to do better. No matter what series you're in, You've signed the world champion, and so you're going to have a better team. In the same respect in Formula One, if you sign, I don't know, a Ferrari contract to get X amount of Ferrari pieces, you sign a Dallara contract who've got years of experience in Formula One to create a chassis, you're going to have a decent one.
Apparently the batch file's been corrupted somehow, and it's going to be reviewed, but that doesn't sound good. If it's been corrupted, the batch file. So this is red flag, standings as they were, and Yuri Kazdorp and Revolution Racing taking in a nail biter.
So there we are. So so just to go through the other winners of that as well. So Magenta Warriors Racing Team win in the LMP2 class. Scuderia Leon take their second consecutive win in the GT Pro, and Dark Racing take yet another win in the GT Am class.
Well, considering it's my car that won, I think I'm gonna go down to my team channel and I'm gonna scream to them with happiness. So,
absolutely, you deserve it. Race winner.
Well then.
You go do that.
Well then, thanks for having me though. It
No
was,
problems.
Good fun.
It
Thanks,
has been
a pleasure having you.
Absolute pleasure.
And I think in that case, we should probably wrap things up here. We must apologize profusely for keeping you guys on tenterhooks with, oh, what are we going to do and everything. At the end of the day, Jimmy tried his best, bless him, to save some form of a final half an hour, but ultimately R Factor 2 is going to do what R Factor 2 is going to do. And, well, what can we say? Yuri Kazdorp, what a comeback. It doesn't matter that the final half an hour was gone. We knew that he was still in with a good chance of winning that race. He's got the confirmed result in his bag now. To come back from being hit off the track by a lagging car is so impressive. It's unreal.
I did say it would be the biggest comeback we've had in a while. Regardless of the circumstances, it is the biggest comeback we've had in a while. It was, I just had a feeling, waking up this morning, brushing my teeth, having me Weetabix. I thought, I think it's going to be a good day today. You know what? I thought it's going to be a good one. And as it happens, we have both the Feeder Sport Polar drivers, Kuba Brzezinski and Nikin Brzezewski, with us in the booth.
Hello.
Must say, commiserations, guys. It was just one of those races, wasn't it, where one poor accident, unfortunately, just cost you the win.
Yeah, it happens. You cannot win everything. We're still, it's not, it could have been worse. Still gained points on DHR, so good enough.
Are you feeling confident now that the championship is within your grasp? Are you still going to be taking the modest approach of every race comes and we'll see how we do every race?
Yeah, well, now we would have to basically DNF one of the races. And it's hard to DNF now. Well, I mean, you can rejoin races and everything, so something weird would have to happen to DNF.
I think that's fair. And Nicodem, a difficult end. I hope you don't feel too bad about everything that's happened, especially given that it was ultimately a server hiccup which caused the red flag. Do you actually feel confident that you could have caught up with Yuri at the end?
I have no idea. I think that Yuri is really fast guy, so it will be hard. But I think my pace is quite good on the circuit, but I have some problem. I'm struggling with the tires, so if we have half an hour of the sprint race, maybe I will catch him, but you never know.
Well, in either case, commiserations on losing out there at the end, and we'll see you next time at the Nürburgring. It's another 6-hour blast, and it's going to be on in a month. And I know we're not running the Nordschleife, it is just the pure Nürburgring. It is still a very difficult track for sure, Josh. And, well, I think we're going to see another corker yet again. It's just been one of those seasons where every race is a fantastic race and features wonderful battles across the board.
Well, yeah, I just posted on Facebook. I love commenting. You never know what's going to happen. And today is a perfect example of that. You can never call it, ever. You never know what's going to happen. You can always expect good racing, but, this isn't the only race we've got on in 2 weeks' time there or thereabouts. We've got Virtual GTs, first race of the season there. Don't miss it, but for now, we are going to call it a day. So,
yeah, indeed. So,
Virtual GT's coming up, but for now, it's going to be an end.
yes, be sure to check out the forums as well for all of your news. A big thanks to Jimmy Allison for cameras and DC. A big thanks to Josh for joining me all the way through this, and to all our guests as well. But until next time, it is a very warm goodbye.